The rain lashed against the windscreen, a relentless drumming that mirrored the throb behind my eyes. 39 years old, a failed business, and now this, ferrying anonymous packages through the sodden, forgotten arteries of this provincial city. My worn hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white against the grey plastic. The van, a rental with a persistent rattle in its exhaust, was my office, my prison, my silent confessor. I once owned a small chain of artisan bakeries. Mark's Marvelous Muffins, I'd called it, a name that now tasted like ash in my mouth. The dream had crumbled faster than a stale scone, leaving behind a mountain of debt and a hollow ache where my pride used to be. Compliance, my old friend, had always been my default setting. Nod, agree, avoid the fuss. It was easier, I told myself, than fighting. Now, it was just easier. The private forum, midnight runners, had appeared like a mirage in the desert of my despair. A discreet ad, tucked away in a corner of the dark web I'd stumbled upon during a late-night search for anything that paid cash. Courier work, flexible hours, excellent rates, no questions asked. That last part was the hook, the siren song for a man drowning in his own silence. My first few runs were innocuous enough. Small, lightweight boxes, sealed with industrial-grade tape. Drop-offs in dimly lit car parks behind abandoned warehouses. Pickups from anonymous-looking industrial units. The instructions were always precise, a sequence of coordinates and times, delivered via an encrypted message. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. The money, transferred directly to a burner account, was surprisingly good. Enough to keep the wolves from the door, to make the monthly debt repayments, to buy another week of fleeting normalcy. Then came the wait. The first heavy package felt like a lead brick. It thudded onto the passenger seat, shifting the van's balance. I felt a prickle of unease, a whisper of something cold against my spine. My instructions remained the same. Collect, deliver, do not question. Compliance, Mark. Remember, just do what you're told. The rain had finally eased, leaving the air thick with the smell of damp concrete and exhaust fumes. The streetlights, sporadic and weak, cast long, distorted shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. Tonight's pickup was an old abattoir, long since defunct, its corrugated iron walls rusting like an ancient wound. The air here was heavy, not just with moisture, but with something else, a faint metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I pulled the van into the designated bay, the tires crunching on gravel. The back door of the abattoir stood ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness against the grey night. No one was visible, just the waiting silence and the rhythmic drip of water from a broken gutter. I clicked off the engine, plunging the cab into near-total blackness. My breath hitched in my throat. This was new. Usually, the package was already waiting, or a shadowy figure would emerge, wordlessly placing it in my van. A low scraping sound echoed from within the building. My heart hammered against my ribs. I swallowed, a dry, uncomfortable gulp. Hello, my voice sounded thin, reedy, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. The scraping continued, growing louder, accompanied by a soft, guttural grunt. I fumbled for my phone, the screen a sudden, blinding rectangle of light. No signal, of course. A figure emerged from the darkness of the abattoir, silhouetted against the faint, ambient glow from the city beyond. Tall, broad-shouldered, its movement slow, deliberate. It carried a large, rectangular object, wrapped in heavy-duty black plastic sheeting, secured with what looked like industrial strapping. The plastic gleamed wetly in the faint light. Evening, the figure rumbled, its voice deep, gravelly, like stones tumbling in a well. No accent I could place. Here for the pickup? My throat was still tight. Yeah, Mark. The figure didn't offer a name. It simply walked towards the van, its gait steady, unhurried. The package it carried was enormous, far larger than anything I'd transported before. It seemed to sway slightly as the figure moved, an unsettling, almost organic motion. "Open up," the figure commanded, nodding towards the rear doors of the van. I scrambled out, my movements clumsy, my hands trembling as I unlocked the back. The figure reached the van and with surprising strength heaved the package inside. It landed with a dull, heavy thud that vibrated through the metal floor. The air inside the van suddenly felt colder, denser. "That's it," the figure said. "Next drop is... you know the drill." I nodded, unable to speak. The figure turned and melted back into the shadows of the abattoir, leaving me alone with the oppressive silence and the hulking presence in the back of my van. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking. The metallic tang in the air was stronger now, a coppery scent that made my stomach clench. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The package, shrouded in black plastic, seemed to absorb what little light seeped into the van. It was too big, too heavy, too cold. The cold. That was the other thing. Some of the parcels, particularly the heavier ones, had started to feel unnervingly cold to the touch, even through the thick cardboard. And then there were the stains. Dark, irregular patches that sometimes seeped through the cardboard, a faint reddish brown. I told myself it was oil, perhaps some industrial lubricant. But the metallic smell. Tonight, the cold was palpable. A frigid aura emanated from the black plastic, chilling the air in the back of the van. My breath plumed in front of my face. My destination was a deserted car park on the far side of the city, nestled between a derelict factory and a stretch of overgrown wasteland. The usual spot. I drove, the van's rattling exhaust a frantic heartbeat against the oppressive silence of the night. Every bump in the road sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that the contents of the package would shift, would reveal themselves. Curiosity. It was a slow, insidious poison, seeping into the cracks of my carefully constructed compliance. Each heavy package, each cold touch, each reddish stain, chipped away at my resolve. Tonight, the dam broke. I pulled into the deserted car park, the only vehicle for miles. The rain had started again, a soft drizzle now, blurring the edges of the distant city lights. I cut the engine, the sudden silence deafening. My hands gripped the wheel, then slowly, deliberately, I released them. "No," I whispered, the word a desperate plea to myself. "Don't do it, Mark." But the word was meaningless. My body moved without my consent. I unbuckled my seatbelt, my movements stiff, robotic. I climbed out of the driver's seat, the cold air biting at my exposed skin. I walked to the back of the van. The rhythmic drip of rain from the roof racked the only sound. My fingers fumbled with the latch, the metal cold and slick. It gave way with a soft click. I swung open the doors. The black plastic package loomed in the darkness, a malevolent presence. The cold hit me then, a bone-deep chill that stole my breath. It was like standing in a freezer. I reached out, my hand hovering just above the plastic. I could feel the intense cold radiating from it. My fingers brushed against the surface, slick with condensation. It wasn't just cold, it was frozen. My gaze fell upon a corner of the package. The plastic, stretched taut, had a small tear, barely an inch long. And through that tear, a glimpse of something pale, something impossibly white. My heart hammered against my ribs. a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Don't do it, Mark. Don't look. But I had to. The need to know, to understand the source of this creeping dread, was an irresistible force. I knelt, my knees protesting against the rough floor of the van. My trembling fingers, cold and clumsy, fumbled at the strapping. It was thick, tightly bound. I tugged, pulled, my nails scraping against the coarse material. Finally, a buckle gave way with a soft snick. I unfastened another, then another. The black plastic, no longer held rigid, sagged slightly. I reached inside the tear, my fingers brushing against something smooth, cold, and strangely yielding. I widened the tear, peeling back a corner of the plastic. The pale object came into full view. It was a foot, a human foot, pale, almost translucent. The toes curled slightly, the nails neatly trimmed, frozen solid. A choked gasp escaped my lips, a raw animal sound. My stomach lurched, a wave of nausea washing over me. I scrambled back, hitting my head on the low ceiling of the van. The coppery smell was overwhelming now, thick and cloying. My eyes darted to the rest of the package, my mind reeling. If that was a foot, then the rest of the package must contain. I didn't need to see more. The image of that pale, frozen foot was seared into my mind. Human remains. I was transporting human remains. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a cry. The horror of it, the sickening reality, crashed down on me. My phone. I needed to call someone. The police. My fingers fumbled in my pocket, pulling out the cheap burner phone I used for the midnight runners' jobs. No signal. Still no signal. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of shock. I had to get out of here. I had to report this. But who would believe me? A down-on-his-luck delivery driver, caught with a body in his van. The evidence was all against me. My eyes scanned the desolate car park. Nothing. Just the drizzle, the distant city hum, and the chilling presence in the back of my van. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. What did I do? Where could I go? The forum. I had to check the forum. There had to be some explanation, some way out of this nightmare. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my limbs heavy, uncoordinated. I started the engine, the familiar rumble a jarring intrusion into the suffocating silence. I drove, not towards the drop-off, but aimlessly, desperately. The image of the foot, so impossibly white and still, flashed behind my eyelids. I found a small, isolated lay-by, tucked away behind a dense copse of trees. No streetlights, just the inky blackness and the relentless drizzle. I pulled out my personal phone, the one I kept for real life. Miraculously, there was a weak signal. My fingers flew across the keyboard, navigating to the private forum. My heart pounded with a terrible premonition. I typed in my credentials, the screen flickering to life. My eyes scanned the recent posts, looking for anything, any clue, and then I saw it. A new thread, posted just minutes ago. The title, stark and chilling, stood out like a freshly dug grave. A driver available, reliable, discreet. Beneath it, a photograph. A grainy, low-resolution image of my van. My rental van. And then the details. My name, Mark, my phone number, my address. My world tilted. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. They knew everything. They had been watching me. This wasn't some random job. It was a trap. I wasn't just a courier. I was a mark. The horror of the foot in the back of my van was instantly eclipsed by a new, more visceral terror. They knew where I lived. They knew who I was. And they were advertising me. Not as a driver, but as a commodity. a new piece of inventory. My own compliance, my lifelong habit of doing what I was told, had led me here, to this desolate lay-by, with a frozen body in my van, and my own face plastered across a forum for what? The rain hammered against the roof of the van, a frantic drumbeat accompanying the frantic hammering of my heart. I was trapped. There was no escape. They had me. My phone rang, a sudden jarring sound that made me jump. The number was unknown. My hand trembled as I answered. "Mark," a deep voice rumbled, the same voice from the abattoir. No question, just a statement. "You've been a good boy." My breath hitched. "What? What do you want?" A low chuckle, devoid of humor. "We want you to continue being a good boy, Mark. That package in your van, it needs to be delivered to the usual spot. And then you come home." "Home?" I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. "You know where I live?" "We know everything, Mark," the voice purred. "And we know you're a man who understands consequences. You've seen what happens when people don't comply, haven't you?" The image of the frozen foot flashed before my eyes. My stomach churned, a bitter bile rising in my throat. "Yes," I managed, the word tasting like ash. "I understand." "Good," the voice said, a note of satisfaction in its tone. "Now, deliver the package, and then we'll talk about your next assignment." The line went dead. I stared at my phone, the screen dark, reflecting my own terrified face. My reflection, pale and drawn, stared back at me, a stranger in a nightmare. I was no longer just a delivery driver. I was an accomplice, a silent partner in a gruesome enterprise. And my compliance, my fatal flaw, had finally devoured me whole. I restarted the van, my hands clammy on the wheel. The cold from the back of the van seeped into the cab, a constant chilling reminder of my new reality. The rain continued to fall, washing over the city, washing over me, but it couldn't wash away the stain of knowing, the stain of complicity. I drove towards the drop-off point, the deserted car park. The silence in the van was no longer empty. It was filled with the unspoken horror of what I carried and the chilling certainty of what awaited me. My life, once a mundane struggle against debt, had twisted into a grotesque dance with death, orchestrated by unseen hands. And I, compliant Mark, was now one of their puppets. My strings, once invisible, were now pulled taut, binding me to their macabre game. The night stretched before me, endless and terrifying, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I would never be able to unsee what I had seen, or undo what I had done. The weight of it all, heavier than any package I had ever carried, settled deep within my soul, and I drove on, into the inescapable maw of my own making. The familiar coordinates glowed on the GPS, a cold, digital beacon in the gloom. The car park, a desolate expanse of cracked tarmac, stretched out before me, illuminated by the intermittent flicker of a broken streetlight. It was eerily quiet, the only sound the gentle hum of the van's engine and the distant wail of a siren, a mournful cry swallowed by the vastness of the night. I pulled up to the designated spot, a faded painted bay near a chain-link fence. My hands, still trembling, cut the engine. The silence that followed was thick, suffocating. I stared at the dashboard, unable to move, unable to breathe. The cold from the back of the van was a physical presence, wrapping around me, seeping into my bones. My eyes drifted to the rearview mirror. The black plastic package, still menacingly large, seemed to pulse in the faint light. The torn corner, a gaping wound, showed just enough of that ghastly white foot to keep the image fresh, vivid, horrifying. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows near the derelict factory. It moved with a fluid, almost predatory grace. My breath hitched. This wasn't the usual anonymous drop-off. This was different. The figure approached the van, tall and lean, its face obscured by the deep hood of a dark jacket. No, not a jacket. A heavy coat, long and flowing. The figure stopped a few feet from the rear of the van, its stance relaxed, almost casual. "Evening, Mark." A voice, smooth and cultured, floated through the damp air. It was different from the gravelly voice on the phone, yet equally chilling. Right on time. I swallowed, my throat dry. "The package." "Yes, the package," the figure mused, stepping closer. I could feel its gaze, sharp and assessing, even though I couldn't see its eyes. "A rather substantial delivery tonight, wouldn't you say?" My silence was my answer. "Open up, Mark," the figure instructed, a subtle gesture of its gloved hand towards the back of the van. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, fumbled with the latch. It clicked open, a sound like a pistol shot in the stillness. I swung the doors wide. The black plastic, with its horrifying contents, was fully revealed. The figure stepped forward, pausing at the threshold of the van, its head tilted slightly. A long, slender hand, encased in a black leather glove, reached out. It brushed the torn plastic just above the frozen foot. "Ah, yes," the figure murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on its lips. "You found our little surprise, didn't you?" My blood ran cold. You knew." "Of course we knew," the figure replied, its voice laced with a predatory amusement. "We wanted to see if you were truly compliant, Mark. If you truly understood the nature of our work." It glanced at me, and even though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt their piercing intensity. "And you did. You delivered it." A wave of shame, hot and sickening, washed over me. I had complied. I had delivered a body. I had become one of them. What now?" I asked, the words barely a whisper. The figure stepped into the van, moving with an unnatural ease around the massive package. It produced a small silver device from its coat pocket, a scanner. It ran the device over the package. A soft beep confirmed the delivery. "Now, Mark," the figure said, turning back to me, "you go home. And you wait for your next instructions." "My next instructions," I stammered. "But the forum. My details. You posted them. For what?" The figure chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "Oh, that. A little insurance policy. Just in case you decided to deviate from the plan. To ensure your continued discretion." It paused, its gaze unwavering. "You're a valuable asset, Mark. Reliable, discreet, just like the post says." My mind reeled. They weren't going to kill me. Not yet. They were keeping me as a driver, a silent participant in their monstrous trade. The post wasn't a warning. It was an advertisement. For me. "But the body," I whispered, my voice thick with horror. "What do you do with them?" The figure tilted its head again. "That, Mark, is not your concern. Your concern is to drive, to deliver, to remain discreet." It took another step closer, its presence overwhelming. "Do you understand?" I nodded, unable to do anything else. My compliance, once a shield, was now a chain. "Good," the figure said, its voice softening, yet somehow becoming even more menacing. "Now, leave the package and go home." It stepped out of the van, melting back into the shadows. I heard a faint click, then the distinct sound of a heavy door closing. I peered into the darkness. The figure was gone. The package remained, a silent, chilling testament to my new reality. I closed the van doors, the metal clanging shut with a finality that echoed in my soul. I climbed back into the driver's seat, my hands still shaking, my mind a maelstrom of fear and despair. I drove home, the journey a blur of rain-slicked roads and flashing streetlights. The van, now empty of its gruesome cargo, felt even colder, filled with the lingering chill of death. My small terraced house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I parked the van, switched off the engine, and sat there in the darkness, listening to the rain. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic beat of my own heart. I stumbled inside, the familiar surroundings offering no comfort. The scent of stale coffee and old papers filled the air, a stark contrast to the metallic tang that still clung to my clothes, to my skin, to my very being. I stripped off my clothes, throwing them into a corner as if they were contaminated. I stood under the shower, letting the hot water sluice over me, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to wash away the stench of the abattoir, the cold of the freezer, the indelible stain of the frozen foot. But it wouldn't wash off. It was inside me now. I crawled into bed, the sheets cool against my burning skin. Sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pale, frozen foot, the pristine white nails, the curled toes, and then my own face, superimposed over the image, a grim, silent accomplice. The next morning, the sun, a weak, watery disk, struggled to penetrate the grey clouds. My phone buzzed. A new encrypted message. My heart leaped into my throat. New assignment. Pick-up point. Old textile mill, East End. Time, 2200. Package, standard. Payment, increased, standard. That meant smaller. But the payment increase, it was a bribe. A subtle reinforcement of the chain. I stared at the message, my finger hovering over the delete button. I could run, disappear, but where would I go? They knew everything. My name, my address, my face. They had advertised me. They owned me. My compliance, once a quiet habit, had become a monstrous, all-consuming force. It had led me down a path from which there was no return. I was no longer Mark, the failed baker, the struggling delivery driver. I was Mark, the reliable, discreet courier, the one who asked no questions, the one who delivered. The thought of the money, the increased payment, gnawed at me. It would clear a bigger chunk of debt, buy me more time, more normalcy, a fleeting illusion of control. I pushed myself out of bed, my limbs heavy, my mind numb. The metallic tang was still there, a phantom scent. I walked to the kitchen, the floorboards creaking under my weight. I made a cup of tea, the familiar ritual, a small anchor in the storm of my despair. As I stirred the sugar, my eyes caught my reflection in the dark surface of the tea. A man, hollow-eyed and gaunt, stared back, a stranger. The old Mark, the one who tried to maintain a facade of control, was gone, replaced by this new Mark, a puppet dancing to a macabre tune. I lifted the cup to my lips, the warm liquid a bitter comfort. The night awaited, and I, the compliant Mark, would be there, driving, delivering, lost in the labyrinth of my own making, forever stained by the cold touch of what I carried. The rain had stopped, but the chill remained, and the hum of the van waiting outside was a constant haunting reminder of my inescapable fate. I was a ghost in the night, a silent cog in a clandestine machine. Only now I knew what the machine processed, and I was part of it, someone told you that ordering a pizza could ruin your life, you'd probably laugh. I would have too, until 3 months ago. Now, I'm sitting in a greasy spoon cafe in Blackpool at midnight, watching every person who walks through the door and wondering which one might be here for me. Tomorrow marks exactly 90 days since I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and apparently that's significant to the people who've been watching me ever since. I'm a delivery driver for Domino's in Manchester. Have been for about 2 years now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills and gives me flexible hours while I try to figure out what to do with my life. Most nights are routine. Pick up orders, follow the sat-nav, hand over food, collect payment, move on to the next address. You develop a rhythm. You stop really thinking about the job and just go through the motions. The night everything changed started like any other. Friday evening rush, orders backing up, everyone wanting food delivered to their homes or offices. I'd been doing runs for about 4 hours when I got an order for an industrial estate on the outskirts of Salford. It wasn't unusual. Lots of businesses operate out of those converted warehouses, and people working late shifts often order in. The address led me to a nondescript building with a loading bay and a few cars parked outside. The order was for 6 large pizzas, which suggested either a late meeting or people pulling an all-nighter. I rang the number provided, and someone told me to bring the food to a side entrance marked Studio B. They said the door would be propped open. When I found the entrance, the door was indeed ajar. I called out that I had a delivery but got no response. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, and I could hear sounds deeper in the building, voices, movement, electronic equipment humming. I followed the sounds, carrying the pizza bags, assuming I'd find whoever had ordered the food. The corridor led to another door that was slightly open. Through the gap, I could see bright lighting and what looked like filming equipment. I knocked and announced the delivery again, but the sounds from inside continued without acknowledgement. Thinking they might not have heard me over their work, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. I found myself in a converted warehouse space set up like a film studio. Professional lighting rigs, multiple cameras on tripods, computer monitors showing different camera angles. But what I saw in the center of the room made me freeze. There was a person strapped to a metal table, conscious but clearly distressed. Around them stood several people wearing surgical masks and disposable coveralls. One was adjusting camera angles, while another was checking what appeared to be medical instruments laid out on a nearby tray. Off to one side, someone was monitoring multiple computer screens showing chat windows and what looked like payment processing interfaces. The whole scene had a clinical, organized quality that made it somehow more disturbing than if it had appeared chaotic or improvised. These people knew exactly what they were doing. This was planned, prepared, professional. I must have made a sound, dropped the pizza bags or gasped, because suddenly everyone in the room turned to look at me. For a moment, nobody moved. Then one of them, a woman in scrubs, walked toward me very calmly. She asked if I was the food delivery, as if finding me there was perfectly normal. I mumbled something about the pizzas and started backing toward the door, but she gestured for me to wait. She explained that they were filming a medical training video and didn't want to break character. She asked me to leave the food by the door and said they'd sort out payment later. Her manner was so casual, so reasonable, that for a moment I almost believed her explanation. But then I glanced at the monitors showing the chat windows. Messages were scrolling by too fast to read properly, but I caught fragments about blood, slow cutting, and increase the payment. These weren't medical training discussions, and the person on the table wasn't acting. Their fear was real. I left the pizzas and backed out of the room, my heart hammering. In the corridor, I could hear the woman talking to the others, though I couldn't make out words. I walked quickly back to my car, trying to process what I'd witnessed. Part of me wondered if I'd misunderstood the situation. Maybe it was an elaborate movie set or some kind of extreme performance art. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I sat in my car for several minutes, trying to decide what to do. I considered calling the police immediately, but what would I tell them? That I'd seen people in medical attire around someone on a table. That seemed like filming equipment. Without clear evidence of an actual crime in progress, I wasn't sure they'd take me seriously. Instead, I decided to finish my shift and report it the next day, when I could think clearly about exactly what I'd witnessed. I drove away from the industrial estate, completed my remaining deliveries, and went home. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that person on the table and those clinical, organized preparations. The next morning, I called the police and reported what I'd seen. They took my statement and said they'd investigate. I gave them the address, described the setup, explained why I thought something illegal might have been happening. The officer seemed to take it seriously and said they'd follow up with me. 2 days later, they called to tell me they'd visited the location. The building was empty. No equipment, no furniture, no evidence that anything had taken place there. The property manager said the space had been vacant for several months. There was no record of anyone renting studio space or filming permits being issued. The police seemed to think I'd either gotten the wrong address or misunderstood what I'd seen. They suggested that stress from working late shifts might have caused me to misinterpret an innocent situation. The investigation was closed, but I knew what I'd seen, and apparently so did the people I'd interrupted. The first sign that they knew who I was came a week later. I received a pizza order on my delivery app, but when I arrived at the address, no one was home. The order had been paid for in advance, including a generous tip. Attached to the order was a note thanking me for my discretion and suggesting that some things were better left unreported. Over the following weeks, I noticed things that were individually small, but collectively unsettling. The same car appearing in my rearview mirror during multiple shifts. People photographing me while I made deliveries. Orders that would take me to locations where no one was waiting, but where I'd noticed someone watching from a distance. I started varying my routes home and taking different approaches to delivery addresses. But the surveillance continued. Sometimes subtle. A person reading a newspaper looked up as I passed. Sometimes more obvious. Cars following me for several streets before turning away. The most disturbing incident came about 6 weeks after that night. I received an order for my own address. When I checked the system, it showed my flat number, my postcode, everything correct. The order was for one large pizza with a note in the special instructions field. You were very helpful that night. Hope you're enjoying your work. I didn't deliver to my own address, obviously. Instead, I called in sick for the rest of the week and stayed with a mate in Liverpool. But when I returned home, I found the pizza box outside my door anyway. Inside, instead of food, was a USB drive and a printed note with a web address. I almost threw it away without looking, almost convinced myself to ignore it and hope they'd lose interest. But something compelled me to check what was on the drive, perhaps hoping for evidence I could take to the police. The drive contained a single video file. When I played it, I recognized the same warehouse space I'd interrupted weeks earlier. But now the setup was different, more elaborate. multiple camera angles showing a room prepared for what was clearly not a medical training exercise. In the corner of the video was a viewer counter showing thousands of people watching live. But what made my blood run cold was seeing myself in the footage. The video showed me entering the room with the pizza bags, surveying the scene, backing toward the door. My face was clearly visible. Someone had been filming the entire time, even during what I'd thought was an unexpected interruption. At the bottom of the video was text, "Witness recruitment successful, training complete, event scheduling in progress." I understood then that my stumbling across their operation hadn't been an accident. The pizza order, the open doors, the lack of response when I called out, it had all been orchestrated. They'd wanted someone to find them. They'd wanted a witness, and they'd specifically wanted me. I still don't understand why. Maybe they needed someone with regular access to different locations around the city. Maybe they wanted a delivery driver who already had reasons to be driving around at night. Maybe it was just random selection, and I was unlucky enough to be the one who picked up that particular order. Since then, the surveillance has intensified. I've spotted the same faces in different locations across Manchester. People who seem to know my schedule better than I do. I've received more mysterious pizza orders that lead nowhere, but now they come with messages about preparation phases and final scheduling. 3 days ago, I received the most explicit message yet. Another USB drive, this time delivered directly to my workplace. Inside was a video showing an empty room similar to the one I'd first discovered, but clearly in a different location. Concrete walls, better lighting, professional camera equipment, and in the corner, a countdown timer showing less than a week remaining. Below the video was an address in Blackpool and a date, tomorrow night. The message explained that my witness period was concluding and that it was time for me to transition to participant status. They provided details about travel arrangements, timing, and what they called viewer engagement protocols. They also mentioned that they'd identified my family members and knew their locations and routines. My sister in Leeds, my parents in their retirement flat, my nephew's school route. The implication was clear. Cooperation wasn't optional. I left Manchester immediately after receiving that message, took what cash I had and caught the first train to somewhere else. But Blackpool keeps calling to me. The address they provided, the appointment time tomorrow evening, the knowledge that thousands of people are already gathering online to watch whatever they have planned. I've tried going to different police stations in different cities, but without concrete evidence of immediate danger, and with my previous report having led nowhere, they treat me like someone having a mental health crisis. One officer suggested I seek counseling for work-related stress. The worst part is knowing that this whole system relies on witnesses like me, people who stumble into their operations and then become part of them. The cycle continues because each witness eventually becomes a participant, and each participant helps recruit the next witness. I think about that person I saw on the table months ago. Were they once a delivery driver who saw something they shouldn't have seen? A cleaner who walked into the wrong room? A maintenance worker who arrived at an inconvenient time? Everyone who ends up in those rooms probably started as an innocent bystander who witnessed something terrible. The counter on the latest video now shows tens of thousands of viewers waiting for tomorrow's event. People who've paid to watch, who can interact with what happens, who can influence the proceedings through their participation. I'm not just going to be a victim, I'm going to be entertainment. I keep thinking I should run further, get on another train, go to Scotland, leave the country if I can. But they found my family's information so easily. They tracked me across a city for months. How far could I really get before they'd find me again? The time is rapidly approaching. Less than 18 hours now. I should be terrified, but mostly I feel resigned. This was always where it was heading from the moment I walked into that warehouse with a pizza delivery. Everything since then has just been an extended preparation period, training me for this final role. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch me transition from witness to participant. The delivery driver who brought food to the wrong address will become the entertainment for those who've been preparing for this moment as long as I've been dreading it. And I suppose I should have just left the pizzas in the corridor and walked away without investigating further. But curiosity has consequences, and sometimes the price of satisfying that curiosity is becoming the subject of someone else's. The countdown continues, the viewers await, and I still have a few hours to decide whether to run or to show up at that address tomorrow night. I used to work in digital forensics. Not the glamorous kind you see on TV shows where they instantly break encryptions and enhance grainy photos into crystal clarity. My job involved the painstaking process of recovering deleted files, tracing digital footprints, and documenting evidence for court cases. Most of my career was spent helping corporate clients recover from data breaches, or assisting in divorce cases where one spouse suspected the other of hiding assets. Mundane stuff, really, until the Harmon case. Detective Harmon approached our firm after their department's tech specialist hit a wall. A college student had gone missing under suspicious circumstances, and they'd recovered the victim's laptop. The browser history had been meticulously scrubbed, but fragments remained in the cache, suggesting visits to Tor-enabled sites. The department needed someone with expertise in recovering digital breadcrumbs that existed beyond the reach of standard investigation techniques. That's where I came in. I'm not going to pretend I was unfamiliar with the dark web. Anyone who works in my field understands its architecture, even if they've never ventured there themselves. I knew about the marketplaces for illegal goods, the forums for exchanging information that wouldn't be welcome on the surface web, and the encrypted communication channels. But I also knew most of the horror stories people shared about the dark web were urban legends. Hidden servers streaming murders live for Bitcoin. Red rooms where viewers could direct torture. Those were digital campfire stories meant to scare the uninitiated. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Working from an isolated system in our lab, I began the process of reconstructing the student's digital trail. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect from a 20-year-old. Social media, streaming services, online gaming platforms, and academic research. But interspersed throughout were these brief sessions using the Tor browser, always late at night, always from the same location based on the network logs. The pattern suggested a ritual of sorts, something done in private, perhaps even secretively. After 3 days of careful analysis, I managed to recover fragments of an encryption key stored in a text file disguised as system data. The key itself was incomplete, but it gave me something to work with. I traced its digital fingerprint through the remnants of the browser cache and discovered what appeared to be a login credential for an Onion site. That's when my professional curiosity began to override my better judgment. I should have simply documented my findings and handed everything over to Detective Harmon. That would have been the proper protocol. Instead, I decided to follow the trail myself, just a little further. I told myself it was to ensure I was providing the police with actionable intelligence. In reality, I wanted to know what this student had found. What had drawn them into those late-night sessions? What might connect to their disappearance? I set up a secure, isolated machine specifically for this purpose. Multiple VPNs, traffic routing through several countries, disconnected from any of our firm's systems. Every precaution possible. The address recovered from the student's computer led to what appeared to be a forum, but access required both the encryption key I'd found and another credential I didn't have. A dead end, or so it seemed. Further analysis of the recovered data revealed communication with another user, someone who had apparently provided guidance on accessing certain areas of the dark web. I managed to find fragments of these conversations, not enough to identify the other party, but enough to piece together instructions for generating the second credential needed for the forum. It took another day of work, but eventually I had what I needed. I accessed the forum on my isolated machine. What I found wasn't immediately alarming. Discussions about privacy, cryptocurrency, philosophy. Nothing illegal on its face. But there was a section accessible only to users with a certain status. The missing student had apparently reached that status shortly before their disappearance. I couldn't access this restricted area, but I could see references to it in other conversations. Users spoke about observations and sessions in terminology that seemed deliberately vague. They discussed payment methods and scheduling. One thread mentioned preference settings and interaction parameters. All of it couched in ambiguous language that could have meant anything from watching academic lectures to something far more sinister. 2 weeks into my investigation, I received an unexpected message on the forum from a user named Artemis Prime. They wanted to know if I was interested in gaining access to the restricted section. The timing was suspicious. I hadn't been active enough on the forum to naturally attract this kind of attention. Either the forum had sophisticated security that had identified me as an outsider, or someone had been monitoring the recovery attempts on the student's computer and traced them back to me. Neither possibility was comforting. I created a plausible cover story and expressed interest. Artemis Prime explained that the restricted section hosted special live streams for members who had proven both their discretion and their financial commitment. The price for access was substantial, $5,000 in cryptocurrency. When I asked what kind of content these live streams contained, the answer was vague but unsettling. They offered interactive observation experiences that couldn't be found anywhere else. Viewers could influence outcomes in real time. I reported all of this to Detective Harmon, who brought in federal authorities. They advised me to maintain communication with Artemis Prime while they attempted to trace the user's location. For 3 days, I continued the conversation, expressing interest, but asking for more details before committing the money. Artemis Prime eventually offered me a free preview session scheduled for midnight the following day. Against the advice of the federal agents, I agreed to observe the preview. Their concern was that viewing any content might constitute criminal activity on my part, depending on what was shown. My argument was that we needed to know exactly what we were dealing with, and that, as a forensic investigator, I had viewed illegal content before when it was necessary for an investigation. Eventually, they relented, on the condition that I would terminate the connection immediately if the content clearly involved illegal activity. The night of the preview session, I sat in a secured room at the federal building, surrounded by agents specializing in cybercrime. My isolated laptop was connected to a larger monitor, so everyone could see what I was seeing, but the connection itself remained solely through my machine. At precisely midnight, I received a link from Artemis Prime, valid for 5 minutes only. The link led to a streaming page with minimalist design. Black background, a video player in the center, a small chat window to the right, a countdown timer showing 15 minutes. The video showed an empty room with white walls, a single chair in the center, nothing else. The chat window showed about 24 usernames, none recognizable. Most were strings of numbers and letters. No one was typing. 3 minutes into the stream, the door to the room opened. A figure entered, wearing a black hood that obscured their face completely. They carried a small digital tablet. The person sat in the chair, holding the tablet facing the camera. On the screen was today's date and time, along with a random string of characters that had been generated in the chat window seconds earlier. This was proof that the stream was live, not pre-recorded. The hooded figure set the tablet aside and pulled out a small card, which they held up to the camera. On it was written my username on the forum, along with the words, "Welcome to your preview." The federal agents exchanged concerned glances. This was meant specifically for me. The observers were being observed. For the next 10 minutes, nothing happened. The hooded figure simply sat there, occasionally checking the tablet. The chat remained inactive. Then, just as the countdown timer reached 1 minute remaining, the figure held up the tablet again. On it was a message addressed to me by my real name. Not my username, but my actual name. It listed my home address, the name of my firm, and the names of my family members. It ended with a simple statement. The preview isn't what we're showing you. It's who we're showing you to. The federal agents immediately terminated the connection and moved me and my family to a secure location. The investigation shifted from finding the missing student to identifying who was behind the stream and how they had obtained my personal information. Background checks were run on everyone at my firm, everyone involved in the investigation. Digital security experts examined every device I owned for breaches. A week into protective custody, we received the news. The missing student had been found alive. They had apparently gone off-grid voluntarily after being spooked by something they'd witnessed on the forum. When questioned about the restricted section and the live streams, they became agitated and refused to provide details. All they would say was that the streams weren't what people thought, that the real purpose was something else entirely. The federal investigation identified several members of the forum, including Artemis Prime, though no arrests were made. The official conclusion was that the forum was running an elaborate scam, charging significant amounts of money for staged extreme content that created the illusion of red rooms without actually committing violent crimes. The personal information they had about me had been gathered through social engineering and basic doxing techniques. The case was closed. The missing student was no longer missing. No laws had technically been broken. Life could go back to normal. Except it doesn't work that way. Not really. 2 months after returning home, I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph showing the interior of my bedroom, taken from the perspective of the computer webcam. The metadata embedded in the image indicated it had been taken 3 days earlier at 2:17 a.m. I had been asleep in the bed visible in the frame. I immediately checked my computer for malware, replaced the webcam with one that had a physical cover, and installed additional security systems in my home. I didn't tell my family or the authorities about the photograph. There didn't seem to be a point. What could they do that hadn't already been done? A week later, another envelope arrived. This one contained a USB drive. Against all better judgment and professional protocols, I connected it to an isolated machine. It contained a single video file. The thumbnail showed the white room from the live stream. I didn't play it. I destroyed the drive and reinforced all of my digital security measures. The envelope stopped coming after that, but other things started happening. Small disturbances in my daily routine. Items in my home slightly moved from where I'd left them. The sense of being watched during my commute to work. A glimpse of a hooded figure in a passing crowd. Nothing concrete enough to report. Nothing I could prove wasn't my imagination working overtime. I started noticing patterns in the timing of these disturbances. They always happened on days when I'd used the internet for anything more sensitive than checking the weather. Online banking, emails containing personal information, searching for information related to security systems. Any of these would be followed by some small sign that I was being observed. 6 months after the investigation, I attended a cybersecurity conference in my professional capacity. During a panel discussion on privacy threats, one of the speakers made eye contact with me in the audience. I had never met them before, but something in their expression suggested recognition. After the panel, they approached me directly, leaned close, and whispered in my ear. No introduction, no preamble, just 5 words. They never stopped watching you. The speaker disappeared into the crowd before I could respond or ask questions. I left the conference immediately and spent the night systematically checking every device I owned, every account, every possible digital vulnerability. I found nothing unusual. Everything appeared secure. But that night, I woke at exactly 2:17 a.m. to the distinct feeling of being observed. The room was empty. The webcam light was off. All was still. Yet the sensation persisted. I've since learned that what we discovered wasn't a red room in the traditional sense. It wasn't about watching violence or exploitation. It was something potentially more disturbing. A network dedicated to the comprehensive observation of specific individuals. The interactive element wasn't about directing harm, but rather about collectively monitoring, studying, and subtly interfering with the lives of targeted subjects. The missing student hadn't been a victim in the way we initially feared, but rather someone who had discovered the network and then been absorbed into it, becoming an observer rather than the observed. I've changed jobs since then, moved across the country, adopted rigorous privacy practices both online and offline. I use only cash when possible, avoid social media entirely, and regularly sweep my living spaces for surveillance devices. Most would call it paranoia. Perhaps it is, but I can't shake the certainty that I'm still being watched, that my every movement is being logged, analyzed, and shared among unseen observers who paid for the privilege of witnessing my slow psychological unraveling. The most unsettling realization came just last week. I was reviewing some old files from the investigation and noticed something I had missed initially. The timing of the students' late-night tour sessions perfectly matched periods when their webcam had been active, though no video chat applications had been running. They hadn't been watching something on those nights. They had been allowing themselves to be watched. Sometimes now, in moments of desperation or exhaustion, I find myself staring directly into my covered webcam and speaking to whoever might be on the other side. No response ever comes, but occasionally, within minutes of these one-sided conversations, my phone will receive a text message from an unknown number. The messages never contain words, just a timestamp, 2:17. I don't know how many others are out there, targets of this invisible audience. I don't know what they want or what purpose this elaborate system of observation serves. But I've come to understand one thing with absolute certainty. The most terrifying predators aren't those who want to harm you physically. They're the ones content to simply watch as the knowledge of their watching slowly destroys your sense of security, privacy, and ultimately your sanity. If you're reading this, I have one piece of advice. The next time you feel that inexplicable sensation of being watched when you're alone, don't dismiss it as imagination. Don't look around the empty rooms searching for hidden cameras. Instead, look directly into the devices you've willingly placed in your most private spaces. Wave hello. They've probably been watching you for quite some time now. I never meant to find anything illegal. I'm just a research assistant at the University of Durham with a mediocre salary and a small flat in an unfashionable part of town. My job involves digitizing old manuscripts and helping doctoral students find obscure references. Hardly the sort of person who stumbles onto something dangerous, or at least that's what I thought. It started when I was helping Dr. Hargreaves with his research on digital privacy. He's been studying how technology has changed concepts of privacy since the 1990s. Most of his work involves surveys and interviews, but he was curious about the dark web, how anonymous spaces function, what sort of information gets shared there. Being twice my age and barely able to manage his university email, he asked me to help with the technical aspects. I should mention I'm not a computer expert by any stretch. I can navigate basic systems and know how to digitize documents properly, but that's about it. Still, compared to Dr. Hargreaves, I might as well have been a hacker. He gave me some search parameters and asked me to document what I found, all very academic, very above board. We had ethics approval and everything. I was to look for discussion forums, marketplaces, anything that might give insight into how people behave when they think no one's watching. But absolutely nothing illegal. Dr. Hargreaves was very clear about that. So I installed Tor and started exploring. Most of what I found was exactly what you'd expect. Drug markets, forums for people with extreme political views, sites selling counterfeit goods. Nothing particularly shocking if you spend any time reading about the dark web. After a couple weeks of this rather dull research, I stumbled onto a forum where people were discussing something called the archive. The way they talked about it was strange, deliberately vague, using what seemed like code words. They mentioned donations and submissions and viewing privileges. One user asked how to get an invitation, and someone replied that invitations were closed but occasionally opened when a curator vouched for someone. I probably would have moved on, but someone mentioned that the archive had material relevant to the University of Durham. That caught my attention. What could a seemingly secretive dark website have to do with my university? I created an account on the forum and asked about the archive's connection to Durham. I claimed to be a student interested in digital archives. A user with the handle Curator17 sent me a private message almost immediately. They asked specific questions about the university that only someone familiar with the campus would know. I answered truthfully, thinking this was just verification that I was actually from Durham. After a few exchanges, Curator17 seemed satisfied and sent me a link, explaining it was a temporary invitation to the archive's waiting room. They said the full site required membership, but the waiting room would give me an idea of what the archive contained. The link led to a minimalist page with a black background and white text. There was a brief description explaining that the archive was a collection of authentic human experiences captured through direct observation. Below that was a preview section with thumbnail images, each labeled with a date and location. The first thumbnail I clicked showed a grainy image of what looked like a basement room. The caption noted it was from 3 months ago in Newcastle. I clicked to view it, expecting perhaps some kind of art project or documentary footage. What loaded instead made my stomach drop. It was a video of a person bound to a chair in a sparse room. Their face was obscured, but they were clearly in distress. A figure in a dark mask stood nearby, adjusting what looked like camera equipment. Text at the bottom indicated this was a preview only, and that full access requires membership verification and £5,000 initial donation. I closed the browser immediately, feeling physically ill. This had to be fake, right? One of those staged horror scenarios that people create for shock value. But something about the person's movements, the muffled sounds they made, it didn't seem like acting. I tried to convince myself it was just an elaborate hoax, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The next day, I went back to the forum to see if there were any indications it wasn't real. I found a conversation where users were discussing recent additions to the archive. They talked about them like collectors discussing rare items, commenting on quality, uniqueness, production value. One comment in particular chilled me. A user complained that a recent subject from Leeds had expired too quickly, making the session disappointingly short. Another replied that the lead subject had a previously undisclosed heart condition and that they had improved their screening process since then. These people were talking about actual torture, possibly murder, and they were treating it like entertainment. I should have gone to the police immediately. That would have been the sensible thing to do. But I was worried about having accessed the site in the first place, even though I'd done so as part of approved research. And frankly, I wasn't sure the police would take it seriously. They'd probably assume it was fake, like most people would. Instead, I decided to gather more information first. I messaged Curator 17 again, pretending to be interested in gaining full access. I asked what the membership process involved. Their response was disturbingly professional. They explained that the archive operated on a tiered membership system. Basic access cost £5,000 annually, which allowed viewing of existing content. For £25,000, members could attend live streams and participate in voting on session parameters. For £100,000, members could submit subject recommendations and receive exclusive content. They then asked if I had experience with content creation, or if I was interested solely in viewing. I didn't know what to say, so I claimed I was just curious about viewing for now. They seemed disappointed, but said they could still process my application if I provided proof of funds and passed their verification process. I stopped responding after that. The whole thing felt too real, too organized to be some elaborate prank. I decided I needed to tell someone, but wasn't sure who. Going to my department head seemed risky. What if they questioned why I'd continued engaging after finding something clearly illegal? The police still seemed like they might not take it seriously without more evidence. That evening, I noticed a car parked across from my flat that I didn't recognize. A dark sedan with tinted windows. Probably nothing. There were often visitors to the building next door, but it made me uneasy. The next day at work, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply, "The Archive." The message contained just one line. "We notice you haven't completed your application." I immediately checked the email headers. It had been sent to my personal email, not my university address. I'd never shared that email on the forum or with Curator 17. That night, the car was outside my building again. Same spot, same tinted windows. I drew my curtains and tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. The following morning, I arrived at my office to find Dr. Hargreaves waiting for me. He seemed agitated and asked if I'd made contact with anyone unusual during my research. Before I could answer, he handed me a printout of my conversation with Curator 17. Someone had sent it to his university email. I tried to explain that I'd been gathering information to determine if it was something we should report. He didn't seem angry, just deeply concerned. He said he'd received a phone call that morning from someone claiming to be with the university's cybersecurity team, asking about our research and specifically about me. When he'd asked for credentials, the caller had hung up. We agreed to go to the police together that afternoon. I felt relieved finally having someone else who understood the severity of what I'd found. Dr. Hargreaves said he needed to teach a morning lecture, but would meet me at the campus cafe at noon. He never showed up. After waiting 45 minutes, I called his office. His assistant said he'd cancelled his lecture due to illness and hadn't been seen on campus all day. I tried his mobile but got no answer. That's when I noticed a new email on my phone. Another message from the same unknown address as before. This time it contained an attachment, a photo of Dr. Hargreaves entering his house that morning, taken from what appeared to be a car parked across the street. The message read, "Your professor seems unwell. Perhaps you should check on him." I called the police immediately. They took my report but didn't seem particularly alarmed. They said they'd send someone to check on Dr. Hargreaves and took my contact information. I didn't go home that night. I stayed with a friend from another department, someone completely unconnected to the research. I didn't tell them why I needed a place to stay, just that there was a problem with my heating. The police called the next morning. They'd found Dr. Hargreaves at home, perfectly fine. According to the officer, he seemed confused about why they were checking on him and denied cancelling his lecture or planning to meet me. He apparently told them I'd been acting strangely lately and might be under too much stress. That made no sense. I'd spoken to him just the day before. He'd shown me the printout, expressed concern about the strange call. Why would he deny it all, unless he hadn't been given a choice? I went to the university library and used a public computer to check the news. No reports of anything unusual happening at the university or involving Dr. Hargreaves. I tried to access the dark web forum again, but found it had been taken offline. The link to the archive's waiting room now led to a 404 error. As I was leaving the library, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered without speaking. It was Dr. Hargreaves. His voice sounded strained, unnatural. He said he was concerned about my mental health and thought I should take some time off. Said he'd never shown me any printout or agreed to go to the police. Suggested perhaps I'd been spending too much time on the dark web and it was affecting my perception of reality. Before I could respond, he added that some colleagues from another university were interested in my research and would like to meet me. They could come to my flat that evening to discuss it. He ended the call before I could say anything. I didn't go home. I went to the train station and bought a ticket to London with cash. Once there, I checked into a small hotel in Paddington, also paying cash. I bought a new prepaid phone and turned off my regular one. That was 3 days ago. I've been moving between budget hotels since then, never staying more than one night. I've been checking the news obsessively for any mention of Dr. Hargreaves or anything unusual at Durham. Nothing so far. Yesterday, I worked up the courage to call Dr. Hargreaves' home number from my new phone. A woman answered, his wife. I asked to speak with him, not identifying myself. She said he was away at a conference in Amsterdam and wouldn't be back until next week. But I know for a fact he had no conference scheduled. I'd helped him with his calendar just last month. I don't know what to do now. Going to the police seems pointless. They already think I'm unstable based on whatever Dr. Hargreaves told them. I have no evidence. The forum is gone, the waiting room link dead. All I have is a story that sounds like paranoid delusion. I keep thinking about those thumbnail images, about the casual way the forum users discuss people's suffering, about how organized it all seemed, the tears, the verification process, the careful screening, and I keep wondering about that connection to Durham. Was it just a coincidence that the archive had material related to my university, or was there some deeper connection that I stumbled upon without realizing it? Sometimes I consider trying to find the archive again to gather actual evidence, but then I remember the car outside my flat, the email with Dr. Hargreaves' photo, the strange phone call. I check the news every few hours, dreading seeing a missing person report for Dr. Hargreaves, or worse, for myself. I've started looking at flights to other countries. Maybe getting far away is my only option now. The most disturbing thought is that the archive might be more than just a hidden corner of the dark web. What if it has connections to people with real influence? People who can make a police report disappear, or convince a respected academic to suddenly change his story. I don't know how long I can keep moving around like this. My savings won't last forever. Eventually, I'll have to stop running and face whatever is coming for me. But when I close my eyes at night, all I can see are those thumbnails. All I can think about are the people in those videos and how no one knows what happened to them. No one except the viewers who pay to watch. The link had been sitting in my inbox for 3 days before I opened it, mostly because I get so many random messages from anonymous users that I've learned to ignore most of them until I'm properly bored. I was 22 and working in the stockroom at a Sainsbury's in Preston, spending 8 hours a day moving boxes around and trying not to think too much about how this wasn't exactly where I'd imagined myself ending up after college. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the work was mind-numbing in ways that made every shift feel like it lasted twice as long as it actually did. Most of my mental stimulation came from browsing message boards during breaks and lunch, anonymous forums where people shared interesting content, discussed topics that were too controversial for mainstream social media, posted things they'd discovered in the darker corners of the internet. I wasn't looking for anything particularly extreme, just wanted to read something more engaging than the usual social media nonsense that everyone else seemed satisfied with. Real discussions about real topics by people who weren't trying to maintain personal brands or worry about what their employers might think. The message boards I frequented attracted people who'd been banned from regular platforms or preferred not to use their real names when discussing sensitive subjects. Not necessarily criminals or extremists, just individuals who valued privacy and authentic conversation over performative social interaction. One board I visited regularly had a section for sharing unusual content that people had discovered during their online wanderings. Leaked documents, underground media, historical footage that had been suppressed or forgotten. The sort of material that demonstrated there was always more happening in the world than mainstream news sources bothered to report. The link had come through a private message from a stranger who claimed to have found something that would interest anyone serious about documenting authentic, extreme content. They'd noticed my posts in discussions about banned media and thought I might appreciate access to material that most people would never encounter. I'd received similar messages before from people wanting to share shocking videos or disturbing images they'd found somewhere online. Most turned out to be obviously fake content or things I'd already seen posted elsewhere. But the stranger's message was different, more measured, more focused on the documentary value of what they were offering rather than its shock potential. They explained that the link led to a streaming site that hosted live content from various hidden locations. Not recorded material, but real-time feeds showing events as they happened. the sort of authentic documentation that serious researchers valued for its immediacy and unfiltered nature. I should have been more suspicious about why someone would share access to exclusive streaming content with a random person from a message board. But I was curious, and my job gave me plenty of time to explore whatever caught my interest without worrying about productivity or professional consequences. The link led to a site with a basic interface showing multiple video feeds from different locations. Most were static or showed empty rooms, but a few had obvious activity suggesting they were genuinely live rather than pre-recorded loops. The video quality was better than I'd expected for streaming content, and the feeds updated regularly in ways that confirmed they were showing real-time events rather than edited footage. Professional equipment and reliable internet connections rather than amateur recordings from phone cameras. One feed showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space with someone restrained in the center of the frame. The timestamp indicated it was happening live, and occasionally I could see movement that confirmed the person was conscious and aware of their situation. I watched for about 20 minutes during my lunch break, telling myself I was documenting whether this type of content actually existed, rather than just consuming it for entertainment. The academic approach that people on the message boards always claim to take when discussing extreme material. Around the edges of the video feed, I could see interface elements that suggested this was part of a larger streaming platform. Chat functions, viewer counters, menu options that implied there were additional feeds available to people with appropriate access levels. The chat showed comments from maybe 30 other viewers discussing what they were seeing with the clinical detachment of people analyzing documentary footage. No obvious excitement about violence, just matter-of-fact observations about technical aspects of the setup. What made me pay closer attention was a detail in the background of the main feed. On the wall behind the restrained figure was a poster that looked familiar. A local council notice about planning applications that I'd seen around Preston. The format and official logos were definitely from Preston City Council, the sort of bureaucratic signage you see in public buildings and commercial properties throughout the area, which suggested this feed was showing events happening locally rather than in some distant foreign location. Over the next few days, I found myself checking the streaming site regularly to see if the feeds had changed or if new content was available. The interface seemed to update on an irregular schedule, with different rooms becoming active at different times. Most of the locations looked similar. Basement or garage spaces with concrete walls and industrial lighting, but the background details varied enough to suggest they were different physical locations rather than the same room filmed from different angles. I started paying attention to these background details, looking for clues about where the feeds might be originating. Council notices, business signage, architectural features that might indicate specific geographic areas. Several feeds showed details that suggested UK locations, electrical fittings, building materials, even glimpses of packaging that looked typically British. But one feed in particular kept showing elements that seemed specifically local to the Preston area. Not just the council poster, but other details that I recognized from around town. A particular type of street lighting visible through a small window. Road markings that matched local standards. Even background sounds that seemed consistent with urban Lancashire rather than anywhere foreign. The possibility that live violent content was being streamed from locations near where I lived and worked made everything feel more immediate and disturbing. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in the Sainsbury's stockroom. I started researching whether there had been any local missing person reports that might correspond to people I'd seen in the feeds. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, It was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect in an area the size of Preston. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person had last been seen in an area I knew well. They'd disappeared after leaving work at a retail park about 10 minutes from where I worked, and despite extensive searches and media appeals, no trace had been found. The timing roughly corresponded to when I'd first started accessing the streaming site, and the physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the feeds. The connection was too vague to be certain, but disturbing enough to make me wonder if other viewers had noticed similar patterns. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Supermarket worker claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while browsing anonymous message boards during lunch breaks. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone was connecting their content to real-world missing person cases. I'd been accessing their site regularly for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. The stranger had warned me that accessing hidden streaming content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. About a month after first accessing the streaming site, I received another message from the stranger asking whether I'd found the content educational and if I was interested in additional material that wasn't available to general viewers. Their tone was friendly but felt more personal than our previous communication, as if they knew something about my response to the content that they hadn't mentioned before, or had been monitoring my viewing patterns more closely than I'd realized. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain access while expressing some reservations about the content. Their response came back within hours, which suggested they'd been online waiting for my reply, rather than just checking messages occasionally. They said they understood my concerns, but reminded me that serious documentation sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. They offered to provide access to additional feeds that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of how such content was created and distributed. Something about the way they phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my continued viewing was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing content that was clearly illegal and potentially connected to local criminal activity. But I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or lack of appreciation for the exclusive access I'd been granted. The next day at work, I noticed someone I didn't recognize hanging around the car park during my lunch break. Nothing obviously suspicious, just someone who seemed to be waiting for something or observing the area more carefully than you'd expect from casual visitors. They were positioned where they could see the staff entrance but weren't obviously watching it. The sort of surveillance that would be easy to dismiss as coincidence unless you were already paranoid about being monitored. I mentioned it to one of my colleagues, who said they'd noticed the same person on previous days but assumed they were waiting for someone or had legitimate business in the area. The sort of explanation that made perfect sense unless you had reasons to be concerned about unwanted attention. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds outside my door that could have been coincidence but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at work. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking from my flat to the bus stop, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything obviously suspicious. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Interesting viewing habits. No signature, no return address. Just those 3 words that made it obvious someone knew about my access to the streaming site and had been monitoring my activities as a result. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger in the supermarket felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening messages, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I stopped accessing the streaming site and tried to focus on normal work and social activities. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd seen, or the fear that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than casual browsing of extreme content. The person I'd noticed in the car park disappeared around the same time I stopped visiting the site. Either they'd found what they were looking for, or whoever was behind the surveillance had decided I was no longer worth monitoring. But I still think about those feeds, and the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as if it were documentary footage rather than live criminal activity. How many other people might be accessing similar content without understanding the risks involved in connecting it to real-world events? And I think about the stranger, and whether they were genuinely sharing interesting content with fellow researchers or deliberately drawing people into situations they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if receiving that link was as random as it seemed, or if someone had been monitoring the message boards long enough to identify people who might be curious about extreme content but naive about the consequences of accessing it. The link is still in my message history, though I've never tried to access it again. Sometimes I'm tempted to see if the site is still active, if the same feeds are running, if other people are still watching and commenting as if real violence were just another form of online entertainment. But mostly, I try to pretend I never saw it, never accessed those feeds, never connected what I was watching to missing people from my own area. Because acknowledging what I know would mean accepting that some of the most disturbing content online isn't created in distant countries by foreign criminals, but by people who might live in the same town, shop in the same places, walk the same streets as everyone else. The human mind has a terrible habit of wandering into places it shouldn't go. Mine certainly did. 78 days ago, I was just another burned-out journalism student at the University of Manchester, drowning in student debt and desperate for a dissertation that might actually matter. Now I'm writing this from a service station somewhere in Wales, looking over my shoulder every 30 seconds, convinced that thousands of invisible eyes are tracking my every move. And the worst part? I brought this all on myself with nothing more than curiosity and an investigation into internet urban legends that turned out to be horrifyingly real. I work at a small online news outlet in Leeds. Nothing special, just writing clickbait articles and repackaging trending stories when I'm not working on my dissertation about the dark corners of internet culture. The job barely paid the rent for my dingy flat in Headingley, which is probably why I developed an obsession with investigating internet urban legends for my dissertation. I wanted a breakthrough story, something that would get me noticed. My girlfriend used to warn me about going too deep into those rabbit holes before she moved to Edinburgh for her dream job. Now it's just me, my research notes, and too much time on my hands. The first time I accessed the dark web, it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were just marketplaces for drugs or counterfeit goods, nothing you wouldn't expect. Forums discussing privacy rights, whistleblower platforms. I was specifically researching the myth of red rooms for my thesis, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even influence. Every expert I'd interviewed insisted they were just urban legends, no actual evidence of their existence. The ultimate internet boogeyman story. For 3 months I just observed, following forum threads and communicating with anonymous sources who claimed to have witnessed these broadcasts. Most were obviously lying, embellishing stories they'd heard elsewhere. I created a detailed map of these claims, tracking patterns and inconsistencies, looking for anything that might suggest truth behind the myths. I never participated in anything illegal. I just watched, collected testimonies, told myself it was all for academic research and journalism. That's when I found the first breadcrumb. It wasn't even from the dark web, but from a message board dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. A user with no posting history had responded to a thread debunking red rooms. The post contained nothing but a string of characters that looked like an encryption key. Others in the thread dismissed it as trolling, but something about it caught my attention. The format was unlike anything I'd seen before. Not a standard URL or a simple cipher. I should have left it alone. I know that now. But at the time, I convinced myself that following this lead was important for my thesis, for exposing the truth about internet urban legends. So I copied the string and spent about a week analyzing it, eventually determining it was a complex access token for a hidden service. When I finally used the key, it brought me to what looked like a waiting room, just a black page with a counter showing 9,412 and slowly ticking up. No other information, no links, no way to interact with it. I observed it for days, watching the number climb to just over 10,000 before the page suddenly changed. The new page contained only a message: observer status granted. Below it was a countdown timer set to 72 hours and a Bitcoin wallet address. The message explained that to maintain observer status, a contribution of 0.05 Bitcoin was required before the timer expired. Not a huge amount, about $1,800 at the time, but not insignificant either. I almost closed the window right then. This was clearly heading into territory I didn't want to be involved with, but a part of me, the part that couldn't stop wondering what was behind all these layers, kept the tab open. I didn't send any Bitcoin, obviously. I just watched the timer count down, curious about what would happen when it reached zero. Nothing happened when the timer expired. The page simply refreshed to show the same waiting room with the counter I'd seen before, now at around 11,000. I figured that was it. I'd been denied access for not paying and was bumped back to the beginning. Fine by me. I actually felt relieved and went to bed resolving to drop this whole exploration. The next morning, I woke up to an email from an address consisting of random characters. No subject line. The body contained only the same Bitcoin wallet address from the website and the words, "Final notice. 24 hours. I hadn't given my email to anyone. I hadn't logged into anything. There was no way they should have been able to connect my browsing to my personal email. I checked my system for malware, ran multiple scans, reviewed my network logs. Nothing unusual appeared. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication everywhere it wasn't already active, and even reformatted my main computer. The email bothered me more than I wanted to admit, not because of the implied threat, but because it meant my security had been compromised somehow. That evening, I received a text message from an unknown number. It consisted of 5 words: "We see you, observer." I blocked the number immediately, then spent hours checking my apartment for hidden cameras or signs of intrusion. Finding nothing, I convinced myself it was just an intimidation tactic, probably automated to scare people into paying. I didn't sleep well that night, or the night after. By the 3rd day, when the 24 hours had long expired, I started to relax slightly. Nothing had happened, no more messages. I went to work, came home, ordered takeout. Normal life resumed, until I received a package. It arrived on my doorstep with no postage or shipping label, just a small brown box sealed with clear packing tape. Inside was a USB drive and a handwritten note with 7 words, "From one observer to another. Your choice." I didn't plug in the drive. I'm not an idiot. Instead, I used an old air-gapped laptop to safely examine its contents. The drive contained a single video file about 3 minutes long. The thumbnail showed what looked like a poorly lit room. I hesitated before playing it. Everything in me said not to look, but curiosity, that same damn curiosity that had started this whole thing, won out. The video showed a room with concrete walls, industrial lighting, a drain in the floor, and a person, I couldn't tell if it was a man or woman, sitting in a metal chair in the center. They wore a black hood over their head and their hands were bound behind them. In the corner of the frame was a timestamp from 2 days earlier and a view counter that showed 16. In the bottom right corner was a chat window with messages scrolling by, usernames obscured. As I continued watching, frozen in horror, a figure in a featureless white mask entered the frame. They carried what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. The bound person began struggling against their restraints. The masked figure set down the tray and held up what appeared to be a scalpel to the camera, as if displaying it for the viewers. The chat window erupted with activity. The masked figure approached the bound person slowly, methodically. They placed the scalpel against the person's exposed forearm, causing them to flinch. The figure looked directly at the camera, head tilted questioningly. Then the chat window changed. A single message appeared in red text. "Shallow cut, 200 USD. I stopped the video, my stomach heaving. I destroyed the laptop and the USB drive, smashed them both with a hammer, then disposed of the pieces in different dumpsters across the city. I reported the package to the police anonymously, but without more information about where it came from. I knew they couldn't do much. For weeks afterward, I lived in constant anxiety. I changed my phone number, created new email addresses, even considered moving. But nothing else happened. No more messages, no more packages. Eventually, the fear began to subside, replaced by a persistent low-grade dread that I tried to ignore. Then, about 2 months later, I noticed something unusual on my network traffic monitor, a tool I'd been running obsessively since the incident. An unknown device was connecting to my Wi-Fi for brief periods, usually late at night. The MAC address didn't match any of my devices. I changed my network password immediately, but the device connected again the next night. I set up additional monitoring tools, trying to identify what this device was and what it was doing on my network. All I could determine was that it was accessing my network storage, specifically folders containing personal photos and documents. The next day, I came home from work to find my apartment exactly as I'd left it, except for one detail. My laptop was open. I always close it before leaving. On the screen was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed, taken the night before. In the corner of the image was that same counter I'd seen on the website months ago, now well over 20,000, and a chat window with messages I couldn't read. At the bottom of the screen, a single line of text, "Subject acquisition pending. Vote now." I packed a bag and left immediately, checked into a Travelodge under a false name, paid in cash. I called in sick to work for the next week. I considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'd stumbled across something on the dark web, and now unknown people were watching me sleep? That they'd somehow compromised my devices despite all my security precautions? They'd either think I was paranoid or involved in something illegal myself. In the hotel, I spent hours researching how to disappear completely, how to create a new identity, how to live off the grid. I withdrew most of my savings in cash, bought a pay-as-you-go mobile, and started making plans to leave the country. The night before I planned to leave, I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of my hotel room door opening. I'd engaged the safety latch before sleeping, so the door only opened a few inches before catching. Through the gap, I could see a figure standing in the hallway. They stood there for several long seconds, not moving, not trying to force the door further. Then they slipped a piece of paper through the gap and left. I waited, heart pounding, for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to retrieve the paper. On it was printed a QR code and 3 words: "Your audience awaits." I didn't scan the code. Instead, I left immediately, abandoning most of my belongings in the hotel room. I drove non-stop for several hours, eventually reaching a small village in the Scottish Highlands where I knew no one. I paid 3 months' rent in advance for a cottage outside the village, using a different name. The place had no internet connection, which was exactly what I wanted. For the first month, I jumped at every sound. I kept the curtains drawn at all times and rarely ventured into the village. But as weeks passed, with no sign of being followed, I began to relax slightly. Maybe they'd lost interest. Maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. I found work at a local hardware shop, kept to myself, started building a new life. I bought a basic mobile but used it only for calls to work. No internet, no social media, no digital footprint. I convinced myself I was safe. Until last night. I was restocking shelves at the shop when a customer approached. A man I'd never seen before in a village where I recognized most faces by now. He asked for help finding Ethernet cables, of all things. As I led him to the correct aisle, he mentioned offhandedly that he was setting up a new security system. Something about the way he said it made me uneasy. The word security system hung in the air between us. I tried to maintain my composure, asking what kind of system he was installing. He examined a package of cables, turning it over in his hands. His eyes never left the packaging as he spoke about being fascinated by observation, seeing without being seen, how some people never realize how visible they really are. I mumbled something about checking the stockroom and retreated to the back room, heart racing. It could have been an innocent conversation. It probably was. But the word choice, observation, hit too close to home. When I returned, the man was gone. In his place, on the shelf where the router cables were displayed, was a small piece of paper. On it was written a number, 57,249. Below the number was a date, 3 days from now, and the word scheduled. The counter, their audience had grown. I'm writing this now from a library computer 2 counties away. I left Scotland immediately after my shift ended yesterday. I haven't been back to the cottage. I left everything behind again. I know what you're thinking, that I'm being paranoid, seeing connections where there are none. Maybe you're right. Maybe that man was just a customer making conversation, and the paper with the number was unrelated. Maybe the entire thing, the website, the USB drive, the hotel visitor, has a rational explanation that doesn't involve what I fear it does. But I've seen the reality of what I once thought was just an urban legend. I've seen a person bound to a chair while anonymous viewers bid on what would happen to them next. I've seen how the torturer looked at the camera, waiting for instructions. I've seen my own face displayed with a scheduled date. I can feel eyes on me constantly now. I notice security cameras tracking my movements. I see people looking at their phones when I walk by, as if they're checking something, confirming something. I don't know if they're still watching because I found something I shouldn't have, or if I've become the next scheduled broadcast, the victim rather than the observer. But I know I can't keep running forever. Resources are limited. Vigilance fades. Mistakes happen. Sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I see that counter ticking upward. I wonder how many are watching at any given moment. I wonder what they're waiting to see. I wonder what amounts they'll bid to decide my fate. I never sent that Bitcoin payment, never officially subscribed to whatever service I'd stumbled across. But I'm starting to think that doesn't matter. That maybe the payment was never the point. Maybe the real currency is attention, views, engagement. The thrill of watching someone who doesn't know they're being watched until they do. I'm going to post this as a warning. Don't go looking for red rooms. Don't convince yourself it's just research or morbid curiosity. Some things once seen can't be unseen. And some things, once they see you, never look away. If you're reading this and you recognize the patterns I've described, the counters, the observer status, any of it, then you're already on their radar. And I'm sorry. I truly am. Because I don't know how to make them stop watching. I'm leaving this library now. I won't say where I'm going next. I probably shouldn't have written this at all. But someone needs to know what's out there, what's happening. If you ever receive a package with no return address, or find your devices behaving strangely, or notice someone watching you just a little too intently, remember my story and start running. The counter never stops. The observation never ends. And I'm afraid that eventually they'll want more than just to watch. In 3 days, I fear 57,249 people will be tuning in to see exactly what happens to me. I should have known that asking questions would get me into trouble. That's the thing about living the way I do. You forget that curiosity has consequences, that poking around where you don't belong can bring unwanted attention. I've spent the last 4 years barely leaving my flat in Manchester, ordering everything online, avoiding human contact whenever possible. It felt safe, predictable, controllable. But safety is just an illusion, isn't it? And I've learned that the hardest way possible. I'm sitting in this police station waiting room now, having just spent 20 minutes trying to convince 2 officers that strangers have been inside my home. And I can see in their faces that they think I'm delusional. Maybe I am. Maybe 4 years of self-imposed isolation have finally caught up with me. But I know what I heard, what I found, and I know that going back to that flat means facing whatever I've brought down on myself. The isolation started after I lost my job at the council offices. Nothing dramatic, just a restructure that made my position redundant, along with half the IT support team. I was 38, had some savings, and decided to take some time to figure out what came next. Weeks turned into months. Months turned into years, and somehow I'd created a life where the outside world felt increasingly foreign and threatening. I had everything delivered: groceries, clothes, even books and electronics. The flat was comfortable enough, with good internet and all the entertainment I could want. I told myself I was just taking a break from the stress of office politics and commuting, that I'd venture back out when I was ready. The problem with isolation is that it feeds on itself. The longer you stay inside, the more daunting the outside world becomes. What started as a temporary retreat became a permanent arrangement, and eventually I couldn't imagine living any other way. That's probably why I became so fascinated with the hidden parts of the internet. When your physical world shrinks to the size of a one-bedroom flat, the virtual world becomes infinitely more important. I spent hours exploring places that most people don't even know exist, communities and websites that operate outside normal boundaries. Most of it was harmless enough. Discussion groups about privacy and security, libraries of rare books, even underground markets selling things that weren't available through legitimate channels. I wasn't buying anything illegal, just browsing out of curiosity, trying to understand how these hidden communities operated. But curiosity can be dangerous when you don't understand the rules of the places you're exploring. I started asking questions in discussion groups, trying to understand the technical aspects of how certain services worked. Nothing that seemed threatening at the time, just the sort of questions any newcomer might ask when trying to navigate unfamiliar territory. The first warning sign came about 2 months ago. I'd been participating in a discussion about online security when someone sent me a private message suggesting I was asking too many questions about operational details that weren't my business. The message was polite but firm, advising me to stick to general discussions rather than trying to understand how specific services were implemented. I should have taken the hint and backed off. Instead, I became more curious about what I wasn't supposed to be asking about. I started paying closer attention to the structure of these hidden communities, trying to understand who ran them and how they maintained their secrecy. That's when I stumbled across something that changed everything. Buried in an obscure discussion thread, I found references to services that sounded genuinely criminal. Not just drug dealing or copyright infringement, but things that involved real harm to real people. When I asked for clarification about what these services actually provided, I was told in no uncertain terms to mind my own business, but I couldn't let it alone. The isolation had made me obsessive about online mysteries, and this felt like the biggest puzzle I'd encountered. I spent weeks following links, reading between the lines of coded discussions, trying to piece together what was really happening in the darker corners of these communities. What I discovered was a network of people providing services that I won't describe in detail, but which involved systematic harm to vulnerable individuals. They weren't just discussing theoretical crimes. They were actively coordinating activities that destroyed people's lives for profit and entertainment. I made the mistake of documenting what I'd found, taking screenshots and saving links as evidence of what these people were doing. I told myself I might report it to the authorities eventually, though I wasn't sure how to explain how I discovered it without admitting to extensive exploration of illegal websites. The first sign of trouble was a message that appeared on my desktop one morning when I woke up. Not an email or a chat notification, but a text file that had been created overnight, while my computer was supposedly turned off. The message was simple. I'd been asking questions about things that weren't my concern, and I needed to delete everything I'd saved and stop my research immediately. The implication was clear. Someone had gained access to my computer remotely and was monitoring my activities. They knew what I'd been researching, what files I'd saved, even which websites I'd visited. My digital privacy, which I'd thought was protected by the same anonymity tools these communities used, had been completely compromised. I should have complied with their demand immediately, should have deleted everything and retreated back to harmless browsing. Instead, I became paranoid about my computer security and started taking additional precautions to hide my activities. I was treating it like a game, a technical challenge to outwit people who were clearly more skilled than I was. That's when the night visits started. The first time, I thought I was imagining things. I'd been lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I heard what sounded like someone moving around in the kitchen. Just soft footsteps and the occasional creak of floorboards, as if someone was trying to move quietly through the flat. I lay there frozen, listening intently, but the sound stopped after a few minutes. When I finally worked up the courage to investigate, I found nothing obviously disturbed. The front door was still locked, the windows were secure, and there was no sign anyone had been inside. But something felt wrong about the whole flat. Not anything I could put my finger on, just a sense that things weren't quite as I'd left them. Books slightly out of place, kitchen chairs positioned differently. Even the angle of my laptop on the desk seemed to have changed. I convinced myself I was becoming paranoid, that 4 years of isolation were finally affecting my mental health. People who don't go outside develop agoraphobia, but maybe they also develop other delusions about threats that don't really exist. The second visit was more obvious. I woke up around 3 in the morning to find my laptop had been moved from the desk to the kitchen table. Not just moved, but opened and positioned as if someone had been using it. The screen was dark, but when I touched the keyboard, it woke up to show a desktop I didn't recognize. Someone had been using my computer while I slept, accessing files and programs I'd never seen before. When I tried to investigate what they'd been doing, I found that large portions of my hard drive had been wiped clean. All the evidence I'd gathered about the criminal network was gone, along with most of my personal files and browsing history. The message was unmistakable. They could reach me whenever they wanted, even in what I thought was the safety of my own home. They could access my computer, delete my files, even move around my flat while I was unconscious and vulnerable. I started staying awake at night, listening for sounds that might indicate someone was trying to get inside. I moved furniture against the door, checked the locks obsessively, even rigged up a crude alarm system using kitchen utensils that would clatter if someone tried to enter. But they were too clever for my amateur security measures. On the third visit, I woke up to find they'd been in the flat again without triggering any of my alarms. This time, they'd left a more explicit message. A note on my pillow explaining that my continued curiosity was putting other people at risk and that more serious measures would be taken if I didn't stop my research immediately. The note included details about my daily routine that could only have been obtained through careful observation. They knew what time I usually went to sleep, what I ate for breakfast, even which online services I used for entertainment. They'd been watching me as carefully as I'd been trying to watch them. I realized I was completely outmatched by people who had resources and skills far beyond anything I could counter. They could enter my home at will, access my computer systems, and monitor my activities both online and offline. My isolation, which I thought provided security and privacy, had actually made me more vulnerable than if I'd been living a normal social life. The breaking point came on the fourth night, when I heard multiple people moving around the flat. Not trying to be quiet anymore, but deliberately making noise to ensure I knew they were there. Footsteps in every room, doors opening and closing, even what sounded like furniture being moved around. I barricaded myself in the bedroom and called the police from my mobile phone, whispered that strangers were in my flat, that I needed immediate assistance, that I was in genuine fear for my safety. The response was quicker than I'd expected. 2 officers arrived within about 10 minutes, but by the time they gained entry to the flat, whoever had been inside was gone. The officers found no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been there except me. They were professional, but clearly skeptical about my story. A man who admitted he hadn't left his flat in 4 years, claiming that strangers were breaking in during the night, but leaving no trace of their presence. It sounded like mental health issues rather than criminal activity. I tried to explain about the hidden websites and the criminal network, but I could see their eyes glazing over as I described online communities they'd never heard of and threats that existed only in digital spaces they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to increase patrols in the area, but it was obvious they thought I was delusional. One of them suggested I might benefit from speaking to a doctor about anxiety and paranoia related to prolonged isolation. After they left, I sat in the flat knowing I couldn't stay there any longer. Whether the threats were real or imagined, I'd reached the point where I couldn't function normally in what had been my safe space for 4 years. That's when I realized I had to do something I hadn't done in all that time. I had to leave the flat and go somewhere public where there were other people around. Not because I thought it would solve anything, but because staying alone in that space had become impossible. The walk to the police station was terrifying in ways I hadn't expected. Not because of any external threats, but because I'd forgotten how overwhelming the outside world could be. Traffic noise, crowds of people, even the sensation of wind and sunlight felt alien after 4 years of artificial indoor environment. But there was something liberating about it too. For the first time in years, I was taking action rather than just reacting to circumstances. I was moving through physical space under my own power, making decisions about where to go and what to do next. The officers I spoke to at the station were more patient than the ones who'd responded to my flat, but they still couldn't offer much practical help. They took additional details about the online threats and promised to pass the information to their cybercrime unit, but warned me that investigating activities on hidden websites was technically challenging and often unsuccessful. When I finally returned to the flat, I found exactly what I'd expected. My laptop was gone. Not just moved or tampered with, but completely removed from the premises. They'd taken the one piece of evidence that might have supported my story, leaving me with nothing but my own testimony about threats that existed only in digital spaces. I should have been terrified by this final violation of my privacy and security. Instead, I felt oddly relieved. The laptop had been my primary connection to the hidden communities that had brought this trouble down on me. Without it, I was cut off from both the threats and the temptations of that digital underworld. Standing in my flat without the computer that had dominated my life for 4 years, I realized how much of my existence had been built around activities that ultimately brought me nothing but anxiety and isolation. The research, the endless browsing, the obsessive exploration of communities I didn't understand, none of it had improved my life in any meaningful way. The people who'd been threatening me had probably moved on to other concerns by now. I was no longer a threat to their operations because I no longer had the tools or access necessary to investigate their activities. They'd solved their problem by simply removing my ability to cause them trouble. I'm still scared, obviously, still jumping at unexpected sounds and checking the locks more often than necessary. But I'm also more aware of the outside world than I've been in years. The walk to the police station reminded me that there's a physical reality beyond my computer screen, populated by real people living normal lives. I don't know what happens next. I'll need to find new ways to occupy my time without the internet obsessions that consumed the last 4 years. Maybe I'll eventually work up the courage to apply for jobs again, to rebuild some sort of normal social life. But I know I can't go back to the isolation that made me vulnerable to digital threats I didn't understand. The hidden communities I was exploring weren't just dangerous because of the criminal activities they facilitated. They were dangerous because they provided an illusion of connection and purpose that kept me trapped in an artificial world. The laptop is gone, the threats seem to have ended, and for the first time in years I've voluntarily left my flat and interacted with other human beings. It's not much, but it's a start toward remembering what normal life feels like. Sometimes the most frightening thing isn't what might be lurking in the darkness outside. It's what happens when you spend so long hiding from the world that you forget there was ever anything worth venturing out for. The email arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while I was sorting through job applications at my kitchen table in Coventry. Laptop balanced between takeaway containers and bills I'd been avoiding since my redundancy 3 months earlier. At first glance, it looked like any other freelance opportunity, polite, professional, asking about my background in market research and whether I might be interested in participating in a consumer behavior study. The sender claimed to be conducting research into how adults discover and evaluate information sources, particularly in the digital age. It was the payment offer that caught my attention. £200 for a few hours of guided internet research, considerably more than I'd been earning from the occasional survey work that kept me barely solvent. The postscript made me pause, though. Given your background in consumer analysis, your insights into alternative information discovery methods would be particularly valuable. I'd never specialized in alternative information discovery. My market research experience was entirely conventional. Focus groups, consumer surveys, brand perception studies. Nothing that would suggest expertise in whatever they meant by alternative methods. I replied cautiously, asking for more details about the research project and what exactly they meant by alternative information discovery. The response came within hours, including what appeared to be legitimate academic credentials and a brief outline of their study into how consumers find information outside mainstream channels. They were particularly interested in how people without technical backgrounds navigate what they called unconventional information sources, content that exists beyond normal search engines and social media platforms, but doesn't require specialized knowledge to access. The research would involve guided exploration of various information communities, documenting my reactions and observations about content quality, reliability, and user experience, all conducted remotely with appropriate safety precautions. It seemed straightforward enough. I'd certainly spent enough time recently searching for job opportunities and financial advice through every possible channel. Understanding how people find reliable information in an ocean of digital noise was clearly valuable research. We arranged a video call for the following weekend. The researcher who appeared on screen looked exactly as I'd expected. Early 30s, professional but slightly academic, comfortable with technology. They asked thoughtful questions about my market research background, approaches to evaluating information reliability, experience with different types of online communities. About halfway through the interview, they shifted focus. asked whether I'd ever encountered information sources that seemed to exist parallel to mainstream internet content, communities or resources that weren't indexed by normal search engines but contained genuinely useful material. I admitted that during my recent job searching, I'd occasionally found leads through sources that weren't obvious from standard career websites. Nothing dramatic, just recommendations and opportunities that seemed to circulate through networks I wasn't normally part of. The researcher seemed particularly interested in this observation, asked whether I'd ever felt curious about these hidden networks, whether I'd considered exploring them more systematically to understand what information they contained. I explained that my technical knowledge was limited to basic computer use. I wouldn't know how to access hidden networks even if I wanted to. The researcher smiled and suggested this might actually be perfect for their research. They were looking for people who could document the experience of discovering hidden information communities from a complete beginner's perspective. Technical experts often had too much prior knowledge to provide genuine first-time reactions to what they found. Would I be interested in participating in guided exploration of some hidden information networks with detailed safety instructions to help them understand how non-technical adults might react to content that existed outside mainstream channels? The request felt like a natural extension of our discussion about information discovery. Understanding hidden networks would certainly be valuable knowledge, especially if they contain opportunities or resources that weren't available through conventional channels. They provided detailed instructions for accessing hidden services safely, emphasizing that we'd only visit communities focused on information sharing rather than anything obviously problematic. Academic research, essentially, conducted with proper precautions. The software installation was more complex than regular internet browsing, but their instructions were clear enough that I managed it without major difficulty. They'd provided a list of addresses for communities they'd already verified as appropriate for research purposes. The first few sites were disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy rights, archives of historical documents, communities focused on information that had been censored or suppressed. Exactly the sort of content you'd expect researchers to study. But as I explored more widely, following links and recommendations from these initial communities, I began encountering material that was considerably more interesting from a market research perspective. Not illegal content, but documentation of business practices and corporate activities that weren't being reported through mainstream business media. Internal communications from major companies, documentation of regulatory violations, communities discussing market manipulation and consumer deception techniques. The researcher had asked me to document my reactions to this material, particularly focusing on how it might influence consumer decision-making. They were especially interested in psychological responses. What felt credible, what seemed actionable, how exposure might change someone's approach to purchasing decisions. I found myself spending hours exploring these hidden business communities, taking notes about information quality and community structures, trying to analyze what made certain claims feel more reliable than obvious conspiracy theories. Some communities hosted real-time discussions about corporate activities that weren't being covered in financial news. Others shared documentation of consumer rights violations that had been settled quietly, without public disclosure. The line between legitimate business journalism and corporate conspiracy theories was often difficult to determine. One community that particularly caught my attention focused on what they called local business intelligence, members sharing information about companies and organizations in their immediate geographic areas that wasn't appearing in local business press. The UK section contained posts about businesses in various cities and towns, often with financial documentation or regulatory filings supporting claims that weren't receiving broader attention. I found myself checking this community regularly, curious about whether anything would appear relating to Coventry or the West Midlands business community I was trying to break back into. About 3 weeks into my exploration, someone posted a series of documents that made my stomach drop. The files contained detailed financial information about the recruitment agency I'd been working with since my redundancy. Not just general business data, but specific records of their client relationships and fee structures that revealed practices that were definitely not being disclosed to job seekers. The post claimed that several local recruitment agencies were operating what amounted to employment fraud schemes, charging fees to employers for services that weren't being provided, while manipulating job seekers into accepting positions that didn't match advertised terms. Most disturbing were internal communications suggesting that some agencies were deliberately prolonging unemployment for certain candidates to maximize government subsidy payments while maintaining the appearance of active job placement efforts. I recognized names and companies from my own job search experience. Agencies that had promised opportunities that never materialized, positions that had been filled internally after lengthy application processes, interviews that seemed designed to waste time rather than evaluate candidates. The documentation suggested a systematic approach to exploiting both unemployed individuals and the government systems designed to support them. Professional fraud disguised as legitimate employment services. I should have reported the information to relevant authorities immediately, but I was concerned about explaining how I'd discovered the documents without revealing my participation in research that might be considered inappropriate or potentially illegal. Instead, I started paying closer attention to my interactions with recruitment agencies, looking for signs of the deceptive practices the hidden community had documented. I noticed things I'd previously attributed to normal business inefficiency. Deliberately vague job descriptions that allowed agencies to claim positions had been filled by internal candidates. Interview processes that seemed designed to gather personal information rather than assess qualifications, requirements for financial disclosure that weren't standard practice. Most significantly, I realized that several agencies had been coordinating their responses to my applications, ensuring that I remained in a cycle of near-miss opportunities that maintained hope while preventing actual employment. I began documenting these interactions more carefully, creating records of conversations and email exchanges that revealed patterns of deliberate manipulation. What I discovered confirmed the hidden community's allegations about systematic employment fraud. The agencies were indeed operating coordinated schemes designed to exploit both job seekers and government funding systems. They maintained databases of long-term unemployed individuals who could be cycled through fake opportunities to justify continued subsidy payments while ensuring these people never actually obtained stable employment. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to maintain motivation and compliance while preventing the sort of genuine job placement that would remove candidates from the system. I researched the hidden community more thoroughly, trying to understand who was posting this information and why they were documenting employment fraud specifically. The community structure was more complex than I'd initially realized. Members weren't just sharing random business intelligence, but appeared to be conducting systematic investigation of corporate practices that weren't receiving official scrutiny. Some posts included detailed analysis of regulatory capture, suggesting that employment fraud was continuing, because oversight bodies were staffed by people with financial interests in maintaining current systems. The documentation quality was often professional, including forensic accounting analysis and cross-referencing of information from multiple sources. This wasn't casual whistleblowing, but something approaching genuine investigative journalism. I found posts about similar employment fraud schemes in different cities, suggesting this wasn't isolated to Coventry, but part of a broader pattern affecting unemployed people across the UK. The scope indicated that employment fraud had become institutionalized, with government systems inadvertently funding schemes that perpetuated unemployment while appearing to address it. I started contributing my own documentation to the community, sharing evidence about recruitment agency practices without identifying specific individuals or companies. The response was immediate and encouraging. Other members provided additional context and suggested methods for gathering more comprehensive evidence. They also warned me about potential risks of investigating too openly. Several contributors mentioned experiencing retaliation after their documentation had led to official scrutiny, blacklisting from employment agencies, credit rating problems, even legal threats from companies that didn't appreciate unwanted attention. The advice was to document carefully but discreetly, avoid direct confrontation with agencies involved in fraudulent practices, and be prepared for professional retaliation if my investigation became known to the wrong people. This advice proved prescient sooner than I'd expected. About a month after I'd started contributing to the community, I received a phone call that made it clear my activities hadn't gone unnoticed. Not through the hidden community itself, but from someone claiming to represent a professional standards body for recruitment agencies. A polite inquiry about my recent experiences with local employment services, asking whether I'd encountered any practices that concerned me. The caller included enough specific details about my job search activities to make it obvious that my interactions with various agencies had been more closely monitored than I'd realized. Someone had been tracking my applications, interview attendance, even my communication patterns with different agencies. They suggested a meeting to discuss my concerns in a confidential setting, where I could provide feedback about recruitment industry practices without worrying about professional repercussions. The meeting was scheduled for the following week at a location away from any employment agency, a conference room in a business center that seemed designed for sensitive discussions requiring privacy. I should have declined the meeting and reported everything I discovered to proper authorities, instead of participating in what felt increasingly like an investigation, operating outside normal oversight. But I was curious about who these people were and what exactly they knew about my activities. More importantly, I needed to understand whether my employment prospects were being deliberately sabotaged and by whom. The meeting location was exactly as impersonal as I'd expected. Generic business center, anonymous conference room, the sort of space designed for discussions that participants might want to forget. 2 people were waiting when I arrived. Professional appearance, polite demeanor, the sort of individuals you might expect from any industry oversight body. They thanked me for coming and explained that they were investigating concerns about recruitment industry practices affecting long-term unemployed individuals. My documentation had been valuable, they assured me, helping them understand the scope of practices that weren't being properly regulated or reported through official channels. They asked detailed questions about what I'd experienced, which agencies I'd worked with, what documentation I'd gathered about their practices. Their knowledge of the recruitment industry was comprehensive, suggesting either extensive research or direct involvement in employment services. About halfway through the discussion, they shifted focus to my research activities, asked about my exploration of hidden business communities, my participation in documentation projects, my communication with other people investigating employment fraud. They seemed particularly interested in the community where I'd first seen documents about recruitment agencies, asking whether I'd identified other contributors or learned about similar investigations in different regions. Their questions became increasingly specific about my technical knowledge and methods for accessing hidden services. Not accusatory, but thorough enough to suggest they understood exactly what I'd been doing and possibly who I'd been communicating with. Eventually, they explained the real purpose of our meeting. The practices I documented were part of an authorized pilot program studying long-term unemployment intervention strategies. The recruitment agencies were participating in research designed to understand how employment services could be improved for difficult-to-place candidates. The program was legitimate and properly approved, but necessarily discreet, because public awareness might compromise the validity of behavioral research into unemployment patterns. My documentation had been noticed because it potentially threatened the integrity of ongoing research. Not because I discovered anything inappropriate, but because external scrutiny could alter participant behavior and invalidate months of careful data collection. They appreciated my concern about employment practices, but asked that I discontinue my documentation and avoid sharing information about the research through any channels, including hidden communities where I'd been contributing evidence. In exchange for my cooperation, they were prepared to provide priority placement through agencies that weren't participating in the research program, helping me obtain employment that wouldn't be affected by experimental intervention strategies. The explanation sounded reasonable, but something about their approach made me uncomfortable. The level of detail they possessed about my hidden community participation suggested surveillance that went beyond casual monitoring of job search activities. I agreed to discontinue my documentation while privately resolving to research their claims more thoroughly before accepting their explanation. Over the next few weeks, I tried to verify the legitimacy of the research program they'd described, contacted government departments that might be conducting such studies, searched for published information about authorized employment intervention research. I found nothing that corroborated their explanation. No research projects matching their description. No government connections that could be verified. No official documentation of pilot programs involving recruitment agencies. Either the research was so sensitive that all information was classified, or the explanation had been fabricated to discourage my investigation. I returned to the hidden community to share my concerns about the meeting and seek advice about verifying official research claims. The response was immediate and alarming. Several community members reported similar experiences, investigators or officials contacting them after they documented questionable business practices, providing explanations that couldn't be verified through normal channels. Some contributors had been threatened with legal action for sharing commercially sensitive information about authorized programs. Others had experienced employment difficulties or financial problems after refusing to stop their documentation activities. The pattern suggested a coordinated effort to discourage investigation of practices that were operating without proper transparency or accountability. I started researching the business center where I'd attended the meeting, trying to understand who had access to their facilities and whether the people I'd met could be verified through legitimate channels. The center's booking records weren't publicly accessible, but staff mentioned that the room had been reserved by a consultancy firm that used their facilities regularly for client meetings requiring discretion. I researched the consultancy and found a professional website with generic services and no specific information about current projects or personnel. The sort of deliberately vague presentation that could cover almost any type of consulting work. Further investigation revealed connections between the consultancy and government contracts related to employment services, though the specific nature of their work wasn't clearly documented in public records. The hidden community provided additional context about similar organizations operating in other regions. consultancies with vague mandates and official connections, often involved in activities that seem to operate outside normal oversight, while maintaining plausible explanations for their work. I was beginning to understand that I'd stumbled across something considerably more complex than recruitment agency fraud. The employment practices I documented were likely part of a broader system designed to manage unemployment as an economic resource, rather than a social problem to be solved. The hidden community had become a way for people to document and share information about these practices, creating alternative information networks for evidence that wasn't being reported through official channels. But it had also made us visible to people who had resources and motivation to monitor our activities and discourage our documentation. Last week, I found something in my flat that confirmed my worst suspicions about how closely I was being monitored. A small device, no larger than a USB drive, tucked behind my laptop, where it wouldn't be noticed during normal use. Professional installation, designed to be invisible unless someone was specifically looking for surveillance equipment. When I researched the device online, I found it was sophisticated monitoring equipment capable of recording internet activity, email communications, and even ambient audio. The sort of surveillance that would document every website visited, every message sent, every conversation conducted near my computer. I'd been under comprehensive observation for months, possibly since I'd first started contributing to the hidden community. Everything I'd researched, everyone I'd communicated with, every piece of evidence I'd gathered had been monitored and recorded. The realization that my investigation had been watched from the beginning made me understand the true scope of what I'd discovered. This wasn't just about employment fraud, but about a system capable of monitoring and controlling people who asked inconvenient questions about how economic systems really functioned. I removed the device but kept it in my desk drawer, unsure whether disposing of it would create additional problems, or whether my discovery was being monitored through other methods I hadn't detected. The hidden community continues to operate, though several regular contributors have stopped posting, and some documentation has been removed without explanation. Those of us who remain active share information more carefully, aware that our activities are being monitored by people with considerable resources and few obvious constraints. I'm still unemployed, still searching for legitimate opportunities, still wondering which agencies are genuine and which are part of systems designed to maintain unemployment while profiting from government funding intended to address it. But I'm also aware that my job search activities are being recorded, my internet research is being monitored, and my financial situation is being tracked by people who benefit from keeping certain individuals unemployed indefinitely. I shouldn't have applied for that job. Christ, I should have known something was off when they offered me an interview within hours of submitting my CV. In this cramped flat, I keep going over it all in my head, jumping every time I hear footsteps in the corridor, wondering if I could have done something different, if I could have spotted the warning signs earlier. But hindsight's a cruel thing, isn't it? Decisions that seem perfectly reasonable at the time can make you feel foolish. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to know what happened, in case they come looking for me, in case I disappear like the others probably did. It was last autumn when I was desperately job hunting after being made redundant from the library service. 23 years I'd worked there, cataloguing books and helping people find what they were looking for. Then suddenly, the council decided they needed to make cutbacks. At 51, I wasn't exactly in high demand in the job market. especially not in somewhere like Swindon, where half the town seemed to be looking for work. I'd been signing on for about 3 months when I saw the advert. It wasn't on the usual job sites. I'd found it buried in the back pages of the local paper, squeezed between ads for house clearances and part-time cleaning work. The posting was vague but professional. A research company looking for people with strong organizational skills and attention to detail. Remote work available, competitive salary, immediate start for the right candidate. The whole thing seemed almost too good to be true, but I was getting desperate. My redundancy money was running low, and the job center wasn't exactly presenting me with exciting opportunities. So I sent off my CV along with a cover letter, explaining my background in information management and research. I got a response the same evening, not an automated reply, but a personal email from someone calling himself Mr. Harrison. He was impressed with my qualifications and experience, he said, and would like to arrange a telephone interview as soon as possible. Could I be available the following morning? The interview was straightforward enough. Harrison had a pleasant voice, well-educated, probably somewhere in his 40s, and asked sensible questions about my previous work experience. He explained that his company provided research services to various clients, mostly involving data collection and analysis. They needed someone who could work independently, follow detailed instructions, and maintain absolute confidentiality about their clients' projects. The pay was better than I'd expected, nearly twice what I'd been earning at the library, and the work would be entirely remote. All I needed was a reliable computer and internet connection. Harrison said he was impressed with my background and would like to offer me a trial position starting immediately. I should have asked more questions about the company, should have requested references or at least a proper contract, but I was so relieved to have found something that I accepted on the spot. Harrison said he'd email me the details and my first assignment within the hour. The setup process was more complex than I'd expected. Along with the usual employment paperwork, Harrison sent me detailed instructions for installing special software on my computer. He explained that privacy tools are used to protect our clients' sensitive information. The company took data security very seriously, and all research had to be conducted through secure channels. It took me most of the evening to get everything working properly. The software was unlike anything I'd used before. A different browser that looked oddly basic, almost like something from the early days of the internet. Harrison assured me this was normal, and that I'd get used to the interface quickly enough. My first assignment seemed simple enough. I was to compile biographical information about a list of individuals Harrison provided: names, addresses, employment history, family details, the sort of background research that lawyers or private investigators might need for various legitimate purposes. The individuals were all women, I noticed, aged between 25 and 40, most of them living alone in different towns across the Midlands. Harrison explained that they were potential witnesses in a civil case, and the client needed comprehensive background information to assess their credibility and reliability. The research took me about a week to complete. I used the special browser to access various databases and public records that weren't available through normal internet searches. Some of the information was surprisingly detailed. Employment records, financial data, even medical history in a few cases. I compiled everything into neat reports and submitted them through the secure system Harrison had set up. He was pleased with my work and immediately assigned me another project. This time, the subjects were a group of men in their 30s and 40s, all living in the southeast. The research requirements were similar, but Harrison requested additional information about their daily routines, where they worked, what time they left home, whether they had security systems or pets. I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of detail being requested, but Harrison explained that this was for an insurance investigation. The client suspected these individuals of benefit fraud and needed evidence of their actual circumstances and activities. The work was time-consuming but not particularly difficult. I'd always been good at research, and the special browser gave me access to databases that made the job much easier than it would have been using normal methods. I was earning good money for what essentially amounted to glorified internet searching. But it was the third assignment that made me start questioning what I was really doing. Harrison asked me to research a group of teenagers, sixth form students at various schools around Yorkshire. He wanted their home addresses, family circumstances, daily schedules, even details about their relationships with friends and family members. When I questioned the appropriateness of researching minors, Harrison became somewhat defensive. He explained that this was related to a safeguarding investigation. The local authorities needed to assess potential risks to these young people. The research I was conducting would help social services make informed decisions about protective measures. I wasn't entirely convinced, but Harrison was paying me well, and I desperately needed the income. I completed the assignment, but made sure to flag my concerns in my report. Harrison thanked me for my diligence and said the client was very pleased with the quality of my work. Over the following weeks, the assignments became more specific and invasive. Instead of general background research, Harrison began requesting detailed surveillance information. He wanted to know about security arrangements at specific addresses, the locations of spare keys, even the breeds and temperaments of family pets. The subjects were always ordinary people: office workers, shop assistants, young mothers, retired couples. Nothing about them suggested they were involved in anything that would warrant this level of investigation. When I asked Harrison for more context about the cases, he became evasive and reminded me that confidentiality was a key requirement of my employment. I started keeping copies of the assignments and my research, partly for my own records, and partly because I was beginning to suspect that something wasn't right about the whole operation. The information I was gathering wasn't the sort of thing you'd need for legitimate legal or insurance investigations. It was the kind of detailed intelligence that would be useful for stalking or planning break-ins. The breakthrough came when I recognized one of the names on a new assignment list: Sarah Mitchell, a woman in her early 30s who lived in a village just outside Bath. I knew Sarah because she'd been a regular visitor to the library where I used to work. She was a single mother, worked part-time at the local primary school, and came in most weeks to borrow books for herself and her daughter. Seeing her name on Harrison's list made everything click into place. This wasn't legitimate research. It was preparation for something much darker. I was helping to compile targeting information for people who meant these individuals harm. I spent that evening going through all the previous assignments, cross-referencing names with local news reports. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. Several of the people I'd researched had been victims of break-ins or harassment in the months following my reports. One woman in Leicester had been stalked for weeks by someone who seemed to know her daily routine intimately. A family in Coventry had their home burgled while they were away on a weekend trip that had been mentioned in their social media posts. Posts I'd included in my research. The pattern was clear once I knew what to look for. My research was being used to identify vulnerable targets and plan attacks against them. I'd been working for criminals, helping them select victims and gather the intelligence they needed to exploit those victims effectively. I tried calling the number Harrison had given me for emergencies, but it was disconnected. His email address bounced back as undeliverable. Even the company name he'd provided turned out to be fake when I tried to look it up in the business registry. I'd been completely taken in by someone who didn't exist, working for an organization that was probably nothing more than a criminal enterprise operating through the dark web. All those privacy tools and secure browsers weren't about protecting legitimate research. They were about hiding illegal surveillance and planning activities. The worst part was realizing how perfectly I'd been selected for this role. My background in library science made me ideal for research work. My redundancy situation made me desperate enough to accept vague employment terms, and my lack of technical knowledge meant I wouldn't question the unusual software requirements. I reported everything to the police, but they seemed overwhelmed by the technical aspects of the case. The detective who took my statement was honest about the challenges they faced investigating crimes that operated through hidden parts of the internet. Without being able to identify Harrison or access the systems I'd been using, there wasn't much they could do beyond adding my information to their files. I deleted all the special software from my computer and tried to put the whole experience behind me. But I couldn't stop worrying about the people I'd researched, especially Sarah Mitchell. I'd compiled detailed information about her life, her vulnerabilities, her routines. Someone out there had that information and might be planning to use it against her. I started checking the local news obsessively, looking for reports of crimes against people whose names I recognized from my research. Found several that seemed connected, break-ins that showed intimate knowledge of the victims' schedules, harassment campaigns that targeted specific vulnerabilities I'd identified, even a few cases where people had been approached by strangers who knew suspiciously personal details about their lives. Each report made me feel sicker about what I'd been part of. I thought I was doing legitimate research work, earning honest money for skills I developed over decades of professional experience. Instead, I'd been facilitating crimes against innocent people who had no idea they'd been targeted. The paranoia started about a month later. I began noticing the same faces in different places, people who seemed to be around whenever I went shopping or visited the job center, cars that appeared to follow me home from interviews or appointments, phone calls that hung up when I answered, emails from unfamiliar addresses that contained nothing but my full name and address. I told myself I was being irrational, that my guilt about the research work was making me see threats where none existed. But then I found evidence that someone had been in my flat while I was out. Nothing had been stolen, but small things had been moved. Books repositioned on shelves, papers rearranged on my desk. Even the position of ornaments on the mantelpiece subtly altered. That's when I decided to move, packed up my few belongings and relocated to Portsmouth, where I didn't know anyone and had no previous connections. Found this bedsit through a private landlord who didn't ask too many questions about references or employment history. But I don't think it's made any difference. The same cars seem to appear outside my building at odd hours. I get phone calls that ring twice and then stop, always at times when I'm likely to be alone. Someone's been through my rubbish bins. I can tell because the bags have been retied differently from how I left them. Maybe Harrison's people have decided I know too much about their operation. Maybe they're worried I'll identify more of their victims or provide additional information to the police. Or maybe they just don't like loose ends, people who might be able to connect their crimes to the research that made them possible. I keep thinking about all those detailed reports I compiled, all the personal information I gathered about ordinary people who were just going about their lives. How many of them are still being watched? How many are still at risk because of intelligence I helped provide? The police told me to contact them if I noticed any direct threats or evidence of ongoing harassment. But how do you prove that someone's watching you when they're careful not to leave obvious evidence? How do you explain that you feel like prey without sounding paranoid or delusional? I suppose that's the perfect crime, really. Recruiting people to do your research for you, then discarding them when they become inconvenient. The victims never know they've been targeted until it's too late, and the researchers never realize what they're really doing until they're too compromised to be credible witnesses. Sometimes I wonder how many other people like me are out there. Unemployed professionals desperate for work, recruited by criminals who understand exactly how to exploit their skills and circumstances. People who think they're doing legitimate research, but are actually helping to facilitate crimes against innocent victims. I keep hoping the police will make some progress with their investigation, that they'll track down Harrison and shut down whatever operation he was running. But realistically, I know that's unlikely. These people are careful, anonymous, and operating through systems designed to hide their activities. All I can do now is try to stay safe and hope they decide I'm not worth the trouble. Try to blend in, avoid establishing routines that might make me predictable, and resist the urge to help when strangers approach me with offers that seem too good to be true, because I learned that desperation makes you vulnerable in ways you don't expect, that the skills you're proud of can be turned against innocent people, and that the internet has created opportunities for criminals that we're only just beginning to understand. I just hope Sarah Mitchell and the others are okay, that they've stayed safe despite the information I helped compile about them. That's the thought that keeps me awake at night. Not fear for my own safety, but guilt about the role I played in putting other people at risk. The damp chill of the Manchester evening always found its way inside, even with the windows sealed tight. It clung to the threadbare carpet, seeped into the plaster, and settled deep in my bones. Another Tuesday bled into another Wednesday, marked only by the shifting glow of the monitor. My flat, a rented box of beige and off-white, offered little resistance to the creeping greyness of my existence. The low hum of the fridge, the distant wail of a siren, the rhythmic tap of rain against the glass. These were the symphonies of my solitude. Tonight, the internet offered its usual shallow distractions. My fingers, accustomed to the familiar dance across the keyboard, navigated the labyrinthine corridors of obscure forums. I sought something, anything, to puncture the dull throb of predictability that defined my days. It wasn't a search for connection, not really. More a morbid curiosity, a desire to peer into the cracks of the world, to feel the brief tremor of something real. That's how I found it, a whispered link on a thread dedicated to forgotten corners of the darknet. The Eye of Chronos, it claimed. A private auction site, a marketplace for experiences. The description was deliberately vague, tantalizing in its ambiguity. Unfiltered, live, beyond the veil. My initial reaction was a scoff, a dismissive flick of the wrist. Another scam, another digital ghost story. But the seed was planted. I bookmarked the link. It sat there, a tiny, innocuous icon amidst a sea of banality, yet it hummed with an unseen energy. The next day, the bookmark beckoned. My lunch break dissolved into a hypnotic scroll through the site's landing page. The interface was stark, almost brutally minimalist. Black text on a charcoal background. No flashy graphics, no pop-ups. Just a single rotating banner. The unseen, the unheard, the unlived. A login portal shimmered beneath. My curiosity, a passive beast until now, stirred. I created an account, a throwaway email and a password plucked from the ether. The confirmation email arrived instantly, A clinical, unadorned message. No welcoming prose, no marketing spiel. Just a link to the main auction page. The page itself was a grid of thumbnails, each a static image. They were unsettling, not overtly graphic, but imbued with a disquieting stillness. A cracked porcelain doll's face. A single bloodied feather on a pristine white sheet. A blurred image of what might have been a hand, reaching from shadow. Beneath each thumbnail, a countdown timer ticked relentlessly, alongside a cryptic title and a current bid in an unknown cryptocurrency. My routine began to warp. The moment I returned from the office, the site became my first port of call. My evenings, once a blur of mindless television and reheated meals, now revolved around these digital auctions. I didn't bid, not at first. I simply watched. The bids climbed, sometimes slowly, sometimes in sudden, frantic surges. The timers expired, and the thumbnails vanished, replaced by an experience completed tag. What happened after that, I couldn't fathom. The mystery only deepened my fixation. The descriptions grew darker, more explicit in their implications, though still cloaked in a chilling poetry. The last breath of a failing star, a symphony of silent screams, the unraveling of the thread. My stomach churned, a mixture of revulsion and an undeniable, sickening fascination. I felt a voyeuristic thrill, a sense of being privy to something forbidden, something the ordinary world kept hidden. One evening, a new listing appeared. Its thumbnail was a close-up of a tarnished brass key, resting on a dark, polished surface. The title, The Door to the Self. The description, brief and stark, read, "Witness the unmaking, the ultimate reflection." The countdown began. Something about it, perhaps its deceptive simplicity, lodged itself in my mind. The bid started low, then escalated with unnerving speed. I found myself holding my breath, my gaze glued to the screen. My fingers twitched, hovering over the bid button. A cold sweat slicked my palms. This was different. This felt personal. The sense of dread was palpable, a physical weight in my chest. Yet I couldn't look away. The timer hit 0. Experience completed. The thumbnail vanished. I felt a surge of disappointment, a strange emptiness. A few days later, a new listing appeared. This time marked Preview Available. It was a grainy, slightly distorted image of a room. My breath hitched. The wallpaper, the faded floral pattern, peeling at the seams near the ceiling, was unmistakably familiar. It was the wallpaper in my own living room. A cold, sharp shock traveled through me. My flat. It couldn't be. My eyes darted around the room, confirming the impossible. The slight scuff mark near the skirting board, the way the light caught the dust motes dancing above the old armchair. It was all there. A tremor ran through me, a primal fear seizing my gut. I clicked the preview button. The image expanded, still grainy, but undeniably my flat. A low, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the speakers. It was the hum of my fridge, the soft, rhythmic click of the old wall clock in the hallway. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. A prank? A sophisticated hack? But how? There were no cameras, no hidden devices I knew of. I lived alone. My landlord, a stoic man who communicated solely through terse emails, rarely visited. No one had keys but me. The thought of an intruder, a hidden presence, sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp. I stared at the screen, a bizarre mirror reflecting my own reality, twisted and distorted. I searched the image, desperate for a clue, a sign of artifice. Nothing. It was simply my living room, empty, waiting, The anonymity of the internet, once a comforting cloak, now felt like a gaping maw. The listing had a title, The Observer Observed, and a chilling description. A life unfolds, unseen, unjudged, until now. The countdown timer was already running. This wasn't an auction. This was a live stream. My fingers, numb with shock, navigated to the main page. All other listings had vanished. Only The Observer Observed remained, now prominently displayed, a single, horrifying invitation. The preview button had changed to View Stream. I hesitated, my cursor hovering. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to close the browser, to unplug the router, to smash the computer. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand, held me captive. This was it, the ultimate unfiltered experience, and it was mine. I clicked. The screen flickered, then resolved into a live feed. My living room, in real time. The same muted colors, the familiar clutter. The light from my monitor casting a faint glow on the opposite wall. I could see myself, a shadowy figure reflected in the glass of the screen within the screen. The perspective was static, as if from a fixed point in the corner of the room, high above the bookshelf. A low, guttural gasp escaped me. My own living room, my own life laid bare. I felt a profound violation, a stripping away of all privacy, yet no one was physically here. It was a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom. Then a sound, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from the hallway. My blood ran cold. The flat was silent, save for the hum of my electronics. But the stream, that accursed stream, picked up everything. The creak again, closer this time. My eyes darted to the screen. The door to my flat, usually locked with a deadbolt, was slowly, silently opening. A sliver of darkness appeared, then widened. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. My muscles had seized, locked in a tableau of terror. A figure emerged, tall, slender, cloaked in shadow. Its head was tilted, as if observing the room, assessing its emptiness. It moved with an unnerving grace, a predatory stillness. I couldn't make out any features, only the outline of a form, darker than the shadows it cast. It stepped fully into the living room, its presence a palpable weight that pressed down on me, even through the screen. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to shout, to run, but I was paralyzed, a voyeur to my own nightmare. The figure paused, its gaze seemingly fixed on the spot where I sat, transfixed. A cold dread seeped into my bones. It knew I was watching. Then it moved, not towards me, but towards the bookshelf, my bookshelf. It ran a gloved hand along the spines of my books, a slow, deliberate caress. My collection of dog-eared paperbacks, the literary companions of my lonely evenings. A profound sense of intimacy, of my inner world being exposed, washed over me. It picked up a framed photograph from the shelf, a faded picture of my parents, taken years ago at the seaside. It held it for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, turned it face down. The small, almost insignificant action felt like a profound act of desecration. My mind screamed, this was real, this was happening. This was not a prank, not a hack. This was an invasion. The figure moved again, gliding across the room towards my armchair. The worn velvet, imprinted with the shape of my body after countless hours of sitting. It reached out, its fingers brushing the fabric, then settling on the remote control, exactly where I usually left it. A low, sibilant whisper emanated from the speakers. It was barely audible, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. You watch. we see. The voice was not human. It was a cacophony of whispers, a chorus of unseen entities, all speaking at once, yet forming a single, chilling utterance. It burrowed into my skull, vibrating through my very being. My eyes darted from the screen to the real-life armchair, then back again. My flat, my sanctuary, had become a stage, and I, the unwitting star. The figure turned its head, its shadowy form now facing the camera directly. I still couldn't discern any features, but I felt its gaze, a cold, unblinking stare that pierced through the screen, through the digital barrier, and into my very soul. It raised a hand, slowly, deliberately, its fingers, long and skeletal, stretched towards the camera. The gesture was unmistakable, a beckoning, an invitation. My breath hitched. The screen flickered, then went black. The hum of the fridge, the click of the clock, the distant siren. They all returned, amplified in the sudden silence. The monitor, now a dark mirror, reflected my own terrified face. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. My body trembled uncontrollably. The cold sweat turned clammy. I was alone in the flat, yet I felt a presence, an unseen weight in the room. I stumbled backwards, knocking my chair over with a clatter. The sound echoed in the sudden, vast emptiness of the room. My eyes darted to the hallway. The door was closed, locked, or was it? My memory, fractured by fear, couldn't confirm. I scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old building a harbinger of doom. My gaze fell on the bookshelf, the photograph of my parents. It was still face down. A whimpering sound escaped my throat. It was my own. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door. My hand fumbled for my phone, a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. My fingers, slick with sweat, struggled to unlock it. What would I say? Someone is in my flat, but I only saw them on a live stream of my flat, which I found on a dark web auction site. They'd think I was mad. My gaze drifted back to the monitor. The screen remained black, but a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of light emanated from its depths. A single pixel, perhaps, or something else entirely. I felt it then, a cold breath on the back of my neck. My hair stood on end. My skin crawled. I wasn't alone. A low, guttural chuckle resonated through the room. It wasn't from the speakers. It was here, in the air, around me. My eyes widened in terror. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Only the familiar, comforting clutter of my living room. But the feeling persisted, an undeniable, suffocating presence. The chuckle came again, closer this time. A dry, rasping sound. It seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the very air I breathed. Welcome, Andrew. The voice was singular now, no longer a chorus. It was deep, resonant, and utterly devoid of warmth. It knew my name. My blood ran cold. My mind, already fractured, threatened to shatter completely. How did it know? A cold, spectral hand brushed my cheek. I gasped, stumbling backwards, my legs giving way. I fell to the floor, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the empty space. Nothing. No one. Yet the touch was undeniable, leaving a trail of icy dread in its wake. You sought the unfiltered. You found it. The voice was directly above me now, a whisper that vibrated through my bones. And now, you are the experience. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I scrambled backwards, crawling across the floor, desperate to escape. My fingers scrabbled at the carpet, seeking purchase, seeking an exit. A shadow detached itself from the wall, coalescing into the familiar, slender form. It stood before me, its head still tilted, observing. Its presence radiated an ancient, malevolent power. The ultimate reflection, it repeated, its voice a silken rasp. The unmaking. My vision blurred, tears of terror streaming down my face. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. My throat was constricted, my lungs starved of air. The figure extended its hand again, not towards me, but towards my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for a blow, for an end. Instead, I felt a gentle pressure, a subtle shift in the air around me. A profound sense of clarity, cold and sharp, flooded my mind. The terror, the panic, the confusion, they receded, replaced by an unnerving calm. I opened my eyes. The figure was still there, but it seemed to shimmer, its edges indistinct. The room, too, had changed. The colors were more vivid, the shadows deeper. Every detail, every dust mote, every imperfection stood out with startling clarity. "You are free to observe," the voice murmured, now seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere, from within. I tried to move, to speak, but my body felt distant, unresponsive. It was as if I was watching myself, a silent spectator in my own skin. My arms, my legs, my hands, they were no longer mine to command. The figure receded, melting back into the shadows from which it came. The room returned to its mundane state, the familiar clutter, the muted colors, but I was no longer the same. I stood up, my movements slow, deliberate, as if I were a puppet on invisible strings. I walked to the monitor, my eyes fixed on the black screen. The single flickering pixel was still there, a tiny, defiant pinprick of light in the darkness. I raised my hand, my own hand, and touched the screen. The pixel pulsed, brighter now, then expanded. It bloomed into an image, a new live stream. It was a room, an unfamiliar room, filled with strange, archaic objects. A flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls. A figure sat at a table, hunched over a glowing screen. I leaned closer. The screen within the screen showed a grid of thumbnails. One of them, prominently displayed, was a close-up of a tarnished brass key. The title, "The Door to the Self." My mind, now unnervingly calm, understood. The cycle, the endless, horrifying loop. I felt a faint, almost imperceptible smile touch my lips. Not my smile, but a smile nonetheless. The cold, analytical observer within me approved. The man on the screen, hunched over his monitor, was unaware. He was about to click the preview button. You'd think working for a tech startup would keep you busy enough to avoid trouble. Turns out the opposite is true when your job involves testing apps that nobody else wants to touch. 6 weeks ago, I was just a QA tester in Bristol trying to make rent on an apprentice's salary. Now I'm writing this from a service station near Cardiff, knowing that tomorrow night I'll become the main attraction for an audience I helped build, without realizing it. I work for a small company called DevCore Solutions. We're one of those firms that test software for other companies, checking for bugs, security vulnerabilities, user experience issues. Most of our clients are legitimate businesses wanting to make sure their apps work properly before launch. But some of our contracts come from less transparent sources, companies that pay well but ask few questions about what we find. The project that changed everything started in early September. My supervisor handed me a tablet loaded with a beta version of an app called StreamVault. The brief was minimal. Test the streaming functionality, check for lag issues, verify the payment integration worked smoothly. No information about who developed it or what it was ultimately intended for. StreamVault looked like any other live streaming platform at first glance. Clean interface, simple navigation, standard features you'd expect from a video app. The difference was in the back end. This wasn't designed for casual users. It had sophisticated access controls, encrypted payment systems, and viewer analytics that were far more detailed than anything I'd seen before. My job was to test it by setting up streams and checking various functions. I'd broadcast from different locations in the office, test the chat features, verify that donations and tips were processing correctly. Standard quality assurance work. The app performed well, better than many mainstream platforms I'd used. What struck me as odd was some of the advanced features buried in the settings. Options for scheduling automated content, systems for managing large-scale viewer numbers, and something called interactive participation protocols that seemed overly complex for a standard streaming app. When I asked my supervisor about these features, he told me to focus on basic functionality testing and not to worry about advanced options unless they caused obvious problems. After several weeks of testing, I was asked to evaluate the app in more realistic conditions. This meant setting up streams from my flat in the evenings, testing the mobile connection, checking how the platform handled different lighting conditions and camera angles. The company provided additional equipment, professional lighting, multiple camera angles, audio equipment that seemed unnecessarily sophisticated for testing purposes. I'd stream myself doing mundane tasks, cooking dinner, working on a laptop, watching television. The streams were supposed to be private, accessible only to other testers, but occasionally I'd notice viewer counts that seemed higher than our small testing team could account for. When I mentioned this, I was told that automated systems sometimes inflated the numbers and not to worry about it. The requests from my supervisors gradually became more specific. Could I test streaming from different rooms in my flat? Could I check how well the low-light cameras worked in the bedroom? Could I verify the audio pickup was clear enough to capture conversation from other rooms? Each request seemed reasonable in isolation, but together they were creating an unusually detailed map of my living space. About 3 weeks into home testing, I started noticing technical irregularities. The app would occasionally activate when I wasn't running tests. I'd find it open on my tablet or phone, showing a black screen but with active viewer counts in the hundreds. The microphone would sometimes show activity when I wasn't speaking, suggesting the app was recording ambient sound. When I reported these bugs, the development team claimed they were working on fixes, but needed more data to identify the root cause. They asked me to leave the app running continuously for several days to help them monitor the issues. I agreed, thinking I was helping improve the product. That's when things started getting strange. I'd return home to find small items moved in my flat. Nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed. Just things like my keys being on a different table or books rearranged on shelves. I initially attributed it to stress or absent-mindedness. Then I received an email about expanding my testing role. The company wanted me to evaluate StreamVault's real-world application scenarios. They provided a list of locations around Bristol where I should test the mobile streaming: parks, shopping centres, quiet streets at night. The pay for this expanded testing was substantial, nearly doubling my usual fee. During these location tests, I began noticing people who seemed to be watching me work. Individuals who would appear at multiple test sites, always at a distance but clearly observing what I was doing. When I mentioned feeling observed to my supervisor, he said it was probably just curious passers-by, and that public testing always attracted some attention. The app's functionality continued to evolve during this period. new features appeared in updates, enhanced privacy controls, geographic tagging, integration with cryptocurrency payment systems. The viewer capacity seemed to be increasing as well. During my public tests, I'd sometimes see viewer counts in the thousands. One evening, while testing at home, I decided to explore some of the advanced features I'd been told to ignore. I dug deeper into the analytics section and found logs of all my streaming activity. Not just the official tests, but every time the app had been active, including those instances when I hadn't initiated any streams. The log showed detailed information about each session. Viewer numbers, duration of viewing, geographic distribution of the audience, and most disturbing, revenue generated. People had been paying to watch my mundane test streams, my evening routine, my phone calls with friends, my conversations with my girlfriend. All of it had been monetized without my knowledge. I confronted my supervisor the next morning, but he claimed that this was a misunderstanding. The revenue data was fake, generated by the testing system to verify payment functionality. The high viewer numbers were simulated to stress test the servers. Everything I'd seen was just part of the comprehensive testing environment they'd built. But that night, I received a phone call from a blocked number. The voice was distorted, probably through software, but the message was clear. They congratulated me on my excellent testing work and mentioned specific details about my daily routines that could only have come from someone watching the streams very carefully. They explained that StreamVault wasn't just another streaming platform. It was designed for a specific type of content and a particular audience willing to pay premium prices for authentic, unscripted material. My testing phase was concluding, but my participation in the platform was just beginning. That's when I realized I hadn't been testing an app. I'd been conditioning an audience. Thousands of people had been watching me live my normal life, becoming invested in my routines, learning my patterns, developing what the industry calls parasocial relationships. I was no longer just a tester. I was the content. I immediately tried to delete the app from all my devices, but found it wouldn't uninstall. The technical support team at DevCore said they needed to remotely remove it to prevent data corruption, but that process would take several days. In the meantime, the app continued running, continued streaming, continued attracting viewers who are now paying increasing amounts to watch someone who was becoming paranoid and afraid. The requests from my supervisors became more direct. Would I be willing to continue streaming, but now as official content rather than testing? The compensation would be substantial, enough to quit my day job and focus solely on this work. They framed it as a natural progression from testing to implementation. When I refused, strange things started happening around my flat. Mail for previous tenants began arriving addressed to names I'd never heard. Food deliveries I hadn't ordered appeared at my door. People started knocking at odd hours, claiming to be from utility companies or maintenance services, always wanting to come inside to check something. I realized the extended testing period had given them extensive intelligence about my life. They knew my schedule, my habits, my visitors, my vulnerabilities. The app had essentially turned my home into a surveillance center and my daily life into a product. 1 week ago, everything escalated. I came home to find a package containing a new tablet, one I hadn't seen before. When I turned it on, it showed a live stream of the room I was sitting in, but from an angle that suggested the camera was built into the device I was holding. In the corner was a viewer count showing tens of thousands of people watching. But this time, there was also a chat window. Messages were flowing constantly, comments about my appearance, observations about my living space, questions about my daily routine. Some viewers were offering money for me to answer specific questions or perform certain tasks. Others were discussing what they wanted to see happen next. At the bottom of the screen was a countdown timer, not counting down from weeks or days, just hours, and a message indicating that the beta testing phase was concluded and that live interactive content would begin shortly. I packed what I could carry and left Bristol that night. I've been moving between service stations and cheap hotels since then, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads, trying to stay ahead of whatever system they have for tracking me. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. CCTV cameras that seem to follow my movements too precisely. And constant notifications on any device I use that the StreamVault app is trying to install itself. The countdown reached 0 yesterday. Since then, I've been receiving messages on burner phones I've just purchased, texts from numbers I've never seen before. They all contain the same basic information: an address in Cardiff, a specific time tonight, and a reminder about the extensive audience that has been cultivated for this event. They've also sent proof that they know exactly where my family lives. Photos of my sister leaving her house in London, my parents shopping at their local supermarket in Bradford, my girlfriend at her university in Edinburgh. All taken recently, all clearly intended to show me that running isn't just about my own safety anymore. I understand now that DevCore Solutions isn't a normal software testing company. They're a recruitment and conditioning operation for something much darker. They identify suitable candidates, slowly accustom audiences to watching them, build up viewership numbers, and then transition their testers into live interactive content. The beta testing was never about improving an app. It was about training viewers to become invested in watching me, creating demand for more intimate access to my life, and gradually moving toward a final event that apparently thousands of people have now paid to see. I'm writing this from a motorway service station somewhere between Bristol and Cardiff. The address they've given me is less than an hour's drive from here. The designated time is in roughly 6 hours. I've tried calling the police from 3 different locations, but explaining that a streaming app beta test has led to being recruited for what I believe are red room broadcasts sounds insane even to me. The most disturbing realization is that I've been building my own audience this entire time. Every test stream where I acted naturally, every moment of genuine reaction when I noticed strange things happening, every instance of growing paranoia and fear, it's all been content that people have been paying to watch. I'm not just about to become a victim. I'm about to become entertainment for an audience I've been cultivating for months without knowing it. People who feel they know me, who have been following my story, who have been waiting for this conclusion to what they see as an elaborate performance. The counter on the latest message shows viewership numbers I've never seen before. Tens of thousands of people waiting for tonight's conclusion to the beta testing storyline. Payment processing servers working overtime to handle the demand for premium access to whatever they have planned. I keep thinking about all the other beta testers DevCore must have recruited over the years. How many people thought they were just testing an app while actually training an audience to watch them? How many discovered too late what they had really been participating in? Cardiff is getting closer. The time is running out. I could keep driving, head to Scotland, try to disappear completely. But they've proven they can find me anywhere, and now they have leverage over people I care about. The strangest part is knowing that whatever happens tonight will be broadcast to thousands of people who have been following my story from the beginning. People who watched me test streaming equipment in my flat, who saw me gradually become aware of what was happening, who have been anticipating this moment as the natural conclusion to the narrative they've been consuming. I never signed up to be an actor in someone else's show, but I've been performing for months without knowing it. The beta testing was just the audition. Tonight is opening night. The sat-nav shows 30 minutes to the Cardiff address. The clock shows 5 hours until the scheduled time. The viewers are waiting. The cameras are prepared. The show, as they say, must go on. I still don't know if I'll show up or keep running, but I'm starting to suspect it doesn't matter. With an audience this size, this invested, this willing to pay for the conclusion to my story, they'll make sure the show happens one way or another. The screen's blue light casts an artificial glow across my face as I hunch over my laptop in the darkness of my London flat. 3 a.m, and only the hum of my computer fan and occasional passing car break the silence. My fingers navigate through layers of encryption with practiced precision. The Tor browser bounces my signal across worldwide servers, wrapping me in digital anonymity. A notification pings from another tab, my banking app. Insufficient funds for an automatic payment. Again. 6 months ago, I was a mid-level IT specialist at Global Tech Marketing in Manchester. My days consisted of troubleshooting printer issues and resetting forgotten passwords for marketing executives who viewed tech support as digital janitors. Then came the redundancies. Economic downturn, budget cuts, restructuring, corporate buzzwords that translated to one reality. I was expendable. The first month of unemployment wasn't unbearable. I had savings, not substantial, but enough to maintain a semblance of normalcy while I hunted for new opportunities. But as weeks stretched into months and rejection emails multiplied, my bank account dwindled alongside my sense of security. My modest flat in Dunstable transformed from sanctuary to overpriced cage, with rent consuming what little remained of my financial cushion. Last week, a pipe burst in my bathroom. The landlord took 3 days to send someone. The plumber left muddy footprints across my carpet and a bill for £180, an emergency call-out fee, not covered by the property management. That was the final straw that broke my financial back, pushing my account into overdraft territory I couldn't escape. The online forum started as mere distraction from mounting bills. Forums where anonymous users shared stories of systemic collapse, of corporate betrayal, of individuals forced to create their own safety nets when traditional ones failed them. Initially, I viewed them with skeptical detachment, digital venting spaces for the disaffected, but their voices began to resonate, talking of systems designed to fail people like me, of self-reliance in a world of broken promises, of protection against worst-case scenarios that loomed ever closer. I discovered the forum thread after my 4th job rejection in a single day. When the system fails you, create your own security. Hundreds of comments from people sharing similar stories of economic freefall. Their solutions range from cryptocurrency investments to underground bartering systems to, more disturbingly, methods of personal protection outside legal frameworks. One comment caught my attention, linking to additional resources for serious researchers only. I clicked, expecting another forum. Instead, I found detailed instructions for accessing certain marketplaces on the dark web. The comment promised nothing, suggested nothing, but the implication was clear. When conventional options fail, unconventional ones await. For 2 weeks, I merely observed. Learned. I told myself it was academic curiosity, nothing more. Just another IT professional exploring the architecture of internet underspaces. I convinced myself I was maintaining professional knowledge, not preparing, not considering, just learning, until tonight. The dark web marketplace glows on my screen, its rudimentary interface masking sophisticated security. I'd researched for weeks before attempting access, learning about cryptocurrency transactions, PGP encryption, and unwritten rules of these shadowy corners of the internet. My cursor moves methodically through categories: drugs, counterfeit documents, hacked accounts, stolen data. I navigate past them directly to hardware, a thin euphemism for weapons. Something flickers at my window, a reflection or shadow movement. I freeze, heart suddenly racing. After 30 seconds of paralyzed vigilance, I identify the source. Just the neighbor's security light, triggering from a passing cat. The momentary panic embarrasses me, but also reinforces my purpose. This growing fear, this constant vigilance, this is precisely why I'm here. I've never owned a gun, never fired one outside a controlled range during a stag do years ago. British firearms laws had always been a distant concept, irrelevant to my daily existence, but desperation rewrites principles with remarkable efficiency. Just insurance, I tell myself. Just control in an uncontrollable life. I select a Glock 19 from a highly rated vendor, gently used. Serial number removed. The Bitcoin price equals nearly £3,000. 2 months of my remaining savings, but safety transcends price tags. The vendor's profile shows hundreds of satisfied customers, with comments alluding to smooth transactions and quality merchandise. Their response time averages under 3 hours. Their rating, perfect 5 stars across 127 transactions. Too perfect. I hesitate, cursor hovering over the contact vendor button. In legitimate marketplaces, perfect ratings trigger suspicion. Inevitable dissatisfied customers, occasional misunderstandings, shipping damages. Perfection suggests manipulation. But here I am, considering an illegal purchase from an anonymous vendor with suspiciously perfect feedback. Desperation truly is the enemy of critical thinking. A sudden power fluctuation causes my lights to dim momentarily. Another sign? A warning from the universe? Or just the aging electrical infrastructure of my building succumbing to overnight power demands? The moment passes, but leaves residual unease like static electricity on skin. I complete the encrypted form and arrange the dead drop delivery through the complex system the vendor outlines. Transaction finished. I close my laptop. A strange chill spreads through my chest, replacing the momentary surge of purpose. I've stepped beyond a boundary I never thought I'd cross. The vendor's instructions are to wait for confirmation, anywhere from hours to days. Sleep becomes a luxury. I check my encrypted email constantly, twitching at every notification. My mind conjures worst-case scenarios: police at my door, bank accounts frozen, imprisonment. The irony doesn't escape me. Seeking security has made me more paranoid than ever. At work the following day, a temporary data entry position paying barely above minimum wage, I nearly jump out of my skin when the office security guard greets me in the lobby. His casual morning sounds accusatory to my guilty conscience. I mumble a response and hurry to my windowless cubicle, where I spend the day mechanically inputting figures while compulsively checking my phone under the desk. When confirmation finally arrives 3 days later, its brevity chills me. 2 days later, detailed instructions appear. The exchange location: an abandoned industrial area outside Dunstable. Coordinates: time, 2 a.m. tomorrow. And warnings that deviating from protocol means cancellation without refund. Cash only, come alone. Follow specific routes to avoid CCTV cameras. Something about the precise nature of these arrangements triggers my first real unease. The vendor specified a meeting point that maximizes isolation. Strange for someone merely selling merchandise. A stray thought surfaces. What if the product isn't what's being valued in this transaction? I dismiss the paranoia, just nerves from crossing into illegality. That evening, I withdraw cash from scattered ATMs across town, never taking enough from any single machine to trigger reporting requirements. After the third withdrawal, my card declines. Insufficient funds. I'd miscalculated. The recent overdraft fees had reduced my available balance. Panic rises as I mentally recalculate. I'm £320 short. I return to my flat and desperately search for valuables. My watch, a gift from my father, might fetch enough at a pawn shop. I have exactly 90 minutes before shops close. The race against time leaves me sweating as I rush across town, only to receive an offer of only £280. Desperate haggling increases it to £300, still short. I empty my wallet of emergency cash, count out coins from the jar in my kitchen, and scrape together the final amount by selling my rarely used tablet to a cash converter shop just before closing. The clerk eyes me suspiciously as I anxiously check the time. His deliberate slowness in processing the transaction feels pointed, accusatory. Back at my flat, I purchase a prepaid phone, black clothing, and gloves from unfamiliar shops. Each action minimizes my digital trail. Following advice from the forums that guided me here, the prepaid phone, a basic model requiring no identification, feels alien in my hand compared to my regular smartphone. Its primitive interface reminds me of devices from a decade ago. Functional but stripped down, anonymous, disposable, like unbecoming. As I lay out these items on my bed, doubt resurfaces. The arrangement feels overtly clandestine, even for an illegal weapons purchase. The vendor's rating was perfect, suspiciously so. 5 stars across dozens of transactions, without a single complaint or issue. In legitimate marketplaces, such perfection raises red flags about fake reviews. Why had I dismissed this in a space where deception carries far deadlier stakes? My phone buzzes. My landlord threatening eviction next week if rent remains unpaid. The hesitation dissolves. This is survival. This is reclaiming control. Even if the situation feels wrong, the alternative, homelessness, complete financial ruin, seems worse. I try to sleep before the night's activities, but achieve only fragmented consciousness, jerking awake from micro-dreams where police sirens wail or shadowy figures surround my bed. Each time, I check the clock. 10:47 p.m., 11:23 p.m., 12:05 a.m. The minutes crawl with excruciating slowness until it's time to prepare. The night of the exchange arrives with a sudden drop in temperature, unseasonably cold for September. I dress in black, hide the cash in my jacket's inner pocket, and slip the prepaid phone into my jeans. I leave my regular phone behind and take precautions the forums recommended, exiting through the rear door, following a winding path to a distant bus stop, paying fare with cash. On the night bus, only 3 other passengers ride. An elderly man who appears homeless, clutching a plastic bag of possessions. A young woman with headphones staring blankly out the window, and a middle-aged man in work clothes, likely finishing a late shift. Do any of them notice me? Do any of them care about my destination or purpose? The young woman briefly makes eye contact, then returns to her window vigil. The momentary connection sends a jolt of paranoia through me. Does she know? Could she possibly suspect? Dunstable's nighttime transformation renders familiar landmarks alien and threatening. The bus carries me to the industrial district's edge, where abandoned factories loom like fossilized behemoths against the moonlit sky. As I step off the bus, my footsteps echo against concrete with unsettling clarity in the stillness. The bus pulls away, its taillights diminishing into the distance, taking with them my last connection to civilization. I am truly alone now. Or am I? A fox darts across the road ahead, freezing momentarily in my sightline before vanishing into shadows. Its sudden appearance and disappearance leaves me unnerved, heart pounding against my ribs like it might break through. I check coordinates on the prepaid phone before venturing deeper into the derelict labyrinth. Without streetlights, I use the phone's flashlight in brief bursts that compromise my night vision and heighten my unease. Each shadow-cast building could conceal watchers. Each broken window might frame observing eyes. The isolation that earlier seemed like security protocol now feels like strategic vulnerability. A sudden noise, metal scraping against concrete, freezes me mid-step. I extinguish my light and press against a wall, listening intently. Seconds stretch into a full minute of silence. Just the wind-moving debris, or something else. When no further sound follows, I proceed, but with heightened vigilance that borders on paranoia. The designated meeting point appears, a loading dock behind a former furniture factory. Rust consumes the metal railings while weeds reclaim the concrete through stubborn cracks. I arrive at 1:47 a.m. Early, but caution outweighs courtesy in these circumstances. Positioning myself in shadows beside the loading dock, I secure clear sight lines to all approaches. The night air carries distant rain and industrial decay. A metallic taste coats my tongue. Fear made physical. I suppress the urge to check the time again, knowing the screen's glow could reveal my position. Minutes pass with excruciating slowness. Each sound, distant traffic, the creaking of abandoned structures settling, the scurrying of urban wildlife triggers fresh adrenaline surges. My muscles ache from sustained tension, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. At 1:58, a notification chimes softly from my prepaid phone. The message redirects me to new coordinates, a location nearly half a mile east. My throat constricts as though invisible hands tightened around it. This wasn't in the protocol. The vendor had been explicit about adherence to original instructions, warning that deviation would result in transaction cancellation. A legitimate change would come through the same encrypted channel as our previous communications. I silence the phone and remain motionless. Either someone is attempting to redirect me, or the vendor has broken their own security practices. Neither option comforts. I consider abandoning the transaction entirely, writing off the lost Bitcoin as tuition in a harsh lesson about digital underworlds. Exactly 2 a.m., according to my watch. The vendor should appear within minutes. I scan the darkness, searching for movement, for the approaching silhouette of my contact. Nothing. The seconds tick by. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. The lengthening absence confirms my suspicion. Something has gone wrong. At precisely 2:03, movement catches my eye. A lone figure emerges between distant buildings, approaching with deliberate, measured steps. They move with unsettling confidence, not the cautious manner of someone conducting illegal business, but the assured stride of someone navigating familiar territory. Something in that walk, too controlled, too precise, sends a warning pulse through my nerves. The figure stops 20 feet from the loading dock, head tilting mechanically as they scan the area. Their face remains hidden beneath a hooded jacket, but their posture screams predator, not merchant. My instinct screams to run, but I remain frozen in shadow. The figure reaches into their pocket, withdrawing not a package, but a small device that emits a faint glow. They consult it, then turn deliberately toward my hiding spot with unnatural precision. The notification on my phone suddenly makes terrible sense. Not a competing buyer trying to divert me, but a hunter attempting to flush out prey. Perhaps even a tactic they've refined through repetition. Send unexpected instructions. Observe which hiding spots suddenly produce movement as nervous buyers check their phones. My suspicion solidifies when the figure speaks into what must be a communication device. Though too distant to hear the words, the gesture itself reveals everything. I'm not dealing with a lone seller, but an organized operation. I slide deeper into shadow, weighing impossible options. The loading dock offers no exit except past this figure. Behind me stands the facility's sealed entrance, secured with ancient chains and padlocks. The surrounding area provides no cover for a sprint to safety, only open ground where I'd be immediately spotted. A small rock dislodges from somewhere above me, clattering loudly against the loading dock's metal surface. I freeze, barely breathing, as the figure's head snaps toward the sound, toward me. Had I disturbed it unknowingly, or was this incredibly bad luck? The figure advances toward the loading dock with unnerving directness. No hesitation, no searching. They know exactly where I am. I turn to the chain doors, my only chance. The padlock is substantial, but the hasp securing it to the door has corroded over decades of neglect. I brace against the door frame and pull the chain with desperate strength. Metal groans but holds. The approaching footsteps quicken. I yank again, throwing my full weight backward. The hasp tears partially from rotted wood with a betraying screech. One final pull breaks it free. The chains slither through the handles as I slip inside, a beam of light slicing through the space I occupied seconds before. The abandoned factory's interior stretches before me, a cathedral of shadows. Moonlight filtering through broken windows reveals a vast production floor littered with debris, fallen ceiling tiles, shattered glass, remnants of human occupation. The air thickens with dust and decay, carrying the musty scent of forgotten places. My lungs protest with the urge to cough, but survival instinct suppresses the reflex. I navigate primarily by touch, putting distance between myself and the entrance. Behind me, chains rattle as my pursuer discovers my escape route. They'll follow within seconds. I need to find hiding space or another exit. My shoe connects with something solid, sending it skittering across the concrete with a betraying clatter. I freeze, listening. The entrance door creaks open. They're inside. The factory floor transitions to administrative areas, smaller rooms containing skeletal office furniture. I duck into a former manager's office with walls intact but no door. Not a hiding place, but a moment to regroup and plan. A beam of light sweeps the main floor as my pursuer enters. Their methodical movements suggest professional training or experience. No wasted motion, no hesitation. The beam pauses, then divides into 3 separate lights. Not one hunter, 3. Ice forms in my stomach. The entire transaction, the vendor profile, the gun listing, the positive reviews. All elaborate fiction designed to lure desperate people to isolated locations. But why? Robbery seems too mundane for this level of preparation. Something else drives these predators. I crouch behind a decaying desk as a light beam sweeps across the office doorway. It lingers suspiciously before continuing. They know I'm nearby. Time is evaporating. A spider descends from the ceiling directly in front of my face. I flinch involuntarily, nearly losing balance and knocking over a rusted metal bin. The near miss leaves me trembling. Even the smallest sound could now prove fatal. My eyes, adjusted to darkness, spot a ceiling access panel above. My only chance. I wait until the searching beams focus elsewhere before silently pushing the desk beneath the panel. The furniture protests with a groan, but the hunters don't immediately respond. I climb atop the desk and push against the panel. Years of undisturbed grime seal it, until it suddenly gives way. I pull myself into the crawl space just as light floods the office again. The space above the ceiling is claustrophobic and dust-filled. Each breath threatens to trigger a cough that would immediately reveal my position. I lie flat across ceiling joists, knowing the ancient tiles between them wouldn't support my weight. Below, slivers of light pierce through cracks as hunters conduct a thorough search. A persistent tickle builds in my throat, dust particles irritating sensitive tissue. I press my sleeve against my mouth, fighting the urge to cough with every fiber of my being. The pressure builds, eyes watering, chest constricting. I inch forward along the joists away from the office. The crawl space extends across several rooms until reaching the open expanse above the main factory floor. No continuing without dropping down, directly into the hunting ground. A crash echoes from the office where I entered the ceiling. They found my route. Worse, the impact destabilizes the already precarious structure. A tremor runs through the joist beneath me as dust rains downward. Stealth no longer matters, only speed. I identify a momentarily clear area below and push downward with all my strength. The ceiling disintegrates and I plummet through cascading debris. I land hard, pain shooting through my ankle. The crash creates momentary confusion as hunters converge on the collapsing ceiling. For the first time, they break silence. Sharp commands cutting through dust clouds. The voices hold no accent, just clinical efficiency in deploying resources to recapture their prey. My ankle throbs, possibly sprained, definitely damaged. Each step sends fresh waves of pain, but adrenaline pushes me forward. I limp toward a stairwell leading upward. Higher ground seems counterintuitive for escape, but they'll expect me to flee toward ground-level exits. The unpredictable path might buy precious seconds. The stairs protest beneath my weight as I ascend. Behind me, light beams become frantic in their search patterns. They've temporarily lost my trail, but won't remain confused long. Halfway up, a stair gives way beneath my foot. I pitch forward, barely catching myself on the railing. The rotted wood crumbles in my grasp. For a sickening moment, I'm suspended in space, certain I'll fall. Somehow, miraculously, my other hand finds purchase on a more solid section. I pull myself upward, heart thundering so loudly, I'm certain they must hear it echoing through the building. The second floor contains rows of empty shelving creating a maze-like structure. I navigate through them, seeking windows or roof access, while my injured ankle threatens collapse with each step. Blood pulses against my temples with such intensity, I fear they might hear it too. A sudden noise from the stairwell. Footsteps, multiple sets, ascending with deliberate caution. They found my trail again. Time evaporates like morning dew in summer heat. Moonlight spills through a broken window at the storage area's far end. Looking out reveals a partially collapsed roof section below the window. Then a 20-foot drop to the ground. Not ideal, but approaching footsteps on the stairs eliminate alternatives. I ease through the broken window onto the unstable roof section, which immediately protests under my weight. Below, discarded pallets and construction debris offer a marginally better landing than bare concrete. A flashlight beam sweeps across the storage area behind me as the roof section begins collapsing. I push off, directing my descent toward the debris pile. The impact drives air from my lungs and sends fresh pain through my ankle, but miraculously leaves me conscious and mobile. Splintered wood tears my palms as I stagger upright. I hear the roof section crash completely as I push away from the wall, forcing my damaged body into a stumbling run. The industrial complex forms a maze of derelict buildings, all potential hiding places, all potential traps. I have no plan beyond creating distance, hoping that my pursuer's determination has limits. A distant engine sounds, a vehicle approaching. Relief floods me momentarily. Civilization, witnesses, safety. But the engine cuts abruptly, followed by car doors closing with muffled precision. Not random passers-by, reinforcements. A metallic click stops me, the unmistakable sound of a round being chambered. A silhouette detaches from the shadow of a dumpster ahead. My stomach drops through ice. How had they gotten before me? I pivot only to see a second figure emerging between buildings to my left. They've herded me, using my panic against me, driving me along a predictable path while closing their net. My remaining option is a narrow alley between two warehouses. I lunge toward it despite my screaming ankle. The alley is dark and obstacle-strewn, but navigable. Behind me, I hear my pursuers control pace, unhurried. They know the alley is a dead end. Halfway down the passage, my foot catches on something, a discarded pipe or bar. I stumble, catching myself against the rough brick wall. Skin tears from my palms, adding fresh pain to my inventory of injuries. I push onward, desperation mounting with each step. After 30 yards, a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire halts my escape. Too high to climb, especially injured. I turn, back against the fence, facing my approaching hunters. Their flashlights switch off, but ambient light from distant street lamps reveals their steady advance. The lead figure stops 10 feet away, close enough to see his face beneath the hood. Young, ordinary looking, except for eyes empty of empathy or emotion. Clinical eyes that observe suffering with scientific detachment. He raises something that reflects dully in the dim light. A smartphone. On its screen, my photograph, taken from social media I deleted months ago. Beside it, information I'd believed private. My Dunstable address, employment history, bank account activity showing my deepening financial crisis, the precise amount of my overdraft, the exact figure in my savings account before redundancy, the monthly utility cost for my flat. The gun was never real. It was bait, selected based on digital breadcrumbs revealing my desperation. Everything, from forum posts resonating with my fears to the vendor's high rating, was crafted to lead me here, to this alley, to this moment. Understanding freezes my blood more effectively than fear. I wasn't randomly selected. I was profiled, studied, and targeted with the precision of commercial algorithms that determine which advertisements we see online. Except this campaign's conversion goal wasn't purchase, but capture. The young man pockets the phone and withdraws a real gun from his jacket. Behind him, the second hunter raises what I now recognize as a camera, its recording light blinking steadily. The third blocks any slim hope of escape. The details of my financial life appear on a device screen. My monthly internet costs, my VPN subscription fee, the precise amounts withdrawn from cash machines across Dunstable over the past week. They've catalogued my desperation in sterile spreadsheet format, treating my gradual economic collapse as clinical data points. They hadn't just tracked my digital movements. They'd invaded every aspect of my digital life. The leader aims at my chest with mechanical precision. The camera adjusts position slightly, framing the scene with professional detachment. This isn't just execution, its production. Another device appears displaying video footage. A man trapped exactly as I am now, backed against a fence. Comprehension dawning across his features. The timestamp shows last month's date. The footage ends with a muzzle flash. I straighten against the fence. In my final clarity, I understand my fatal error. I hadn't sought a weapon. I'd unknowingly auditioned for a role. Every digital breadcrumb I'd dropped had marked me not as consumer, but as commodity. Not customer, but content. My desperation wasn't vulnerability to be exploited. It was the precise quality they'd been hunting. A distant siren wails, police or ambulance, impossible to determine. For a fleeting moment, hope flickers, but the hunters don't even glance toward the sound. They know response times to this abandoned district. They've calculated their window precisely. The gun barrel aligns with my chest. I close my eyes, refusing to give them the satisfaction of capturing my fear. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I hear the soft exhalation of the leader's breath as his finger tightens on the trigger. The gunshot echoes through the Dunstable industrial wasteland, transforming from a single report into a cacophony that seems endless. The bullet tears through me, and as consciousness fades, my final thought is of my laptop, still glowing in my empty flat, the digital gravestone I carved with my own desperate keystrokes. The hunters pack their equipment with practiced efficiency. They've captured what they came for, another episode in their macabre series. The footage will be edited, enhanced, distributed to subscribers who pay premium rates for authentic content. My death will be categorized, tagged, and monetized. British male, 34, IT professional, financial distress, Dunstable location. In the digital marketplace where I thought I was the customer, I was always the product. My body grows cold in the alley, while somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, a vendor account updates its perfect rating statistics, maintaining immaculate credibility to lure the next desperate soul seeking security in an insecure world. My story becomes data, content, entertainment, another digital artifact in an endless archive of human vulnerability exploited for profit and pleasure. The cycle continues, invisible to those who haven't yet reached the level of desperation, where safeguards and skepticism crumble before basic survival needs. The hunters disappear into the night, leaving nothing but cooling blood and a cautionary tale that will never be told. By morning, my body will be gone, erased as thoroughly as my digital footprint will be sanitized. No connection between the unemployed IT specialist and the content newly available in exclusive subscription-only forums. The marketplace listing remains active. The Glock 19 still displays as available, its perfect reviews enticing the next desperate soul who believes they're purchasing security rather than auditioning for annihilation. The digital hunt continues, endless and invisible, harvesting those who have fallen through society's cracks into a shadow economy where they are no longer consumers, just consumables. 2 days later, an email arrives in my former manager's inbox. A job application for a position similar to mine from someone whose employment history, financial situation, and recent online behaviors fit a familiar profile. The cycle begins anew. Another target identified, another hunt initiated. In the darkest corners of the internet, where desperation meets opportunity, the predators continue to feed, invisible to all but their carefully selected prey. I used to think some people just changed, that it was a normal part of growing up. People drift, get bitter, harden. That was how I explained what happened to her, for a long time. I told myself she just became someone else, that it wasn't personal. It took me years to admit it wasn't normal at all. Her name was Ava. We were best friends growing up. Same street, same school, same everything. There wasn't a single sleepover or birthday party where she wasn't there. For years, we were like our own little orbit. She was smart and weird in a good way. The kind of kid who made up stories during lunch and drew creepy comics in the margins of her notebooks. I liked that about her. She made boring things feel alive. Then she disappeared. It was the summer after graduation. No big send-off, no party. One day she was there, the next she wasn't. Her aunt posted some photo on Facebook of Ava in Italy or Greece, some old town with narrow stone streets. I hadn't even known she was leaving. I messaged her more than once. No replies. Eventually, I stopped. Not because I was mad, but because I didn't want to feel like I was bothering her. I figured maybe she needed space or just wanted a fresh start. She came back 2 years later. It wasn't announced. There was no big reunion. I just ran into her at a petrol station of all places. I remember how weirdly bright it was inside, the way bad fluorescent lighting always is. I saw her before she saw me. And even though her face hadn't changed much, I felt something tighten in my chest. Her eyes weren't the same. It wasn't anything like you see in some movies, where they can literally see darkness or whatever. But the way she looked at me, it was like I was an inconvenience, like she'd already moved on and was annoyed I hadn't. She didn't hug me, didn't smile, just gave me a flat hey and grabbed her receipt. I stood there like an idiot holding a Fanta. I didn't even say much, just something like, "Your bag?" And she nodded and walked out. That was it. I tried to reach out again, occasionally texting her. I got nothing back. I ran into her once more at a grocery store. Same deal, cold, flat, not mean, just completely uninterested. After a while, I gave up, and I told myself maybe that was fine. Maybe people don't always owe you an explanation for who they become. But part of me kept replaying that first moment in the gas station, the way she looked through me. That brings me to last year. It was a Saturday night, early fall. I was home alone, half watching a YouTube documentary with the volume low. My phone was face down. I remember the exact buzz it made, that long one, the kind you get with messages from people not in your contacts. I don't know why I even checked it. It was from Ava, or at least from her number. There wasn't a message, just a link, no context, no greeting. Just a string of random characters and a .onion address buried in the middle. I stared at it for probably a full minute. I didn't even breathe. My first thought was that it was a scam or malware. But some part of me, the old part that still remembered how close we were, told me she sent it on purpose, that there was a reason. I used an old laptop, booted it into Tails. I'd played with Tor before years ago, but never for anything like this. My hands were clammy the whole time. I told myself if anything looked shady, I'd kill the power immediately. The page took almost a full minute to load. When it finally did, it was just a black screen with a timer. 0248, just under 3 minutes. It counted down in red, and underneath it was a chat box already going. Lines of text, constant, some of it in languages I couldn't read. The rest was English, but coded, like slang or shorthand. I couldn't tell what they were talking about at first. When the timer hit 0, the stream flickered on. There was a chair in the middle of a concrete room. It was bolted to the floor, but empty. The room was completely empty, as far as I could see, with no windows, just the hum of overhead lights and the faint echo of someone walking, somewhere off camera. I still didn't understand what I was looking at. Then the chat changed. People were typing numbers, making bids. Usernames I didn't recognize were posting names. Some were fake, some felt too real. One of them was next pick, pull from chat. That's when I felt my stomach turn. I scrolled up to try and make sense of it, and that's when I saw her, Avenue, or what had to be her. Not her real name, but an old handle she used in middle school. I hadn't seen it in years. No one else could have remembered that. She was active, posting, typing like she belonged there. Then I saw it. Bid. £9,400. Then my name. M. Full name. Spelled correctly, properly capitalized, just sitting there like any other text. I froze. For a few seconds, I couldn't even move, couldn't even close the tab. I just sat there watching more usernames chime in. Seconded, confirmed, show us the face. I slammed the laptop shut, unplugged it. Yanked the battery like that would somehow protect me. My ears were ringing. It was like that high-pitched tone you get when your body goes into survival mode. I don't remember standing up. I just remember pacing, hands shaking, heart doing this sick little flutter in my chest. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning, I had 3 missed calls from numbers I didn't know. 1 voicemail. It was 10 seconds of silence, then the sound of something scraping across concrete. That same sound from the stream. I threw the phone out, got a new number. Emails came next. One-liners, things like, "We'll find you," or "Don't bother running." They were always from different addresses, always with some little detail to let me know it was personal. I deleted everything and removed all of my private info off social media. I did my best to erase any trace of myself online, but the more I scrubbed, the more I realized how much of me was still floating out there. Then came the people. At first, I convinced myself it was just paranoia. I would walk to the store and feel the weight of someone behind me. I would glance out the window and see a car idling across the street, longer than made sense for someone doing nothing. But the patterns kept repeating. It was the same car, the same face. Not every day, but often enough to notice. Different angles, different times, always nearby, always lingering just long enough to register, but never long enough to confront. Eventually, I filed a police report. It was a waste of time. There were no direct threats, no evidence. They told me to block the emails and vary my daily routines. I had already done that. So I left. I moved to a different city. I changed my name. I found a place to rent off the books and stayed disconnected. I deleted every trace of myself online, and I stopped using any account tied to my real identity. For a while, I believed I was safe. That changed last week. Someone slid an envelope under my apartment door. Inside was a single photograph. It was a picture of me walking home taken from behind. The framing was deliberate. The image was clear. It was taken recently, close and carefully. There was no note, no sender, no explanation, only the photograph. Now I am packing again. Because wherever Ava is, whatever she has become, she saw me. And this time, she chose me. The orange glow from the sodium lights outside seeped through the gap in my cheap curtains, painting the grimy wall a sickly yellow. It was always there, a constant, dull throb against the night, much like the ache in my chest. Swindon, a town of roundabouts and endless grey skies, had become my cage. The hum of the nearby electrical substation vibrated through the floorboards, a low, persistent drone that had long since burrowed into my skull, a soundtrack to my quiet desperation. I was Martin, 34, and the sum total of my existence could be measured in the growing stack of overdue bills on my kitchen counter and the ever-present gnaw of a failed relationship that had left me with less than nothing. My fingers, stained faintly with the grease of a forgotten takeaway, hovered over the keyboard. The screen, a harsh blue rectangle in the gloom, displayed a website I'd stumbled upon a few weeks prior. It wasn't the usual eBay or Gumtree. This was different, darker, an echo of the internet's underbelly, whispering promises of easy money. Shadow Market, the banner proclaimed in a stark white font, a name that felt both illicit and alluring. I'd told myself it was just curiosity, a morbid fascination with the digital fringe. But the truth was, the bank statements didn't lie. My account balance was a flat line, and the prospect of a bailiff at my door was becoming less a fear and more an inevitability. The first item I bought was a tablet, sleek and black, advertised as barely used. The price had been absurdly low, a fraction of its retail cost. My rationalization then had been simple. Someone probably dropped it, damaged the box, and couldn't return it. A simple resale, a quick profit. I'd listed it on a mainstream site, added a modest markup, and it sold within hours. The surge of adrenaline, the satisfying ping of the notification, had been intoxicating. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cover a utility bill, a tiny reprieve from the suffocating pressure. This small success had opened a door. The website became my secret addiction, a clandestine marketplace where I could momentarily escape the reality of my failing life. I started small, a smartphone here, a smart speaker there, always cheap, always quick to sell. The money trickled in, enough to keep the wolves from the door, to buy another tasteless ready meal, to keep the electricity flowing. Each successful transaction, each anonymous buyer, chipped away at the thin veneer of my conscience. I wasn't stealing, I reasoned. I was just a middleman, an entrepreneur in a digital age, navigating the grey areas. The laptop I bought next was a high-end model, practically brand new, for a price that made my heart pound. It arrived in plain packaging, no discernible return address, just like all the others. I booted it up, planning to wipe it clean before reselling. But a flicker of curiosity, a rare indulgence, made me pause. The previous owner hadn't bothered to erase their files. A photo opened, a young woman smiling, her arm around a man with a booming laugh. They stood before a brightly painted carousel, their faces alight with joy. I felt a prickle of unease. It wasn't a family portrait, not exactly. It was a holiday snap, vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the sterile, anonymous transaction that had brought the machine to my desk. I quickly deleted the files, wiping the hard drive with a professional-grade program, telling myself it was simply good practice. No loose ends. Weeks bled into months, marked by the arrival of packages and the satisfying chime of payment notifications. My flat, once a shrine to my own melancholic isolation, began to fill with a transient inventory. Boxes stacked in corners, devices charging on every available surface, a silent testament to my burgeoning illicit enterprise. The hum from the substation seemed to grow louder, or perhaps it was just the ringing in my ears, a constant reminder of the tightrope I walked. Then came the tablet. It was another top-of-the-range model, still in its original sealed box, listed for an unbelievably low price. The seller's handle was a string of random characters, as most were, offering no clue to their identity. When it arrived, I noticed a small dent on one corner of the box, barely perceptible. Inside the tablet was pristine. I powered it on, intending to factory reset it immediately. But a lock screen appeared, displaying a wallpaper, a selfie of a young girl no older than 10, with bright, inquisitive eyes and a gap-toothed smile. Her name, Chloe, was emblazoned across the top of the screen in a playful, childish font. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. Chloe. The name resonated with a faint, unsettling familiarity. I'd seen it somewhere recently. My fingers trembled as I navigated to a news website, typing "Missing Persons UK" into the search bar. The results flooded my screen. And there she was, Chloe Davies, missing from a small town in Wiltshire, just a few hours' drive from Swindon. Her photograph, identical to the one on the tablet's lock screen, stared back at me. The article spoke of a frantic search, heartbroken parents, and a police appeal for information. The air in my flat grew heavy, thick with unspoken accusations. The hum of the substation became a roaring in my ears. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to vomit. My pragmatism, my carefully constructed facade of a legitimate reseller, shattered. This wasn't just cheap electronics. This wasn't just a dodgy side hustle. This was something far, far worse. I remembered the laptop, the couple at the carousel. I remembered a smartwatch I'd sold a week earlier, its fitness tracker still logged into an account under the name Mark. Mark Harrison, a man reported missing from Birmingham, his case widely publicized. I had dismissed it then, a mere coincidence, a trick of a tired mind. But now, the coincidences piled up, forming a gruesome tapestry of stolen lives, not just stolen goods. My hands shook, slick with a cold sweat, as I scrolled through the shadow market listings. Each item, once a potential source of income, now felt like a bloodied trophy. I saw a watch, a distinctive gold chain, a pair of custom-made headphones. Each piece of hardware, a chilling breadcrumb leading back to a life abruptly interrupted. I was complicit. I was part of it. I had been moving evidence, unknowingly, for weeks. The thought made my stomach clench. I had to do something. My first instinct was to delete everything, to scrub my digital footprint clean. But that wouldn't erase what I'd done, what I'd seen. It wouldn't bring Chloe back. I stared at the tablet, Chloe's innocent face beaming at me from the screen. My fingers, still trembling, typed out an email to the police. It was anonymous, carefully worded, detailing how I'd come across the device, omitting any mention of Shadow Market, painting myself as an unwitting recipient. I provided the serial number, the details of Chloe's photo. Then I deleted the email, closed the browser, and disconnected the router. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the constant hum that had filled my flat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Sleep became a distant memory. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren sent a jolt of terror through me. I imagined them knocking on my door, their faces grim, their questions pointed. My carefully constructed world of self-deception had imploded, leaving me exposed and terrified. A week passed. No police, no arrests, no news reports linking my email to any breakthrough in Chloe's case. Had they dismissed it? Was my anonymous tip lost in the deluge of other, less credible leads? The uncertainty was a torment. I started to question my own sanity. Had I imagined the coincidences? Had my debt-ridden brain conjured a narrative of horror to justify my own failings? Then, an email arrived. It wasn't from the police. It was from one of my previous customers, a woman who had bought a digital camera from me months ago. The subject line read, "Regarding the camera." My blood ran cold. I opened it, my breath catching in my throat. "I need to speak to you urgently about the camera you sold me," the email began. "There are some unusual photos on it. Photos of places I recognize, and a face I recognize from the news." A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. She had traced it back to me. How? I had always used burner emails, VPNs, and anonymous shipping labels. I had covered my tracks meticulously. Or so I thought. My phone rang. The number was blocked. I stared at it, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I didn't answer. It rang again, and again. The persistent buzzing was like a drill boring into my skull. I switched off my phone, pulling the plug from the router, plunging my flat into an even deeper digital silence. But the silence didn't bring peace. It brought a suffocating sense of impending doom. I was exposed. The anonymity I had so carefully cultivated had failed. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every sound a potential harbinger of discovery. I peered through the gaps in my curtains, watching the car park below, half expecting to see a police car, a figure in a trench coat. My own reflection in the window seemed alien, gaunt, eyes wide with a terror I could no longer suppress. I knew I couldn't hide forever. The woman who had bought the camera, she knew. And if she knew, others could too. The network I had been a part of, the shadows I had moved through, were now closing in around me. The knock came just before dawn. 3 sharp, authoritative raps that echoed through the silence of my flat. My breath hitched. I froze, my heart thundering. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened, straining for any sound, any clue. Another knock, louder this time. "Police!" A voice boomed from the other side of the door. "Open up, Mr. Davies." Mr. Davies. My name wasn't Davies. I felt a flicker of confusion, a tiny, fleeting moment of reprieve before the full weight of the situation crashed down on me again. They had the wrong name. Or did they? Had I been so careless? The door rattled as a heavy shoulder struck it. The cheap lock groaned in protest. I stumbled backward, my legs suddenly weak. This was it. The end of my quiet, desperate enterprise. The reckoning. I heard the splintering of wood, the sharp crack of the doorframe giving way. Figures in dark uniforms burst into my flat, their faces grim, their movements swift and precise. The beam of a powerful torch cut through the gloom, momentarily blinding me. "Martin Hayes," one of them demanded, his voice devoid of inflection. I could only nod, my throat dry, my tongue thick. "You're under arrest." They cuffed me, the cold metal biting into my wrists. I offered no resistance. What was the point? My life, my carefully constructed facade had crumbled. As they led me out past the scattered boxes, past the glowing embers of my laptop, I glanced back at the screen. It had powered itself on somehow, displaying the Shadow Market homepage. And there it was, a new listing, prominently displayed, a fresh face on the scrolling banner. My face, my own hollow-eyed face, staring out from the digital abyss. Below it, a chilling single word: available. The orange glow of the sodium light still seeped through the shattered doorway, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, a silent, swirling testament to the quiet complicity of survival and the moral erosion that had consumed me. The hum of the substation, for the first time, seemed to fade into a distant whisper, replaced by the deafening roar of my own terror. Imagine discovering that your teenage daughter knows more about the darkest corners of the internet than you could ever comprehend, and that her knowledge isn't theoretical. I teach journalism at Leeds University, specializing in digital media ethics. It's the sort of academic position that sounds more exciting than it actually is. Mostly grading essays about social media responsibility and explaining libel law to students who think Twitter is a primary source. My expertise extends to understanding how information spreads online, but I'd never ventured beyond the surface web until my daughter forced my hand. Emma came home from sixth form last autumn with what she called a special project. She'd convinced her media studies teacher to let her write about online anonymity and digital crime for her A-level coursework. The teacher had approved it, thinking she'd write about cyberbullying or identity theft, the usual teenage internet horror stories. Emma had something much more ambitious in mind. She asked me to help her access what she called the hidden internet. She knew I'd written academic papers about digital journalism and assumed I'd have the technical knowledge to guide her research. The truth was, I understood the theory, but had never actually explored these networks myself. Still, she was my daughter, and this was legitimate academic work. How dangerous could supervised research really be? We spent an evening setting up the necessary software on her laptop. Emma was surprisingly well informed about the process, mentioning specific browsers and security protocols that I had to look up as we went along. She claimed to have learned everything from YouTube tutorials and online forums, but her knowledge seemed more comprehensive than casual research would explain. Her project proposal was methodical and well structured. She wanted to document how illegal marketplaces operated, how anonymity was maintained, and how law enforcement attempted to monitor these activities. She planned to observe and document, not participate. It seemed like exactly the sort of investigative work that would impress university admissions committees. The first few weeks went smoothly. Emma would spend a couple of hours each evening browsing various sites, taking screenshots, and making notes about what she observed. She showed me drug marketplaces, weapon sales, and document forgery services. Everything was exactly what I'd expected. Seedy, obviously illegal, but ultimately just digital storefronts for familiar crimes. She was particularly interested in how these sites built trust between anonymous users. She documented reputation systems, escrow services, and community guidelines that governed illegal transactions. Her analysis was sophisticated, noting how these platforms replicated legitimate e-commerce features while operating completely outside legal frameworks. Then she discovered the entertainment sections. Emma mentioned them casually during one of our research sessions, describing live streaming services that offered what she called extreme content. She was vague about specifics, focusing instead on the technical aspects: how payments were processed, how viewers were verified, how streams were protected from outside monitoring. I should have been more curious about her evasiveness. Emma had been remarkably detailed about everything else she'd encountered, but when discussing these streaming services, she became almost professionally distant. She spoke about them like a researcher cataloging specimens, not a teenager encountering disturbing material for the first time. Her coursework notes from this period show a troubling shift in focus. Instead of broadly documenting illegal activities, she began concentrating specifically on what she termed interactive entertainment platforms. Her research became more targeted, more technical, and considerably more secretive. She stopped showing me her daily findings, claiming she needed to organize her material before sharing it. When I asked direct questions about what she was discovering, she'd deflect by discussing technical challenges or asking about legal frameworks surrounding digital evidence collection. Around Christmas, Emma's behavior started changing in subtle ways. She became more withdrawn, spending longer periods alone in her room. She'd always been somewhat solitary, but now she seemed actively to avoid family interaction. When she did engage in conversation, she seemed distracted, as though part of her attention was always elsewhere. Her sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I'd hear her moving around the house at 2 or 3 in the morning, using the kitchen or bathroom with the careful quietness of someone trying not to wake others. When I mentioned this, she claimed to be working on her project during late-night hours when internet connections were more stable. In January, she asked me about legal protections for journalists and researchers. Specifically, she wanted to know about circumstances where witnessing illegal activity might require reporting to authorities, and what protections existed for academic research that involved observing criminal behavior. I explained the general principles. Journalists had some protections for source confidentiality, but no absolute immunity from reporting serious crimes. Researchers were expected to maintain ethical boundaries and weren't protected from prosecution if they participated in illegal activities rather than simply observing them. Emma listened carefully and asked several follow-up questions about where exactly the line existed between observation and participation. She seemed particularly interested in scenarios where researchers might influence events they were supposedly just documenting. Her questions made me uncomfortable, but I assumed they were theoretical concerns for her coursework. I encouraged her to discuss any ethical dilemmas with her teacher or the University Ethics Board if she was considering more advanced research. February brought the first real warning sign that something was seriously wrong. Emma received a package addressed to her personally, delivered by private courier rather than regular post. When I asked about it, she claimed it was research material she'd ordered online. The package was small, roughly the size of a smartphone box, but she handled it with unusual care and took it directly to her room. Later that day, I noticed she'd rearranged her bedroom setup. Her laptop was now positioned differently, with what looked like additional equipment connected to it. When I asked about the new hardware, she explained that she needed better audio recording capabilities for her project. The equipment didn't look like standard recording gear. There were small cameras, additional monitors, and what appeared to be professional-grade lighting equipment. For a project that was supposed to involve observing existing content, she seemed to be setting up for content creation. Around the same time, Emma began receiving phone calls from unknown numbers. She'd always answer them privately, usually taking the calls outside or in her room with the door closed. The conversations were brief, and she never volunteered information about who was calling or why. When I asked directly, she claimed they were interviews with academic contacts she'd found. Through her research, she said she was speaking with digital rights activists and cybersecurity researchers who preferred telephone communication for security reasons. The explanation was plausible enough, but something about her demeanor during these calls troubled me. She seemed nervous rather than excited, as though the conversations were stressful rather than informative. In March, Emma asked for help accessing university library databases that required staff credentials. She needed academic papers about legal precedents for digital evidence and international jurisdiction issues surrounding online crimes. The research she was requesting seemed far beyond the A-level requirements. She was looking for case studies involving cross-border prosecution of internet crimes, specific technical details about how digital evidence was collected and verified, and legal analysis of situations where criminal activity was documented by civilians. I helped her access the databases, but I began reviewing the papers she was downloading. The material was genuinely academic, but it painted a disturbing picture of her research interests. She was clearly preparing for scenarios that went far beyond passive observation of illegal activities. One evening in early April, while Emma was out, I decided to examine her laptop more closely. I know this violated her privacy, but her behavior had become concerning enough that I felt parental supervision was warranted. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Her browser history showed dozens of visits to sites I'd never heard of, with names that suggested extremely disturbing content. But more troubling were the accounts she'd created on various platforms, accounts with usernames and profile information that suggested she wasn't just observing these communities. She'd been actively participating in discussions about what appeared to be live-streamed violence. Her posts showed detailed knowledge of how these streams operated, who organized them, and how viewers could influence what happened during broadcasts. Most disturbing were her private messages with other users. The conversations suggested she'd moved beyond research and begun actively engaging with people who organized and participated in these activities. Some messages included references to meeting in person and participating in what they called production activities. The timeline of these communications showed a clear progression from curious observer to active participant over the course of several months. By the most recent messages, Emma was discussing specific dates, locations, and her potential role in upcoming events. I sat in her room for nearly an hour, reading through months of communications that revealed my daughter had become involved in something far more serious than academic research. The technical equipment in her room wasn't for recording observations, it was for broadcasting content. When Emma returned home that evening, I was waiting in the kitchen with printouts of her most concerning communications. I decided that direct confrontation was the only option remaining. Her reaction was not what I'd expected. Instead of denial or defensiveness, Emma seemed almost relieved that I'd discovered her activities. She sat down across from me and calmly began explaining what she'd been doing for the past several months. She confirmed that her project had begun as legitimate research, but she'd been recruited by people who recognized her intelligence and academic approach to understanding their operations. They'd offered her opportunities to move from observer to participant, initially in minor technical roles. Emma described how she'd been gradually introduced to more serious activities, always with the assurance that her involvement was minimal and primarily technical. She'd been told that her academic background made her valuable for documentation and analysis, rather than direct participation in what she carefully termed the entertainment aspects. She explained that the equipment in her room was for quality control and technical support, rather than primary content creation. Her role was to monitor streams, manage viewer interactions, and ensure technical problems were resolved quickly. Emma spoke about all of this with disturbing matter-of-factness, as though she were describing a part-time job, rather than participation in serious criminal activity. She seemed to view her involvement as a natural progression from research to practical application of her knowledge. What made her explanation most chilling was her obvious intelligence and careful consideration of legal and ethical implications. This wasn't a naive teenager being manipulated by criminals. This was someone who understood exactly what she was involved in and had made calculated decisions about her level of participation. She'd researched legal precedents, understood jurisdiction issues, and carefully structured her involvement to minimize personal risk while maintaining plausible deniability. Her academic approach to criminal activity was more disturbing than simple recklessness would have been. Emma finished her explanation by noting that she'd been expecting this conversation for several weeks. She'd known her activities would eventually be discovered and had prepared responses to the questions she anticipated I'd ask. She had plans for managing the situation, including strategies for ending her involvement if necessary, and methods for ensuring that any evidence of her participation would be difficult to verify or prosecute. We sat in the kitchen until nearly 3 in the morning, discussing her involvement in activities I could barely comprehend. Emma answered my questions with clinical precision, explaining technical details and legal considerations with the expertise of someone who'd spent months studying every aspect of what she was doing. By the end of our conversation, I understood that my daughter had become someone I didn't recognize. The intelligent, methodical approach that had always made me proud of her had been applied to activities that horrified me. Emma went to bed that night with the promise that we'd continue our discussion the following evening. She seemed confident that she could convince me her involvement was manageable and that the risks were acceptable given the financial and educational benefits she was receiving. I stayed awake until dawn, trying to decide what options were available to me. Calling the police would certainly end Emma's involvement, but it would also destroy her future and potentially put her in physical danger from people who trusted her with sensitive information. Attempting to force her to stop might simply drive her activities underground, making them more dangerous and removing any possibility of monitoring or influencing her choices. The most disturbing realization was that Emma was probably right about the legal risks. Her involvement had been carefully structured to avoid direct participation in the most serious crimes, and her academic credentials provided plausible explanations for much of her knowledge and activity. 3 days later, Emma left for what she claimed was a university visit in Birmingham. She took the train on Friday morning, planning to return Sunday evening after attending information sessions and campus tours. She never came back. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. Her social media accounts were deactivated the day she left. The university she claimed to be visiting has no record of her registration for any information sessions. The equipment in her room is gone, along with her laptop and most of her personal belongings. She left behind only her school textbooks and a note saying she'd contact me when it was safe to do so. It's been 8 months since Emma disappeared. I've reported her missing, but without evidence of foul play. The police investigation has been minimal. A 17-year-old who left voluntarily with her own belongings and documentation isn't considered high priority. I've tried to trace her digital activities, but the accounts and platforms I discovered have either been deleted or require technical access I don't possess. The academic research that started everything is still on our home computer, but it reveals nothing about where she might have gone or who she might be with. Sometimes I receive text messages from unknown numbers with just a few words confirming that she's safe. The messages come from different locations around the country, never the same number twice, always brief enough to avoid meaningful conversation. I know Emma is alive and apparently unharmed, but I don't know what she's become or whether I'll ever see her again. The intelligent, methodical daughter I raised has disappeared into a world I helped her access, using skills I encouraged her to develop. The worst part is knowing that everything she did was logical and well planned. Emma didn't stumble into danger through poor judgment or teenage impulsivity. She made careful, calculated decisions that led her away from everything I thought we'd built together. Her A-level coursework is still in her room. 90 pages of detailed analysis about digital crime and online anonymity. It's brilliant work, demonstrating exactly the sort of critical thinking and research capability that should have led to university admission and a successful academic career. Instead, it reads like a manual for everything that happened afterward. I always thought people who stumbled onto terrible things were careless or unlucky. Now I know better. Sometimes all it takes is one wrong click, one moment of misplaced curiosity. I'm not writing this from my flat in Bristol anymore. I'm in a budget hotel somewhere along the M4, using public Wi-Fi through multiple proxies. Not that it matters. They've proven they can find me regardless of what technical precautions I take. I have approximately 36 hours before the event they've scheduled, before I become the star of my own horror show. My life was ordinary before all this. I worked as a research assistant at a digital crime unit attached to the University of West England. Nothing glamorous, mostly compiling statistics on cyber fraud and organizing case studies for academics to analyze. I was studying for my master's in digital forensics, hoping to eventually work with the Serious Crime Directorate. The irony isn't lost on me. It started 3 months ago when I was gathering data for a paper on digital black markets. My supervisor had the proper clearances, so I had access to archives of seized dark web marketplaces. These were sanitized versions, of course, with the most disturbing content removed. I was only meant to be documenting transaction patterns for illegal goods, counterfeit currency, prescription medications, fraudulent documents, standard stuff. Nothing that would give you nightmares. I noticed something odd in the data. Transaction patterns that didn't match the documented goods. Large cryptocurrency transfers happening at scheduled times with no corresponding product listings. Just numbered slots and user counts, sometimes reaching into the thousands. The records were fragmentary since most had been redacted, but there was a pattern if you knew what to look for. My job was pattern recognition, after all. I made the mistake of asking my supervisor about these anomalies. His reaction was odd, dismissive at first, then strangely concerned. He took my notes, told me to focus on the established parameters of the research, and said he'd look into it. That should have been my first warning. The second came a week later when I found my database. Access had been quietly restricted. Curiosity is a powerful motivator, especially when combined with wounded professional pride. If I'd been sensible, I would have left it alone. Instead, I began using my personal laptop after hours, accessing Tor networks through my home internet. My reasoning was sound. How could I properly study digital black markets if I was only seeing the sanitized version? How could I contribute meaningfully to research if I didn't understand what was being hidden? I wasn't looking for anything horrible. I was looking for answers to academic questions. That's what I told myself. The dark web itself wasn't particularly shocking. Most of it was just forums and marketplaces with clunky interfaces that looked like websites from the early 2000s. What was interesting were the patterns. How users communicated, how trust was established, how transactions were verified. I created a throwaway account to observe these spaces without participating. I never bought anything, never engaged with anyone. Just mapped the networks, documented the patterns, convinced myself this was still research. After weeks of observation, I began noticing references to private broadcasts and interactive experiences. These were always accompanied by significant cryptocurrency requirements and complex verification processes. Most users dismissed them as scams or urban legends. The few who claimed to have participated were vague about details, but emphatic about the authenticity of the experience. I might have left it at that if I hadn't received an unexpected email to my university account. The subject line contained a string of numbers that matched one of the transaction patterns I documented. The body contained only a .onion URL and the words, "Observer application pending." I should have reported it immediately, should have forwarded it to my supervisor and university IT security. Instead, I copied the URL to my personal laptop and accessed it that evening from home. Academic curiosity, I told myself. Need to understand the full scope of what I was researching. The site was minimalist. Black background with a simple form requesting verification. I didn't enter anything, just observed. At the bottom was a counter showing 8,731. As I watched, it ticked up to 8,732. Active viewers, I assumed. For what, I wasn't yet sure. I closed the browser and shut down my laptop, suddenly uncomfortable. The next morning, I had another email, this time to my personal account. Same subject line of numbers, but this time the message read, "Observer status approved. Verification waived. Orientation, Tuesday, 2200 hours GMT." I hadn't entered any information, hadn't provided my personal email. The rational explanation was that the university system had been compromised, and someone had connected my research queries to my personal information. I changed all my passwords, ran malware scans, and resolved to report the security breach in the morning. That night, my laptop turned itself on at precisely 10 p.m. The screen showed a loading page, then resolved to a video feed of a room. Concrete walls, harsh lighting, a metal table in the center. The video quality was poor, but clear enough to see that the room was empty except for various implements arranged on the table. In the corner of the screen was that counter again, now showing 12,416 and steadily increasing. A chat window opened on the right side of the screen. Messages scrolled by too quickly to read, but I caught phrases like "waiting for subject" and "bidding opens at acquisition." The terminology was clinical, detached. Then a message appeared, highlighted in red. New observer identified. Location, Bristol, BS16. Confirmation required. I slammed the laptop shut and unplugged it. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it. I considered destroying it right then, but I needed evidence of what I'd seen. Instead, I put it in a drawer and spent the night at a friend's flat, claiming a power outage at mine. In the morning, I went straight to my supervisor's office. He wasn't there. His assistant said he'd taken unexpected leave and wouldn't return for several weeks. I tried explaining the situation to the department head, but without my supervisor to confirm my research parameters, it sounded like I'd been accessing dark websites for personal reasons. I was told to take a week off and that there would be a review of my research activities. When I returned to my flat that evening, my laptop was sitting open on my desk. I'd left it in a drawer. On the screen was an image of me, taken through my own webcam, sleeping in my bed from 2 nights before. Below it was text: "Observer status revoked. Participant status pending approval. Current bids, 23 inches. I grabbed essential documents and left immediately. Checked into a hotel on the outskirts of the city. Used cash. Called in sick to both work and my classes. Used the hotel business center to email my resignation from the research position, citing personal reasons. I spent the next 3 days moving between hotels, trying to understand what was happening. I bought a burner phone, contacted a friend who worked in cybersecurity. He agreed to meet me in a public place, a busy cafe in the city center. I arrived early, chose a table with a view of both entrances. He never showed. Instead, I received a text on my new phone, which I'd given to no one except him. Meeting cancelled. Observer count 31,842. Role reassignment complete. I left my half-finished tea on the table and walked out, fighting panic. In the reflection of a shop window across the street, I noticed someone photographing me with a professional camera. When I turned to look, they were gone. That night, I dreamed of a concrete room and woke to find an envelope had been slid under my hotel room door. Inside was a plastic key card and a note with an address in Cardiff and a time, 2000 hours tomorrow. Transport provided if required. Non-attendance will result in collection. I checked out immediately and took the first train to Edinburgh. Paid cash for another hotel. That afternoon, while walking through Princes Street Gardens, a well-dressed woman sat next to me on a bench. She placed a manila envelope between us and walked away before I could speak. Inside was a printout of my current location, timestamped from 10 minutes earlier, and a revised schedule. Procedure delayed due to travel. New time, 2000 hours, Thursday. View account, 47,103. Premium access sold out. I'm not writing this from Edinburgh. I moved again after that. I've been moving constantly, staying one step ahead, but they always find me. The most terrifying part is that I've never seen the same person twice. Different people leave messages, take photos, deliver reminders. It's as if there's an invisible network of watchers, all connected to whatever this is. I've pieced together what I believe is happening. The Red Rooms aren't urban legends. They're real, but not in the way most people imagine. They're not hosted on shadowy servers by mysterious organizations. They're crowd-sourced horror, orchestrated through distributed networks of participants who are both observers and facilitators. Regular people who participate in the surveillance, the planning, the execution, each doing one small part, none having to bear the full moral weight of what they're contributing to. The broadcasts are carefully planned events where someone transitions from observer to subject. Sometimes it's punishment for breaking rules. Sometimes it's random selection. Sometimes it's based on viewer voting. I don't know which category I fall into. Yesterday, I received a final notification, not through email or text, but written on my bathroom mirror when I returned from getting breakfast. Broadcast scheduled. Participants en route. View account, 58,904. I left immediately, bringing only what I could carry in my pockets. No phone, no laptop, nothing that could be tracked. Yet somehow, they keep finding me. I've switched hotels twice since then. Each time I find evidence that they've been in my room. Small things moved, messages left, a countdown to my scheduled broadcast. I've considered going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I'm being hunted by an invisible network of people coordinating through the dark web? That thousands of people are waiting to watch whatever happens to me at 8 p.m. tomorrow? I have no evidence except the messages, which could easily have been self-manufactured. No witnesses. No credibility after resigning from my research position under suspicious circumstances. This morning, I found a key card in my coat pocket that I never put there. It matches the one from the envelope days ago. There was also a business card for a taxi company and a time. I think about the concrete room, the metal table, the implements. I think about the 58,904 people waiting to watch. I wonder how many of them I've passed on the street, sat next to on trains. How many hotel clerks, baristas, shop assistants are part of this network? Are they paid to participate, or do they do it for entertainment, for the thrill of being part of something secret and terrible? I keep thinking about the pattern I first noticed in those transaction records, the numbered slots, the user counts. Was I documenting my own future without realizing it? The most disturbing realization is that this system relies on ordinary people choosing to participate. Each person does one small thing, takes a photo, delivers a message, leaves a key card. None of them has to consider themselves responsible for the ultimate outcome. They're just following instructions from an app or a message board, earning cryptocurrency or credits or whatever motivates them. The horror is in the mundanity of it. I'm writing this now as a warning. I don't know if I'll be able to avoid what's scheduled for tomorrow night. I don't know if this invisible network can be evaded indefinitely. They seem to anticipate every move, have access to every system. If you're reading this and you've been researching similar topics, stop now. If you've received unexpected messages about observer status or seen unexplained counters on websites you've visited, you're already in the system. If strangers seem to know things about you they shouldn't, if you feel watched, if small objects in your home are moved when you return, run. Keep running. Trust no one. I have to move again now. The hotel clerk just called to tell me there's a package waiting at reception. I didn't order anything. Didn't tell anyone where I am. The countdown shows 26 hours remaining, almost 60,000 people waiting, and somewhere, a concrete room is being prepared. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discussed cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data patterns shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed. A loading icon. A countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponent's. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hands shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email. The verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link. Deleted the email immediately. Blocked the sender. Tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional. Patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen. Just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural. as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock. Same pattern. Same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a third time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A fourth knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. The sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable. The connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification. A text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen. Impossible, yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. a boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble into something genuinely horrifying. Most people don't, I suppose. We go about our mundane lives assuming the worst things happen to other people in other places, never suspecting that horror might be actively seeking us out. It started with redundancy. After 8 years working for a marketing firm in Birmingham, I found myself suddenly unemployed thanks to corporate restructuring. The severance package was decent enough to keep me afloat for a few months, but job hunting in my field had become increasingly competitive. Every position attracted hundreds of applicants, and at 34, I was starting to feel like damaged goods in a market that seemed to favor fresh graduates. After 6 weeks of rejections and automated responses, I'd exhausted the mainstream job sites. That's when a mate from university mentioned he'd found freelance work through what he called alternative channels. Nothing dodgy, he assured me, just companies that preferred discretion and paid well for specialized skills. He wouldn't elaborate much, but he did give me a web address that looked nothing like the usual recruitment sites. The initial interface was surprisingly professional, clean, minimalist design, with a simple registration form. It asked for basic details, experience, skills, availability. Nothing seemed unusual until I reached the section about work preferences. Among the standard options like full-time, part-time, and contract work, there was something called performance-based assignments. The description was vague, mentioning client satisfaction and results-driven compensation. I ticked several boxes, including that one, and submitted my application. Within hours, I received an email with a link to what appeared to be a more detailed application process. This is where things became strange. The second form was extensive, asking increasingly personal questions. It wanted to know about my living situation, whether I lived alone, my relationship status, family connections. There were questions about my comfort level with confidential work, my discretion regarding client privacy, and whether I'd be willing to sign comprehensive non-disclosure agreements. Most oddly, it asked about my appearance, requesting recent photographs and basic physical statistics. I nearly abandoned the application at that point, but unemployment has a way of making you consider options you'd normally dismiss. I told myself this was probably for some sort of client-facing role that required specific presentation standards. The third stage involved a video interview, but not the kind I expected. Instead of speaking with a recruiter, I was asked to record myself answering a series of questions. The questions themselves were peculiar. They focused heavily on my ability to follow instructions precisely, my comfort with being observed, and my willingness to participate in projects that might seem unusual but were completely legal. One question particularly stuck with me. Describe a time when you did something you weren't entirely comfortable with because the compensation was worthwhile. I found myself being more honest than I'd intended, discussing some of the more questionable marketing campaigns I'd worked on in my previous job. A week passed without response. I'd almost forgotten about the application when I received a phone call from an unlisted number. The voice was professionally pleasant, but offered no company name or personal identification. They simply said I'd been selected for a trial assignment and asked if I was still interested. The pay they quoted was substantial, more than I'd earned in 3 months at my previous job, for what they described as a one-day commitment with possible ongoing opportunities. They couldn't provide details over the phone, they explained, due to client confidentiality requirements, but assured me everything was above board. We arranged to meet at a coffee shop in central Birmingham. I was told to look for someone carrying a red folder and wearing a blue scarf. The whole thing felt like something from a spy film, but I was curious enough to go along with it. The person I met defied my expectations entirely. Rather than some shadowy figure, she was a well-dressed woman in her 40s who could have been anyone's aunt. Professional, articulate, and completely ordinary. She introduced herself as Sarah, though she mentioned that wasn't her real name, and apologized for the cloak and dagger approach. She explained that her organization facilitated what she called emotionally authentic live experiences for clients seeking genuine human connection. The work involved participating in specialized digital interactions that provided viewers with access to unfiltered personal moments. She emphasized that everything was legal, consensual, and that I would maintain complete autonomy over my involvement. The way she described it made it sound like some sort of therapeutic service, perhaps for isolated wealthy clients who craved authentic human interaction. She mentioned that traditional media had become too artificial, and there was growing demand for unscripted, genuine experiences. When I asked for more specifics, she became slightly evasive, saying that client requirements varied significantly and that each assignment was tailored to individual comfort levels. She did mention that the work took place in controlled environments with professional equipment, and that safety was their primary concern. What convinced me was the advance payment she offered, enough to cover my rent for 2 months just for agreeing to a trial session. If I decided not to continue after seeing what was involved, I could keep the money with no obligations. The location she gave me was an industrial estate on the outskirts of Coventry. The building looked like a converted warehouse, professionally maintained but unremarkable from the outside. Inside, it was surprisingly sophisticated. Multiple rooms equipped with professional lighting and camera equipment, all very clean and organized. I was introduced to what they called the technical team. 3 people who seemed competent and professional. They explained that I'd be participating in a live broadcast to a select audience, following simple instructions from a director. The scenario, they said, would involve me responding to audience requests in real time, but nothing that would make me genuinely uncomfortable. The room I was brought to looked like a cross between a television studio and a comfortable living space. There were cameras positioned at various angles, professional lighting, and a comfortable chair positioned in the center. A large monitor displayed what appeared to be a chat interface, though I couldn't read the text from where I sat. They fitted me with a small earpiece and explained that I'd receive instructions through it. The director would tell me what to do, and I should follow along naturally. They emphasized that if I became uncomfortable at any point, I could simply say so and the session would end immediately. As the session began, I could see numbers appearing on the monitor. What I assumed were viewer counts. The figures were higher than I'd expected, climbing into the hundreds. The director's voice in my earpiece was calm and professional, initially asking me to introduce myself using a fake name they'd provided. The first instructions were mundane. Stand up, walk around the room, describe what I was wearing. The audience seemed to be asking questions that the director relayed to me. Standard things like where I was from, what I did for work, whether I enjoyed being on camera. Gradually, the request became more personal. The director asked me to talk about my living situation, my relationships, my daily routine. I found myself sharing details about my unemployment, my loneliness, the financial pressures I was facing. Then came requests that made me slightly uncomfortable. I was asked to provide my address, my phone number, details about my neighbors. When I hesitated, the director explained that this was part of the service. Clients paid for authentic, personal connections with performers. She assured me that all information was kept strictly confidential and used only to enhance the viewer experience. The session continued for about 2 hours, with me answering increasingly intimate questions about my life, my fears, my vulnerabilities. By the end, I felt drained but satisfied that I'd completed the assignment successfully. The audience numbers had grown significantly, and the director seemed pleased with my performance. I was paid immediately and told to expect follow-up sessions. The money was exactly what I needed, and despite feeling slightly unsettled by some of the questions, I agreed to consider future sessions. Over the next few days, I noticed small things that bothered me. A car I didn't recognize parked across from my flat several times. Phone calls that rang twice and stopped. An envelope in my mailbox with no return address, containing only a photo of me walking to the shops. When I called the number Sarah had given me, it was disconnected. The building in Coventry was empty when I drove out to check, with no signs that anyone had been there recently. It was only when I started researching online that I began to understand what I'd actually participated in. The term that kept appearing was Red Room, live broadcasts where audiences paid to watch real people in vulnerable situations, with the entertainment value coming from the subject's genuine distress and fear. I realized that everything I'd shared during that session, my address, my routine, my vulnerabilities, had been broadcast to an audience that wasn't looking for entertainment in any conventional sense. They were looking for someone isolated, financially desperate, and emotionally fragile. The follow-up contact came exactly a week later, but not in the way I'd expected. Instead of a phone call or email, I found a note slipped under my door. It contained a single line: "Thank you for your application. The position is now permanent." That night, I noticed the car parked outside again, but this time I could see someone sitting in it, watching my windows. When I looked closer, I saw they were holding what looked like a high-end camera. I've been researching how to disappear completely, but I'm beginning to suspect it's too late for that. The audience I performed for wasn't just watching for entertainment. They were evaluating me for something much more permanent. The final confirmation came through a Reddit message from a throwaway account. Someone had sent me a link with a simple message: "Thought you should see this." The website was selling subscriptions to what it called ongoing lifestyle content. The preview thumbnail made my stomach drop. It was me sitting in my living room, photographed through my window. The monthly subscription price was higher than my old salary. I'm writing this from a hotel room in Manchester, but I don't think distance matters anymore. The internet has made geography irrelevant, and I've already given them everything they need to find me anywhere. The worst part is knowing that I applied for this myself, answered all their questions willingly, and provided them with a complete roadmap to my destruction. I was so focused on the immediate payment that I never considered what I was actually selling. If you're ever desperate enough to consider unconventional work opportunities, especially ones that seem too good to be true, please learn from my mistake. Some audiences aren't looking for performance, they're looking for victims. The strangest thing about finding yourself in the middle of a horror story is how ordinary everything feels right up until it doesn't. I'm a freelance graphic designer, nothing special, living in a cramped flat above a chip shop in Hackney. The kind of person who orders too much takeaway and falls asleep watching Netflix documentaries. Not exactly the sort you'd expect to stumble into something that would change everything. It started because of Danny, my flatmate's younger brother. He'd been staying with us for a few weeks after dropping out of university, much to his parents' horror. Danny was one of those lads who thought he knew everything about computers, but really just knew how to download things he shouldn't and act smug about it. The kind who'd lecture you about privacy whilst posting every meal on Instagram. One evening in March, I came home to find Danny hunched over his laptop at the kitchen table, looking pale as milk. He quickly shut the screen when I walked in, but not before I caught a glimpse of what looked like a chat room with dozens of messages scrolling past. Nothing unusual there, except Danny looked genuinely shaken, which was odd for someone who spent most of his time arguing with strangers online. Over the next few days, I noticed changes in him. He'd always been a bit of a night owl, but now he was staying up until dawn, emerging from his room only to grab food or use the bathroom. The bags under his eyes grew darker, and he jumped at every small noise. When I asked if he was all right, he just mumbled something about a project he was working on. The following week, Danny disappeared. Not dramatically, just packed his things whilst we were out, and left a note saying he'd decided to go travelling. His brother seemed relieved, honestly. Danny had been getting stranger by the day, barely speaking and spending all his time online. We assumed he'd finally sorted himself out and moved on. 3 months later, I was clearing out the spare room when I found Danny's old external hard drive wedged behind the radiator. Curiosity got the better of me. Most of it was the usual rubbish you'd expect from a 20-year-old, but buried in a folder labeled uni stuff, were dozens of screenshots that made my stomach turn. The images showed what appeared to be a streaming interface, dark and minimal, with a video player displaying various rooms. Some looked like basements or warehouses, others like normal bedrooms or kitchens. Each stream had a viewer count and a chat sidebar filled with usernames I couldn't pronounce. The screenshots captured moments that looked disturbingly real. People in distress, sometimes alone, sometimes not. At first, I thought it might be some kind of elaborate horror game or interactive fiction, but the timestamps on the files suggested Danny had been accessing these streams regularly over several weeks. The final screenshot was dated just 2 days before he'd left, showing a room I recognized. It was his bedroom, taken from the angle of his webcam, but the image showed him sleeping, whilst the chat beside it was filled with messages about him. I should have deleted everything and forgotten about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Danny might be in trouble. After some research, I learned about the dark web and how to access it safely. I'm no computer expert, but I'm not completely hopeless either, and the instructions weren't as complicated as I'd expected. Finding the site again took weeks of searching through hidden forums and following cryptic links. When I finally located it, the interface was exactly as Danny's screenshots had shown. A grid of streams, each showing different locations, some with people, others empty. The viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The chat moved too quickly to read properly, a constant scroll of messages in multiple languages. I watched for hours, trying to understand what I was seeing. Most streams seemed to show people going about normal activities, unaware they were being watched. Cooking, reading, sleeping. It felt voyeuristic, but not necessarily sinister. Then I found the premium section. The premium streams required some form of verification I couldn't work out, but the preview thumbnails were enough to make me feel sick. These weren't people living their normal lives. These were deliberate performances, and not the kind anyone would volunteer for. One stream caught my attention because the location looked familiar. The room was sparse, with concrete walls and a single window set high up. It reminded me of the basement storage areas in council housing blocks, the kind where residents keep their Christmas decorations and broken furniture. As I watched, someone entered the frame, but the image quality was too poor to make out details. The chat beside this stream was different from the others. Instead of random messages, users seemed to be making requests or suggestions. I watched in horrifying fascination as these instructions appeared to be followed. The person in the room would move or act according to what the viewers demanded. Over the following weeks, I found myself drawn back to the site regularly. I told myself I was looking for clues about Danny, but really, I think I was just fascinated by the grotesque spectacle of it all. The streams never seemed to end, cycling through different locations and different people. Some faces appeared regularly, others only once. I started recognizing patterns. Certain usernames appeared in multiple chats, seeming to have influence over what happened. Some streams would suddenly cut to black, only to resume hours or days later with new occupants. The premium section grew, offering more extreme content for users who could prove their commitment to the community. The breakthrough came when I spotted Danny in one of the regular streams. He wasn't a victim, he was working behind the camera. I caught glimpses of him adjusting equipment, checking messages, sometimes speaking to people off-screen. He looked different, thinner and more focused, but it was definitely him. The realization that my flatmate's brother wasn't missing, but was actively involved in running these streams changed everything. I started paying closer attention to the technical side, trying to work out how the operation functioned. The streams appeared to be broadcast from multiple locations across the UK, possibly Europe, with sophisticated systems for avoiding detection. More disturbing was the discovery that many viewers weren't just passive observers. They were paying for influence, contributing resources, even providing locations and equipment. The whole thing operated like a twisted social network, with users building reputations and gaining access to more extreme content. I began documenting everything, taking screenshots and notes, thinking I might eventually take it to the police. But the more I learned, the more I realized how difficult that would be. The site was designed to be untraceable, the users anonymous, the evidence ephemeral. Even if authorities could locate the servers, they'd find nothing but empty rooms and abandoned equipment. Then one evening, whilst watching a stream from what looked like an abandoned warehouse in East London, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the background, barely visible through a grimy window, was the distinctive tower block where I lived. The camera angle suggested the warehouse was less than half a mile from my flat. I spent the next day walking around the industrial estate near my building, looking for anything that matched what I'd seen on screen. Most of the warehouses were still in use or had been converted to flats. But one building at the end of a dead-end road stood empty, its windows boarded up. That night, I watched the stream more carefully, looking for any details that might confirm the location. During a quiet moment, I heard something that made my chest tighten. Through the audio feed came the distant sound of the Northern Line trains pulling into the nearby station, the same sound I heard from my bedroom window every night. The warehouse was practically on my doorstep, and I'd been watching people being held there for weeks without realizing it. I should have called the police immediately, but something held me back. What if I was wrong? What if it was just coincidence? The streams operated on such a scale that surely law enforcement already knew about them. Maybe this was all part of some larger investigation I'd stumble into and compromise. Instead, I decided to take a closer look myself. Just to confirm the location, I told myself. Nothing more than that. The next evening, I walked past the warehouse several times, trying to look casual. The building appeared genuinely abandoned, with no signs of activity. But as I lingered near the entrance, I noticed something odd. Despite the boarded windows and general air of dereliction, there were fresh tire marks in the dirt near the loading bay. I was about to leave when I heard voices coming from inside the building. Low, conversational tones, too muffled to make out words, but definitely present. As I moved closer to try to hear better, my phone buzzed with a notification. Someone had sent me a private message on the streaming site. I'd never interacted with anyone there, never even created a proper account, so receiving direct contact was impossible. Yet there it was, a simple message that made my knees weak. The message contained just my full name and address, followed by a single line. "We appreciate dedicated viewers. Please step away from the building." I ran home faster than I'd moved since school sports day, my mind racing with questions about how they'd identified me, how long they'd known I was watching, what else they might have discovered about my life. Back in my flat, I immediately tried to access the streaming site again, but the link no longer worked. Every saved bookmark, every cached page, everything had vanished, as if it had never existed. Even Danny's screenshots from the hard drive were gone, leaving only empty folders. For days afterwards, I barely left the flat. Every noise in the hallway made me jump. Every unfamiliar face on the street seemed suspicious. I kept checking my phone for more messages, my laptop for signs of intrusion, but nothing came. Weeks passed, and gradually, I began to convince myself that I'd overreacted. Maybe the message had been a prank, or a coincidence, or even something I'd imagined in my paranoid state. The warehouse remained abandoned, with no signs of the activity I thought I'd witnessed. But then Danny came back. He appeared at our door one rainy Tuesday morning, looking exactly as he had when he'd left months earlier. Same clothes, same rucksack, even the same cocky smile. His brother welcomed him back without question, and life resumed as if nothing had happened. Except Danny was different now. He moved with purpose, carried himself with confidence, and seemed to know things he shouldn't. He'd ask about my work before I mentioned any projects, reference conversations I'd had with people he'd never met, make casual observations about my routines that felt too specific to be guesses. Most unsettling was the way he'd look at me sometimes, with expression that suggested he knew exactly what I'd been doing during his absence. Not accusatory, just aware, like we shared a secret neither of us would ever discuss. The warehouse at the end of the dead-end road was demolished last month, replaced by a small block of expensive flats. I walk past the construction site regularly, but there's no trace of what might have been there before. The workers I've spoken to say they found nothing unusual when they cleared the building, just the usual debris you'd expect from an abandoned property. Danny still lives with us, still spends hours on his laptop, still emerges from his room at odd hours, looking like he hasn't slept. But now, when I pass him in the hallway, he nods at me with something that might be respect, or acknowledgement, or warning. I never found another working link to the streaming site, though I suspect it's still out there, operating under different names, different systems, different faces. Sometimes, late at night, when the trains have stopped running and the chip shop below has closed, I think I can hear voices through the walls. Quiet conversations, muffled instructions, the soft hum of electronic equipment. But that might just be my imagination, shaped by weeks of watching things I should never have seen. The mind has a way of creating patterns where none exist, finding connections that aren't really there. At least, that's what I tell myself when I wake up at 3 a.m, convinced someone's been in my room whilst I was sleeping. I keep telling myself this will all blow over, that I'm overreacting. people don't suddenly become fugitives because of something they saw at work. But then I remember their faces when they caught me in that room, and I know I'm not imagining things. It started with expense reports that didn't add up, just boring accounting stuff. Nobody gets killed over spreadsheet errors. At least that's what I thought before last month. I never thought I'd be the type of person to stumble onto something I wasn't supposed to see. My life has always been painfully normal. Working as a forensic accountant for a mid-sized insurance company, living in a one-bedroom apartment in Cincinnati, spending weekends either reading or binging whatever news show everyone was talking about. Nothing remarkable. Nothing that would make me a target. It started with a simple discrepancy in the books. Our company had been showing unusual expenses categorized vaguely as network infrastructure maintenance. Large payments happening monthly that didn't match any of our regular vendor contracts. As the senior forensic accountant, it fell on me to figure out why. The CFO was breathing down our department's neck because these unexplained costs were affecting our quarterly projections. My initial audit showed unusual purchases coming from a single cost center within our building, specifically one tied to the executive floor. The strange part was that the equipment being purchased wasn't standard office technology. It was high-end server components, advanced networking gear, and specialized hardware that our insurance company had no business buying. The paperwork traced back to an authorization code for a supply closet on the executive floor. Not an office, not a conference room, a supply closet. I decided to check it out myself rather than escalate to my manager. Looking back, that was my first mistake. Getting access to the executive floor after hours required a security badge with special permissions. I didn't have those permissions, but I did have access to the security logs for my audit work. Another mistake. I noticed a cleaning crew badge that consistently accessed the executive floor every evening. A badge that, according to HR records, belonged to a person who had quit 3 months ago. The badge was still active. I borrowed it from the security office, claiming I needed to check its access history for my audit. Just temporarily, I told myself. Just to solve the financial discrepancy. I wasn't planning to snoop around or anything. The executive floor was eerily quiet after 7 p.m. The cleaning crew had already come and gone, leaving behind the faint smell of industrial cleaner and the soft hum of air conditioning. I followed the purchasing records and traced the equipment deliveries to the supply closet at the end of the hallway. The door was unmarked and locked with a keypad, not standard for a supply closet. I hadn't expected that. I stood there for a moment, contemplating whether I should turn back. But curiosity got the better of me. From my audit work, I had access to the company's vendor payment systems. I checked recent maintenance records for that floor and found the contractor who had installed the keypad. Their invoice included the default access code that had been programmed initially. Another ethical line crossed. The closet was dark when I entered, smelling of dust and electronics rather than cleaning supplies. When I flipped the light switch, I found not mops and paper towels, but a small server setup. A powerful custom-built machine connected directly to our network backbone. It had multiple hard drives attached to it, a high-end graphics card, and several cameras connected via USB. This wasn't company equipment. Someone had installed their own private server in a hidden location. I should have walked away then, should have reported it and let security handle it. Instead, I examined the equipment, thinking I'd just check what kind of operation was running that required such expensive gear. Professional curiosity, I told myself. The server had a spreadsheet with login credentials saved right on the desktop. Whoever set it up probably never expected anyone to physically access it. Within minutes, I was looking through their files. What I found was a sophisticated streaming setup with automated scheduling software that activated every night. It was configured to connect to an encrypted address, a dark website. I recognized enough about cybersecurity from our company's compliance training to know this wasn't good, but I didn't immediately connect the dots to what I was looking at. The server contained archived video files, each labeled with dates going back months. Against my better judgment, I opened one from the previous week. The video showed a room I recognized, our company's soundproofed wellness room that had been installed during the pandemic for employees who needed a quiet space. Only in the video, it didn't look like a wellness room anymore. The furniture had been rearranged, and plastic sheeting covered the floor and walls. A person lay strapped to a table in the center, clearly terrified but unable to move or speak due to restraints and a gag. A figure in a dark mask stood over them, methodically arranging what looked like medical instruments on a small tray. I shut the video off before I saw what happened next. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely use the mouse. This was a red room, one of those dark web myth horror stories where people paid to watch torture or worse. Except it wasn't a myth, and it was happening in my building, on my company's dime. My mind raced through implications. The unusual expenses, the specialized equipment, the location on the executive floor. Someone high up in my company was running this operation, using our infrastructure, our building, and I had just accessed their server, leaving fingerprints everywhere. I disconnected from the server, closed the closet door, and tried to appear normal as I walked to the elevator, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure anyone could hear it. I drove home in a daze, constantly checking my rearview mirror, certain I was being followed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I paced my apartment, debating what to do. Go to the police. I had no proof. I hadn't downloaded any files, and accessing that server the way I did was technically illegal. Go to my boss. What if they were involved? The server was on the executive floor after all. Morning came, and I called in sick for the first time in 3 years. I spent the day researching, trying to figure out how these red room operations worked. The more I learned, the worse it got. These weren't just random victims. They were carefully selected, often people without close family or connections, people who wouldn't be missed immediately. My company processed insurance claims. We had access to detailed information about people's lives, their family situations, their medical histories. As a forensic accountant, I had seen patterns in our life insurance claim denials, single people, immigrants, people estranged from their families, all with policies that had lapsed just before their mysterious disappearances. I decided to gather evidence properly. That night, I went back to the office with a plan. I brought a portable drive and planned to copy just enough evidence to take to the FBI, then wipe my prints from the server room. It would be risky, but I couldn't live with myself if I did nothing. The executive floor was dark again when I arrived. I made my way to the closet, used the code, and slipped inside. But as soon as I touched the server, I knew something was wrong. It was cool to the touch, powered down. Someone knew it had been discovered. As I turned to leave, the door opened. My boss stood there, looking unsurprised to see me. Behind him was our chief operating officer, a man I'd seen only in company-wide meetings. They didn't need to speak. Their expressions said everything. The subtle nod of acknowledgement from my boss, the evaluating gaze of the COO as he looked me up and down, the slight gesture toward the hallway, inviting me to follow, the unspoken threat hanging in the air between us. I realized with sickening clarity what was happening. They weren't going to kill me. They were recruiting me. I managed to respond with a non-committal gesture, a nervous smile, pretending to consider their unspoken offer while inching toward the door. They let me leave, their eyes following me all the way to the elevator. I drove home in a panic, threw some clothes in a bag, and headed straight for the interstate. I drove through the night, stopping only for gas, paying cash. I abandoned my car in Indianapolis and bought a used one from a private seller on Craigslist. I withdrew my savings in small amounts from different ATMs to avoid triggering alerts. It's been 3 weeks now. I'm writing this from a motel room in a small town I won't name, using a laptop I bought secondhand and a prepaid internet connection. I've changed my appearance, stopped using credit cards or my phone. In my paranoia, I've checked this room for hidden cameras at least a dozen times today alone. The thing that keeps me awake isn't just fear of being found. It's what I realized on that long drive away from Cincinnati. The financial records I'd been auditing showed connections to shell companies all over the world. This wasn't a small operation. The Red Room was just one part of something much larger, a network that had potentially been operating for years, hidden behind legitimate business transactions. Sometimes I think about the faces I saw in the company directory, wondering which ones were involved and which ones might have been victims. I wonder if I should have gone to the authorities immediately. Consequences be damned. But then I remember the casual confidence of my boss and the COO. How unworried they seemed about my discovery. These weren't people afraid of getting caught. Yesterday, I noticed a car I didn't recognize parked across from my motel. It was there all day, and when I woke up this morning, it was gone. But there was a different, unfamiliar car in its place. It could be nothing, just travelers passing through. But I don't think so. My options are narrowing. I've considered going to the FBI, but I have no evidence, and I accessed that server illegally. I've thought about reaching out to journalists, but how do I know which ones I can trust? Everyone has an online presence now, connections that can be traced, leveraged. The owner of this motel knocked on my door an hour ago. His face was neutral, but his eyes were nervous. Someone had called asking about a person matching my description. A concerned relative looking for their missing cousin, he said. I shook my head, thanked him for letting me know. He nodded and left without another word. I'm checking out tonight anyway. As I pack my few belongings, I keep thinking about balance sheets, how it all started with a simple financial discrepancy, money flowing where it shouldn't. Now my life has become a similar anomaly, moving in patterns I never anticipated, always aware of watching eyes. If you're reading this, it means I've decided to upload my story somewhere public, maybe as insurance, maybe as a warning. I don't know if it will make a difference. All I know is that the world has hidden depths I never imagined, running parallel to our everyday lives, separated by nothing more than a door we're not supposed to open. I opened that door, and now I can never close it again. I've always been good with languages. It's the one skill that came naturally to me when everything else felt like a struggle. By 25, I was fluent in 4 languages besides English and working on a 5th. People assumed I'd become a teacher or join the diplomatic service, but translation work paid better and let me work from home in my small flat in Oxford. Most of my jobs came through a freelancer website where clients post projects and translators bid for the work. It's competitive, but I'd built a solid reputation for accuracy and discretion, particularly with technical or specialized content. The majority of my work involved translating business documents, academic papers, or technical manuals. Nothing exciting, but it paid the bills. 3 months ago, I received a private message through the platform from someone who didn't have a public profile. They claimed to represent a research group studying dark web communication systems and needed a translator for content in languages I specialized in: Mandarin, Russian, Arabic, and Spanish. The message explained that the content might be disturbing as it related to criminal networks operating on the dark web, but assured me the research was for academic purposes and would help law enforcement agencies monitor these hidden corners of the internet. The pay they offered was substantial, nearly triple my usual rate, enough to clear my student debts within months rather than years. They explained the higher compensation was due to the disturbing nature of the material and the strict confidentiality requirements. I'd need to sign an extensive non-disclosure agreement and work through their secure platform rather than my usual channels. I should have been more skeptical, but the opportunity felt legitimate. The email addresses used academic domains, the contracts appeared professional, and the initial test translation they sent, an analysis of communication methods used by drug cartels, seemed consistent with criminology research. Besides, I'd translated medical documents and legal depositions before that contained disturbing content. I was confident in my ability to remain detached and professional. After completing the test piece to their satisfaction, I received access to their secure platform. It required multiple layers of authentication and used encryption that seemed unnecessarily robust for academic research, but I rationalized that this level of security made sense for sensitive work involving dark web criminal networks. They even provided me with special software to access .onion sites, dark web addresses not accessible through standard browsers. The first few weeks involved translating text conversations, dark web forum posts, and what appeared to be marketplace listings from various languages into English. The content was disturbing. Discussions of drug trafficking, weapons sales, and human smuggling on hidden sites accessible only through Tor networks. But nothing beyond what I'd expected given the project description. I maintained professional distance, focusing on accuracy rather than content. About a month into the project, the nature of the assignments began to shift. I started receiving links to video files hosted on their secure server. The brief explained that these were recordings of conversations between members of criminal organizations, and they needed both verbal and behavioral translations, noting cultural contexts and non-verbal communication that might not be obvious to researchers unfamiliar with the languages and cultures involved. The first few videos matched this description. Grainy footage of people discussing what appeared to be illegal business transactions in various languages. I transcribed and translated their conversations, noted cultural nuances, and provided context where needed. Then the videos began to change. The quality improved. The settings became more controlled. Stark rooms with concrete walls, minimal furniture, professional lighting. The conversations became one-sided, with one person speaking directly to the camera, while others remained silent in the background. The speakers began addressing viewers directly, promising special experiences and authentic content. I told myself this was just deeper research into how these networks marketed themselves, but I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with the material. When I asked my contact about the changing nature of the content, they explained that the research had progressed to studying how these networks advertised to potential customers. The explanation seemed reasonable enough for me to continue. One night, I received an urgent translation request with a substantial bonus for immediate completion. The file was a live stream recording in Russian, hosted on a dark website with a complex .onion address. When I opened it, I was confronted with something I had never expected to see. The video showed a room similar to those I'd been seeing recently, but this time there was a person restrained in a chair. A masked individual stood nearby, occasionally adjusting camera equipment. The Russian speaker was describing what was about to happen and explaining how viewers could influence the proceedings through cryptocurrency payments. The entire setup was clearly a dark web red room, a live-streamed torture session where anonymous viewers could pay to request specific actions from anywhere in the world while hiding behind layers of encryption. I immediately closed the file and messaged my contact, explaining that I couldn't participate in translating this type of content and that they should report it to authorities. Their response was alarmingly casual. They thanked me for my concern, but explained that this was a sophisticated simulation created to study how these networks operated. They assured me no one was actually harmed in the creation of these educational materials. I wasn't convinced, but I also had no proof that what I'd seen wasn't staged. I decided to withdraw from the project anyway, citing ethical concerns. They accepted my decision and processed my final payment, which appeared in my bank account the next day, significantly more than what I was owed, with a note classifying the excess as a discretionary bonus for exceptional service. I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A week later, I received an email from a different address containing a video file. When I opened it, I saw a compilation of clips showing me in my flat, working at my desk, sleeping, showering, talking on the phone. All filmed from angles that suggested cameras had been installed throughout my home. The email contained no message, just the video. I searched my flat frantically, finding tiny cameras concealed in smoke detectors, light fixtures, and air vents. I removed them all, changed my locks, and spent the night at a friend's house. When I returned the next day, I found an envelope had been slipped under my door containing a USB drive. The drive held a single file, a video of what appeared to be an actual dark web red room broadcast, not a simulation. The setting was similar to the videos I'd been translating, but this was clearly real. The victim's fear was palpable, the violence undeniable. At the end of the video, text appeared in all 5 languages I spoke, stating that I was now complicit in their operation and that my translations had helped them expand their dark web audience to new markets across multiple language barriers. I went to the police immediately. I showed them the cameras I'd found, explained the work I'd been doing, and described the threatening video. They took the report seriously and sent an officer to check my flat for additional surveillance equipment. They found nothing beyond what I'd already discovered, but advised me to stay elsewhere while they investigated. Their investigation revealed that the academic domains used in the emails were spoofed. The payment had come through a series of dark web cryptocurrency exchanges designed to be untraceable. The secure platform I'd been working on had disappeared completely, leaving no digital footprint. They told me this had the hallmarks of a sophisticated dark web criminal operation and suggested I remain vigilant but try to resume normal life. I spent the next few weeks staying with friends, checking for surveillance, and jumping at every unexpected noise. Eventually, with no further contact from the people who had hired me, I began to relax slightly. Perhaps they had moved on, finding another translator who wouldn't question their requests. Then the messages started appearing on my phone. Text messages in different languages, all containing variations of the same theme. They knew where I was, they were watching me, and I had unfinished work to complete. The messages came from different numbers, sometimes in languages I didn't even work with. I changed my number twice, but the messages always found me. About a month after I went to the police, I received a package at my new temporary address, a place only my closest friends knew about. Inside was a high-quality digital camera and a list of instructions in multiple languages. I was to set up the camera at specific angles, test lighting conditions, and prepare for a live translation assignment at a designated time. The instructions emphasized that failure to comply would result in the release of videos showing me viewing and translating material related to criminal activities. I took the package to the police, who added it to their investigation, but warned me that these networks were notoriously difficult to track. They suggested I consider temporarily relocating to a different city while they continued to investigate. I moved to Glasgow, where a university friend had a spare room in her flat. I told no one except my immediate family where I was going. I found work translating mundane corporate documents under a different name. I started to rebuild some semblance of normal life. 3 weeks ago, I noticed someone following me home from the small office where I'd found work, a nondescript man in a dark coat who maintained the same distance behind me for several streets. When I changed direction suddenly, he adjusted his course to match. I lost him by ducking into a department store and leaving through a different exit, but the encounter left me shaken. The following day, I received an email containing a street view photograph of the building where I was staying in Glasgow. The subject line was simply, "Found you," written in all 5 languages I spoke. 2 days later, a courier delivered a package to my workplace. Inside was another digital camera, identical to the one I turned over to the police, and a note explaining that my debut broadcast had been scheduled for the following week. This time, the note included details about my friend's daily routine, my parents' home address, and my sister's workplace. The threat was clear: comply or those close to me would suffer. I'm now in a small bed and breakfast in the Scottish Highlands, using a public computer to write this. I've left my phone, laptop, and all other trackable devices behind. I paid cash for the train ticket and registered under a false name. But I know this is only a temporary solution. The most terrifying realization is that these people don't just want a translator. They want a performer. Someone who can communicate with victims and viewers in multiple languages simultaneously. Someone who can expand their audience beyond English-speaking viewers. Someone who can bring a unique skill to their broadcasts. When I translate materials, I don't just convert words from one language to another. I convey nuance, emotion, cultural context. I make communication feel natural and authentic across language barriers. It's a skill that took years to develop, and now it's being sought after for the most horrific purpose imaginable. The scheduled date for what they're calling my debut broadcast is 3 days from now. I've stopped running because I've realized there's nowhere I can go that they won't eventually find me. These people have resources, connections, and apparently unlimited access to surveillance. They tracked me across 3 cities through name changes and new devices. I've contacted the police again, sharing everything I know about the scheduled broadcast. They've promised to increase patrols near my family's homes and to continue investigating, but they've been frank about the limitations they face with these types of networks. Jurisdiction issues, encryption, anonymizing technology, all create barriers to effective law enforcement action. I keep thinking about how I unwittingly help these people expand their dark web audience. How many translations did I provide that helped them reach new viewers in the hidden corners of the internet? How many people paid in Bitcoin to access content because they could now understand what was being offered? I became part of their dark web operation without realizing it, and now they want to bring me fully into their world. Tonight, the owner of the bed and breakfast knocked on my door to let me know a package had arrived for me. A package addressed to the false name I'm using at a location I selected at random just yesterday. I haven't opened it. It's sitting on the dresser as I write this. I know what it contains. Another camera, another set of instructions, another reminder that they can find me anywhere. The broadcast is scheduled for Saturday night. I'm running out of options and places to hide. I keep hoping the police investigation will yield results before then, but I'm not optimistic. These networks have stayed ahead of law enforcement for years. They wouldn't have survived this long if they were easy to catch. The most disturbing thought is that if they force me to participate, thousands of people in multiple countries will be watching on the dark web. People who have paid in untraceable cryptocurrency for access. People hiding behind anonymous Tor browsers. People who consider this dark web entertainment. And I'll be expected to translate the horror into their native languages, making sure nothing is lost in translation. I never thought my gift for languages would make me valuable to people like this. I never imagined my skills would be sought after for something so horrific on the dark web. But in a perverse way, it makes sense. Expanding markets in the darkest corners of the internet requires breaking down language barriers, even for the most terrible content hidden behind layers of encryption and anonymity. I don't know what I'll do when Saturday comes. I don't know if there's anywhere left to run. I only know that my words have power, and for the first time in my life, that terrifies me. The package on the dresser just moved slightly. I think my time is up. She was watching me through the crack in the wall. For weeks, I'd felt her eyes following me around my new flat. The woman no one would talk about. The previous tenant who'd vanished without a trace. Now I know why the rent was so cheap in one of London's most expensive neighborhoods. Now I understand the strange stains beneath the fresh paint. And now I realize I might be next. My name is Madeline Cox, and I'm going to tell you about the 18 months I spent living in flat 16B, Cold Harbour Lane, and how I uncovered the truth about Rebecca Walsh, the woman who disappeared before I arrived, the woman whose possessions kept turning up in my walls, and the building manager who knew far more than he was telling. It began with a suspiciously good deal on a Victorian conversion flat in Brixton. January 2019. I'd just landed a curator position at a small modern art gallery in central London. And after 3 months of sofa surfing with increasingly impatient university friends, I was desperate for my own space. The advert appeared in my feed late one night. 1-bedroom flat, recently renovated, private garden access, £900 per month including utilities. In London, this was unheard of. Similar properties in the area went for twice that. I should have questioned it. I should have walked away. But when you're 27, earning barely enough to live on, and sleeping on an increasingly lumpy sofa in someone else's flat, skepticism takes a back seat to opportunity. I arranged a viewing for the next day. Cold Harbour Lane cuts through Brixton like a scar, lined with Victorian terraces that have seen better days. Number 16 stood at the quieter end, a once grand townhouse now carved into 6 separate flats. The facade retained hints of former elegance, ornate cornicing, sash windows, a tiled path leading to a heavy front door. But something about it seemed off-kilter, as though the entire structure was gradually sinking on one side. Martin Ellis, the building manager, met me in the communal hallway. Mid-50s, perpetually damp-looking, with thinning hair combed over a shiny scalp, and a smile that never reached his watery eyes. The kind of man who stands slightly too close when speaking. He jangled his keys with nervous energy as he led me up creaking stairs to the first floor. "It's been completely redone," he explained, unlocking the door to 16B. New kitchen, new bathroom, fresh paint throughout. The flat was surprisingly spacious for London. A decent-sized living room with original fireplace, sealed up of course. A small but functional kitchen. A bathroom with actual full-size bath. And a bedroom overlooking a shared garden. The renovation work was evident everywhere. The place smelled of fresh paint and new carpet. Everything gleamed with that unlived-in quality of recent refurbishment. I should have asked why. I should have wondered about the previous tenant. Instead, I asked where to sign. The rent required a surprisingly small deposit. The paperwork was minimal. Martin seemed eager to have the place occupied quickly. All red flags I ignored in my desperation for affordable housing in Zone 2. I moved in 2 days later, my possessions fitting into the back of a single taxi. Clothes, books, a laptop, and a few framed photographs. The sum total of a life lived mostly in temporary accommodations. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I unpacked my meager possessions, bought some second-hand furniture, settled into my new job at the gallery. My neighbours were largely invisible, the kind of Londoners who avoid eye contact in the hallway and close their doors quickly when they hear footsteps on the stairs. Only Mrs. Patterson in 16A, an elderly widow who'd lived in the building since the 1970s, made any effort at friendliness, inviting me in for tea my second week. Her flat was a time capsule. Antimacassars on faded armchairs, porcelain figurines on every surface, the lingering smell of boiled cabbage and lavender polish. Her walls were lined with photographs spanning decades. Children who had grown into adults with children of their own. A stern-looking husband long deceased. Holiday snapshots from British seaside towns. A life thoroughly lived and meticulously documented. She asked polite questions about my job, my family back in Manchester, whether I was courting. I answered between sips of too sweet tea from bone china cups so thin they seemed almost translucent. She mentioned having seen many tenants come and go over the years. Young people mostly, she said, none staying very long. Then, as I was leaving, she gripped my wrist with surprising strength. "They painted over it, I suppose." Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "Painted over what?" "The wall in your bedroom, the stain that wouldn't come out." Before I could ask what she meant, she retreated into her flat, bolting the door with finality. The sound of multiple locks engaging echoed in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. More than seemed necessary, even in London. That night, I examined my bedroom walls with a rising sense of unease. The paint was even, matte white, unremarkable. But as I ran my fingers along the wall that separated my flat from the external fire escape, I noticed a slight difference in texture in one section, approximately 1 meter square, where the plaster felt newer than the surrounding area. I tried to dismiss Mrs. Patterson's comment as the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but that night I dreamed of seeping dark liquid, of paint bubbling and peeling back to reveal something underneath. I woke at 3:17 a.m., the precise time I would wake for the next 18 months, heart racing, convinced someone was in the room with me. By morning, I'd rationalized everything. Old buildings make noises. New paint has a different texture over patched areas. Elderly neighbors say cryptic things. None of it means anything sinister. Then I found the first item. I was hanging a framed print in the living room, tapping a nail into what I thought was a solid wall, when the plaster crumbled unexpectedly, creating a small hole. Frustrated, I fetched a torch to assess the damage, peering into the dark cavity. something glinted back at me. Using a coat hanger, I managed to hook and extract a delicate silver bracelet, tarnished but clearly expensive. The clasp was broken, as though it had been torn from someone's wrist. I should have gone to the police then. Instead, I convinced myself it must have fallen into the wall cavity during renovation work. I cleaned it up, placed it in my jewelry box, and patched the hole. A week later, while attempting to unblock a persistently slow bathroom drain, I found a clump of long, dark hair wrapped around the trap. My own hair is blonde and short. The hair was at least 30 centimeters long, dark chestnut, and appeared to have been forcibly pulled out. Several strands still had follicles attached. That evening, I finally questioned Martin about the previous tenant. I caught him in the hallway, halfway through changing a light bulb. His reaction to my casual inquiry was immediate, a tightening around the eyes, a twitch in his left cheek. "Student," he said, eyes fixed on the bulb. "Exchange student. Went back to Spain, or maybe it was Italy." He screwed the bulb in with more force than necessary. "Why'd you ask?" I mentioned finding the bracelet. His hand slipped, shattering the bulb. A thin line of blood appeared on his palm. "Must have been left by the builders," he said, wiping his hand on his trousers, leaving a smear of crimson. "Chuck it out." That night, I finally did what I should have done before signing the lease. I searched online for information about 16B Cold Harbor Lane. It took some digging, but eventually I found it. A small article from 13 months earlier in a local community newspaper. Concern growing for missing woman. Rebecca Walsh, 25, had not been seen since December 2017. Her last known address, my flat. The article included a photograph. Rebecca had long dark hair, high cheekbones, and serious eyes that seemed to look directly at me. Around her wrist was a silver bracelet identical to the one I'd found in my wall. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I called in sick to work and began a more thorough investigation. I discovered that Rebecca had been a PhD student, researching historical crime at King's College London. She'd lived alone, kept to herself, but was close to her sister in Bristol. After missing her weekly call with that sister, she was reported missing. Police had investigated but found nothing suspicious. The theory was that she'd left voluntarily, possibly due to academic pressure. The case remained open but inactive. Further research revealed unsettling patterns. Local social media groups mentioned other disappearances from the Brixton area over the years. Nothing that appeared connected, nothing that had generated major headlines, but a steady trickle of young women who had simply vanished. Most had been explained away as people moving on with their lives, cutting ties, starting fresh elsewhere. Several had last been seen near Cold Harbor Lane. I found her sister, Claire Walsh, on social media and sent a message explaining who I was and what I'd found. She responded within hours, her profile picture showing the same high cheekbones and serious eyes as Rebecca, but with short blonde hair, a disconcerting mirror of our own physical differences. We met the following day at a cafe 3 streets away from Cold Harbor Lane. Claire was visibly exhausted, with the hollow-eyed look of someone who had been grieving for too long without resolution. When I handed her the bracelet, she held it like something infinitely precious and infinitely painful. "I gave her this for her 25th birthday," she said. She never took it off. Claire had never believed the voluntary disappearance theory. Rebecca was dedicated to her research, had just received additional funding, and had been excited about new evidence she'd discovered relating to historical murders in Brixton. The police had interviewed Martin, the other tenants, Rebecca's classmates and professors. No leads. After 6 months, the investigation had effectively stalled. Most disturbingly, Claire told me that Rebecca had mentioned feeling watched in the weeks before her disappearance. She'd complained about noises in the walls, about missing personal items that would reappear in strange places, about a persistent feeling that someone had been in her flat while she was out. She'd changed the locks twice, had considered breaking her lease and moving elsewhere, had begun documenting everything in a journal that disappeared along with her. I didn't tell Claire about the hair in the drain or the patched section of wall. I didn't share my growing conviction that Rebecca had never left Cold Harbour Lane. Some truths are too heavy to place on shoulders already bowed by grief. But that evening, I examined my flat with new eyes. The fresh paint, the new carpet, the replaced section of wall. The renovations weren't improvements. They were erasures. I began to notice other things. The floorboard near the bedroom window that sounded different when stepped on. The section of kitchen tile work that didn't quite match the rest. The slight discoloration on the ceiling above the shower, visible only in certain light. My flat was a palimpsest. Rebecca's existence scraped away, painted over, but still faintly visible if you knew where to look. And Martin's behavior grew increasingly erratic. I'd catch him watching me from the garden when I left for work. He invented reasons to check my smoke alarms, my radiators, my windows. Once, returning unexpectedly after forgetting my access card for the gallery, I found him standing in my living room, seemingly doing nothing at all. He claimed he was investigating a leak from the flat above. There was no leak, and the flat above had been empty for months. I began documenting everything. I took photographs of every unusual feature in the flat. I recorded the times Martin appeared without explanation. I noted every unexplained sound, every misplaced object, every strange smell. I created a detailed floor plan, marking areas where the renovation seemed most recent or most thorough. And I researched Rebecca Walsh's research. Through academic databases, I found her published work on historical crimes in South London, particularly a series of unsolved murders in Brixton between 1889 and 1891. 4 young women, all tenants of the same boarding house, all found with their throats cut and peculiar items sealed inside their body cavities. Buttons, coins, locks of hair. The killer was never identified, but Rebecca had been pursuing a theory that the boarding house owner, one Martin Ellis Sr., had been responsible. The contemporary Martin Ellis was his great-grandson. That connection should have sent me to the police immediately. Instead, motivated by some misguided sense that I needed more evidence, I decided to investigate further. I contacted Rebecca's academic supervisor, who confirmed her research had taken an unexpected turn in her final weeks. She discovered documents suggesting the historical Martin Ellis hadn't died in 1892, as previously believed, but had changed his name and continued running boarding houses in various London neighbourhoods, each associated with disappearances that were never connected to him. She became quite obsessed, the supervisor told me. She was convinced there was a family pattern, that something had been passed down through generations. I told her she was straying into unprovable territory, that it would damage her academic credibility. The original boarding house, I discovered with growing horror, had stood at the exact location of 16 Cold Harbour Lane. Through public records and extensive genealogical research, I traced the Ellis family history. Martin Ellis Sr. had 5 children. 3 sons continued the family business of property management across different parts of London. Their children did the same. The current Martin Ellis was the last male descendant of the original boarding house owner. inheriting properties that had remained in family hands for generations. I discovered something else too. Every property managed by an Ellis had experienced at least one unexplained disappearance per decade. Young women, usually living alone, often students or newly arrived in London. Each case investigated separately. Each eventually filed away as a voluntary departure or possible suicide. None ever connected to the Ellis family. None ever solved. Around this time, about 6 months into my tenancy, I began to feel watched not just by Martin, but by someone else. I'd wake at exactly 3:17 a.m. with the certainty that someone was standing in the darkest corner of my bedroom. Objects would move slightly between when I left for work and when I returned. The silver bracelet, which I'd kept after Claire couldn't bear to take it, repeatedly migrated from my jewelry box to my bedside table. I began to fear I was losing my grip on reality. Was I inventing connections because of Rebecca's research? Was I experiencing the same paranoia that might have driven her to leave suddenly? Or was something more sinister at work? The fear became physical. I lost weight, developed insomnia, jumped at every noise, started leaving lights on all night, wedged chairs against my door when sleeping. I was living in a constant state of heightened awareness that left me exhausted but unable to relax. I considered moving out, but my meager salary and London's impossible rental market meant I had nowhere else to go. Besides, a part of me felt responsible to Rebecca, to learn what had happened, to ensure she wasn't simply forgotten, written off as another young woman who couldn't handle the pressures of life. The turning point came 9 months into my tenancy. A thunderstorm had knocked out power to the building. As I fumbled with candles, one rolled under the bed. Reaching for it, my fingers found a loose floorboard. Prying it up revealed a small cavity containing a notebook, Rebecca's research journal. The final entry, dated December 14th, 2017, read, M. Watching constantly. Found keys missing again. Located murder weapon in basement storage area. Photographed and documented. Evidence conclusive of familial pattern. Going to police tomorrow morning. There was no entry for December 15th. Rebecca had disappeared on the night of December 14th. The journal detailed her growing certainty that Martin Ellis was following in his ancestors' footsteps. She'd tracked a pattern of disappearances. Young women who had rented flats or rooms in properties managed by the Ellis family over generations. Never enough from a single property to raise suspicion. Always explained away as people moving on. She'd identified 17 potential victims dating back to 1952. And she'd found something in the basement. The basement of 16 Cold Harbour Lane was officially condemned, deemed structurally unsound after subsidence in the 1990s. I'd never seen the door unlocked, but according to Rebecca's journal, Martin kept it accessible and used it for storage. Rebecca described discovering a hidden room within the basement, accessed through a false wall behind old shelving units. Inside, she'd found items belonging to missing women dating back decades. Driver's licenses, jewelry, clothing, all meticulously preserved and labeled. And something else. A collection of antique surgical tools passed down through generations of the Ellis family, one of which, a particular curved knife, matched descriptions of the weapon used in the 1889 to 1891 killings. Most disturbing of all were the photographs. According to Rebecca's journal, she'd found albums containing pictures of women in various stages of what she described as ceremonial preparation. The journal didn't elaborate, but her academic articles on the historical murders detailed how victims were prepared before death. Bathed, dressed in white, positioned in specific poses, meant to mimic classical paintings of sleeping women. I called Claire immediately, sharing what I'd found. She urged me to go to the police. I agreed to meet her the next morning at the local station, journal in hand. That night, the power went out again. No storm this time. Just my flat plunged into darkness at 11:42 p.m. I reached for my phone to use as a torch, but it was dead, fully charged moments before, now completely unresponsive. The spare torch in my bedside drawer was missing. The candles had mysteriously disappeared, and from the hallway outside my flat came the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. I didn't wait to see who would enter. Grabbing Rebecca's journal, I locked myself in the bathroom, the only room with a window large enough to climb through. As I heard my front door open, I forced the bathroom window sash up and squeezed out onto the narrow fire escape. The metal was slick with rain, my bare feet struggling for purchase. Below, the garden was pitch black. Above, the windows of the upper flats showed no lights, no witnesses. I climbed upward, reasoning that the roof offered more escape options than the garden, where I'd be trapped by high walls. I had reached the top floor when I heard the bathroom window open below. A torch beam swept the fire escape, then settled on my retreating form. Heavy footsteps began to ascend the metal staircase. The roof access door was secured with a padlock, but years of neglect had weakened its housing. One desperate kick splintered the wood around it, allowing me onto the roof. Rain made the slate tiles treacherous. I scrambled across, trying to reach the adjoining building, aware of pursuit growing closer. That's when I saw it, the disturbed section of roof where slates had been recently removed and replaced. The exact spot that would be above the bedroom in my flat. The exact location of the stained wall that had been replastered and painted. In my moment of horrified realization, I slipped. The journal flew from my grasp, skidding across wet slate and disappearing over the edge. I lunged for it, too late, instead finding myself face to face with Martin Ellis, silhouetted against the night sky, something long and metallic gleaming in his hand. "She was asking too many questions too," he said, his voice eerily calm. "About family traditions, about keeping things in the family." The curved knife in his hand matched the description in Rebecca's journal. An antique surgical tool with an ivory handle, its blade gleaming despite its age. He advanced slowly, unhurried, as though we had all the time in the world, as though the outcome was predetermined. "We've been here since before this area had a name," he continued, gesturing vaguely at the surrounding streets with his free hand. "Maintaining properties, maintaining traditions, keeping the family strong. Each generation learns from the last. Each generation improves the technique." I braced for the impact of whatever weapon he held. Instead, from the street below came sudden flashing blue lights. Someone had called the police. Later, I would learn it was Mrs. Patterson, watching from her window as she did every night, witnessing my desperate roof escape. Martin hesitated, calculating his options. That moment of indecision saved my life. He turned to flee, lost his footing on the wet slate, and fell, not to the street, but through the weakened section of roof he himself had previously disturbed. The crash echoed through the building, followed by silence. The police found Martin Ellis impaled on a Victorian cast-iron radiator in what had been my bedroom. When they prized up the floorboards beneath where he fell, they discovered the first of the bodies, Rebecca Walsh, exactly where I had slept for 9 months, separated from me by a thin layer of new flooring. The subsequent investigation revealed the full horror of Cold Harbour Lane. 6 bodies were recovered from various concealed locations within the building. The oldest had been there since 1984. Each had been killed in the same way as the historical victims Rebecca had researched. Throat cut, personal items sealed inside body cavities. Each had been a tenant. Each had started asking questions. In Martin's private rooms in the basement, accessible through a concealed entrance he had created, police found meticulous records dating back decades. Like his ancestor, he had been documenting his work. Unlike his ancestor, he had kept trophies, jewelry, identification, clothing. A family tradition passed down through generations. The basement chamber was a museum of horror. Victorian surgical tools displayed alongside modern scalpels. Antique furniture arranged to recreate the setting of historical photographs. Journals detailing procedures and improvements to techniques pioneered by ancestors. And most disturbing of all, a family grimoire. A handwritten book passed down through generations of Ellis men, detailing their beliefs about capturing the essence of young women to strengthen the family bloodline. It wasn't merely murder. It was ritual, ceremony, religion. Each killing meticulously planned and executed according to traditions established in the 1880s. Each victim selected for specific qualities, intelligence, curiosity, independence, that the Ellis men believed would strengthen their lineage when absorbed through their ceremonies. Claire Walsh attended each court hearing during Martin's trial. He had survived his fall, though permanently paralyzed below the waist. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Throughout the proceedings, he maintained the same eerie calm I'd witnessed on the roof, speaking only once, to correct the prosecutor on the exact number of his victims. The official count was 23, not 17. Further investigation revealed connections to other properties around London, buildings managed by distant cousins of the Ellis family, each with their own history of disappearances. The full extent of the family's activities may never be known. Some relatives disappeared before they could be questioned. Some properties were mysteriously destroyed by fire before they could be searched. The ripples extended outward, suggesting a network larger and more organized than anyone had initially suspected. I never returned to Cold Harbour Lane. My possessions were collected by police, processed as potential evidence, eventually returned months later. I moved first to a hotel, then to a shared house in North London, finally back to Manchester. My curator position was held for me, but I couldn't stay in London. Every dark corner, every strange noise, every unexpected movement triggered overwhelming panic. The nightmares persisted, not of Martin Ellis or his knife, but of Rebecca Walsh beneath my bed, of sleeping directly above her decomposing body for months, of her trying to warn me through the thin barrier between us, of her watching me through cracks in the walls, attempting to communicate what she had discovered. The psychological impact was diagnosed as PTSD. I spent months in therapy, learning to manage the constant hypervigilance, the insomnia, the panic attacks. Slowly, gradually, I began to rebuild something resembling a normal life. I took a position at a small gallery in Manchester, rented a modern flat in a building less than 10 years old, researched the owners extensively before signing anything. Claire and I remain in contact, united by circumstance, by trauma, by the shared experience of having brushed against true evil. We exchange messages weekly. She's finished her sister's research, published the definitive account of the Ellis family crime spanning 5 generations. I haven't read it. Some knowledge is too heavy to carry. Number 16, Cold Harbour Lane, was demolished last year. The land remains vacant. Development plans repeatedly delayed by structural concerns. Locals avoid it. Estate agents can't sell it. The ground, they say, won't settle properly. The foundations keep shifting, as though something beneath the surface refuses to rest. Sometimes I dream of Rebecca Walsh, not as I imagine she was in her final moments, but as I felt her throughout my time in that flat, watchful, persistent, refusing to be erased. In my dreams, she's trying to tell me something, her mouth moving soundlessly behind the wall. I wake always at the same time, 3:17 a.m., the time the police determined she died. I don't believe in ghosts. What haunted 16B Cold Harbour Lane wasn't supernatural, but the most natural thing of all, the human capacity for evil, passed down through blood, hidden behind fresh paint and new carpets, and a caretaker's smile. The true horror isn't that monsters exist, it's that they look just like us, hold keys to our homes, and wait patiently for decades to continue family traditions. The journal was never recovered, somewhere in the ruins of Cold Harbour Lane. Rebecca's final evidence remains buried. Martin Ellis will die in prison. But I sometimes wonder about the broader family tree, about cousins and distant relatives who might maintain other properties in other cities, about family traditions that span generations, about the weight of blood and history, and how some stains can never truly be painted over. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself researching property ownership records, tracking surnames connected to the Ellis family, mapping disappearances across decades and locations, building my own version of Rebecca's research. I don't know what I'll do with this information, whether I'll publish it, share it with authorities, or simply keep it as insurance against the day I might encounter another building manager with too many keys and a smile that never reaches his eyes. I've moved 3 times since leaving London, each time to newer buildings with professional management companies and electronic security. Each time researching the history extensively before signing anything. My current flat is in a converted industrial building, all exposed brick and steel beams, no hidden spaces, no room for secrets. Yet still I wake at 3:17 a.m., convinced someone is watching me through the walls. Check your walls, know your landlord, and remember, the most dangerous predators are those who hold the keys to the places we consider safe.